Is there a prop on who's the first guy to pick the commissioner up with a hug?
No, everyone got letters, all the people who are there, not to really hug the commissioner or do anything because he just had back surgery.
Oh, yeah.
So,
So that goes up a number.
he's not going to be as much emotion as we've seen
But
before.
the money's on the white. The money's on the white nail polish.
It already came out. He has both pinkies painted. And everyone wanted to bash him about why he's painting his nails. His mom's owned a nail salon for many years. Probably took him to all the practices and probably helped him be the man. So that's an honor of him. I respect that for saying, hey, you know what? My mom worked probably 16-hour days at some point at her nail shop so I can be where I'm at today. So I like that type of story.
I am all game on the respect of wearing nail polish for your mom. What I have a problem with is a kid that writes F you, the other team, on his fingernails. To me, it shows he's very immature and maybe not mature enough to be in this league, especially the #1 overall pick. But I do have a question here on the odds with the Raiders here. So I think that's where the 6th pick or the 6th quarterback could really, really go. What are the odds right now that the Raiders draft a quarterback?
Pretty good, but if they do, I think they trade. I think they trade up to get it. I don't think they're gonna wait for that position to go on there. Over under trades in the first round, 5.5. I like the under because let's face it, all this hype in the NFL year after year, and usually the NFL draft is a dud. Everyone's mock draft is a dud. But I'm going for 6 straight years of perfect mock drafts. Mine. So. So that's what. But I think the Raiders move.
Pretty good. That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good comment there from what looks to be a Lions fan.
That is a big Lions fan commenting right there. He was not very happy with your Lions comment earlier, but that's okay. He deserves it.
You know what? You see teams that always have that great year. Lions had a great, and they usually take a small step backwards unless you're Kansas City, which I can't believe every year. I always count them out. And then they're in the Super Bowl, and I'm eating crow instead of chicken wings during the Super Bowl. But that division's tough. Green Bay much to improve, especially on the D line. The Bears again much to improve. The Vikings, if they do something, whoever comes going to be a quarterback of the Vikings, they're in a great situation. They have a great wide receiver, great tight end.
But that's why they got to grab. They can't wait because Jefferson is going to be. I mean, imagine how upset he'll be. Pissed if they don't get a quarterback. Like they are set up. They're set up for success in a division that when you look around, all of a sudden you're like, well, shoot, the Bears got the #1 pick. Jordan Love is slinging it and killing it. Goff had an amazing year in Detroit, right? Looked good. They better do something.
Like Michaela, I'm hoping the Lions are in the Super Bowl because my intern that's going to be helping me for Super Bowl week is a huge Detroit Lions fan, so he'll get to go to all the events. And I told him he'll go to. I will pay his Super Bowl ticket to go to the game if it's the Lions. So I'm hoping you're correct. I'm hoping I'm eating crow right now, and your Lions are in the Super Bowl because
I could be a huge Lions fan if you're going to be paying for people's tickets to go to the Super Bowl. I'll try.
No, it's going to be the Packers in the Super Bowl.
I'll trade it right now.
So, how many trades do you see happening in the first round?
I think 3 or 4. I don't see 5.5. The over under is 1.5 in the top 10 picks. I think all the trades are going to happen early. I think once the top 10 goes through and stuff like that, I think you'll start seeing some calming down, and then I think it's going to be a complete bore fest. In a draft. I think once all those 4 quarterbacks, because everyone keeps on saying, oh, the deepest wide receiver position, deepest wide receiver. I think once the first 4 wide receivers go, it's really not going to be this year's draft. We're going to remember it for offensive linemen. This is what this year's draft is going to be remembered by, not remembered by quarterbacks, wide receivers. Offensive linemen back in the day, you can just say, hey, you know what, we'll wait for 4th round, 5th round to get our O linemen and stuff like that. Now they're grabbing the best guys right now if possible to protect that quarterback. So I think this draft is going to be remembered by O linemen.
What's the number on O linemen in the first round?
I don't remember what that was. Hold on, let me double check. I got so much stuff on my.
As a former
9.5. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, I'm looking at 3,500 different ways to bet the NFL draft. So it might take me a while to find it on my computer.
Hey, anything surprising from those dominant college programs sending a bunch of players? Because I'm not seeing there's a lot of Georgia guys, a lot of Alabama guys. We had those runs, right, where there were just a lot of Bama guys going.
Yeah, it was a bad number. First of all, the sportsbooks never win in the NFL draft. Like I said, it's a crapshoot. We call it the NFL Appreciation Day because we lose every year, but then we just get the money back on preseason in week 1. So we don't mind giving the money back of an NFL draft. The SEC, total bad number. They put up 9.5 for SEC players drafted in the first round. I fought with my NFL guy. I'm like, it should be close to 11. 11 and a half maybe. He's like, no. It opened up at 220. It's now minus $4. I mean, I still think there's good value on $4. Big Ten drafted players in the first round. It's 5.5. I thought that should have been 7. Chop, the guy, the lineman from Penn State, Chop
Robinson.
I think he's going to be the one that the last one drafted in the first round and get you cash that ticket over. Would not be shocked if he goes either 27th to Arizona or I can't think of what. Seattle at 28.
Big times fans are getting ready to chime in about those Dallas Cowboys. Raphael,
I jump on board and everyone in the comments is blowing up.
Well, this is what's happening, bro. Listen, we'll be here all night. I know you got numbers to crunch and things to keep an eye on. So pop back in whenever you can, right? As things are moving, if you got the ability, we're here hanging, bro.
I got 6 TVs in front of me, and I can guarantee you the NFL draft would not be on sound. I have hockey, NBA playoffs. The Cubs already swept the Astros today. So I'll be watching hockey.
That's a way to win the heart of the Carney boys. That's a good way to
win. Me, I got the Cubs. As you can see, my World Series stuff in the background.
Yeah, they're big. They're big.
Cubs I was at Game 6 crying, and then I could have went to Game 7, but I flew home to watch it with my folks. I surprised them to watch that game with them.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Well, go Cubs, go.
All right, Ralph, we'll check in with you. Let's bring in super fan Doug Brooks, who's going to round out this group for the night. The big time himself of the Big Time Show. And brother, we're already seeing your guys get in here, start commenting. We know where your allegiance lies, big bro.
First of all, let's get things right. Ladies and gentlemen, pandemonium has just entered the building. Smoke, and I can't breathe. I can't see. I can't. Lord have mercy. Please stop.
You look like Dak Prescott in the backfield trying to find a wide open receiver.
I'm in the building. Hello to everybody that's here. Brian and Sports Talk with Dad and Kyle. Great to see you guys tonight. Those that are in the chat, those of you that will be watching this replay, hey, it's just good to be here tonight. This is absolutely awesome. Just guys just talking about ball, man. Yeah. This is what it's all about. This is we can do this. Well, I'm a little older. I don't know if I can do this all night.
So big time. I heard a strange trade possibility this morning that involved your team.
Yes, sir.
Dak Prescott and a draft pick to try to get up and get one of the big quarterbacks.
I don't think so. I believe that they will try to give Trey Lance a chance. He's cheap. Of course, you can get this guy here. It just absolutely makes no sense to get a quarterback to me right now. Not right now. We don't need to trade away any draft picks. We're already missing one in the 4th round. We don't need to give up any more. And to be honest with you, unless you're telling me I'm going to get Caleb Williams, unless you're telling me I'm going to get Jaden Daniels, that might be the only entertainment I like. I can't bet the farm on Drake May. I can't bet the farm on Michael Penix. I can't bet the farm on Bo Nix. No disrespect to those guys. But to move up from 24, you're not going to 24 to get to 12.
You know what you got in number 4. You know what you have.
We're
That's
talking
the
about
thing,
an all-pro
right?
quarterback. I mean, he was just second team all-pro, MVP runner-up. I mean,
sure, I wish he was on my team.
I mean,
I'll
most
take Dak
teams
Prescott
would
in a
love
second.
to have him. So, I mean, I don't want to do anything with him. We're going to let it roll this year, and then if they decide to let him walk, then we start talking about that. But as for now, I don't believe that trade. I believe just a bunch of rumors, people playing poker and everything else right about now.
It also gets crazy, doesn't it? It gets crazy.
Yeah,
some of these
right now. Everybody just lying. Everybody just, talking all the kind of trash. But listen, I'm glad to be here tonight. Of course, our ratings will go up at 24 if we're everybody wants to see what the Cowboys are gonna do. Everybody knows it. The haters will join in, the lovers will join in. So we got a little ways to go. But tonight is gonna be a fun night, and I'm just grateful to share it with the brothers on tonight.
Hey, big time. One more question before you hop before the draft starts here. Dallas Cowboys did my favorite thing about 10 years ago, which is they built that offensive line strong. Are you going to be happy if they walk away with an offensive lineman tonight?
I'm banking on it. I got 2 in mind. I got Graham Barton in mind, and I love the center from Oregon, Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yes.
Either way it goes, I that's who I wanted.
Yeah, there's your guy right there. There's a good look at your guy right there.
Look, he is a monster. I know, not trying to talk about him. He is a monster. But as I said before, even on my show, the versatility of that guy who can move from offensive tackle to center, both spots are needed on our line. He fits the bill for either one. So I'm really excited. If he's there, I'm not entertaining nothing. We got a lot of holes. I am taking him. But I love Johnson as well from Oregon. Yeah. He is awesome, man. Only thing wrong with him is just injuries. That's it.
I'll tell you what, before we take our first commercial break of the night, Big Time, we'll catch up with you in a little bit, right? So hang tight. We know you're going to be popping in and out throughout the night. Hey, let's look at that draft order, right? So the big board, what it looks like as the draft gets ready to start in 3 minutes and 35 seconds, right? As we get ready to go there. I'd love to see if we have that. There it is. So here's how it sits right now, fellas. And look, obviously a lot of this can change. Everybody's been talking about it, but it's Chicago 1, Washington 2, New England 3. You feel like the quarterbacks go there and the movement's there. You got a couple of teams that definitely don't need quarterbacks in 4 and 5. And then you're right. A lot of this stuff, guys, does kind of can settle in to these picks. Before we go to the break, Tim, your thoughts on at least what the big board looks like to start?
I think you're going to see the Vikings or the Giants try to make the move up to get their quarterback of the future. I think there's going to be a couple teams in the back end of the draft, maybe Green Bay, maybe Dallas. He'll try to move up a couple spots. If somebody looks like they're going to take Cooper DeJean, I think the Packers may try to move up a little bit to grab it. They've got the draft capital. They've got 5 in the first 91 picks. So they've got the capital to do it. I don't think there's going to be more than 3, maybe 4 trades, even though people are predicting 10. I just don't see that.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think, Kyle?
I think you're going to see a lot of quarterback busts taken. I really do. I think you're going to see a lot of good players fall because people are obsessed with quarterbacks, and a lot of teams on the back end are going to be real excited with how their night's going to go.
Yeah. We are just a matter of moments away from this draft kicking off 8:00 Eastern. Be a few minutes after that gets started. So why don't we take our first break of the night? When we come back, Russ is going to rejoin the show, and we're going to take a look at those big 3. Right? We think those quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, right? We'll bring Russ Landy back in here and we'll break down the big 3 after this quick commercial break. You're watching the very first ever NGBN TV NFL Draft Watch Party. We'll be right back.
More from the NGBN Draft. A word from our sponsors. Welcome to Family Farms, where our culinary journey is woven with passion, dedication, and a commitment to crafting the finest bacon-wrapped chicken, a timeless delicacy that has tantalized the taste buds since 1974. At Family Farms, we're more than just a traditional name. We've evolved into purveyors of gourmet delights. Join us on this flavorful adventure, where every bite tells a story of tradition, quality, and the enduring spirit of Family Farms.
1 week after launching our exclusive sneak peek, NGBN TV was live for 3 days of continuous coverage from Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas.
NGBN TV is live from Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58.
The one-of-a-kind streaming TV network for men in their 40s, 50s, and 60s was the conversation for the big game about men's mental health. In the world of athletes, celebrities, and influencers, we're on notice. But we're just getting started with new partnerships announced like the Team Nike 3-on-3 Championship and new platforms available to download the NGBN TV app. So, what are you waiting for? Download the app today from your favorite streaming device or check us out at ngbn.tv. This is NGBN TV.
You're hanging with NGBN, live during the NFL Draft Watch Party.
It's 8:00 on the East. That means the NFL Draft just a mere moment from getting started here. The commissioner will walk out on that stage. And look, we, like you, we're watching it, right? Fellas, you guys got it on TVs. Russ, you got it. I got it right over here. Like, we're watching just like you. And what we're doing is we're hanging out, right? We can't show you the draft here on our airwaves. The big boys have that, right? But we're just going to hang, break it down with you, talk about it, have some fun. Off to a great start, man. Big time delivering as always. Great to talk with Raph about what the numbers look like. We got more guys joining in. And of course, we've got the pigskin professor himself, Russ Landy. Big Dan Fouts fan, by the way. Respect to Dan Fouts.
Great jersey.
Good one, bro. It's such a good jersey. Some of the best all-time uniforms.
Oh, yeah. I still wonder what he would do today with the rules, how many yards he'd throw for. Him and Marino.
Oh, my God. They'd light it
break
up.
some records.
That's yeah, you're right about that. Russ, why don't we, because we got a few minutes, right? The Bears will officially go on the clock here. We got to think we know what that pick is going to be. Seems to be a stone cold lead pipe lock. But here are the big three, right? What happens at 1, 2, 3? Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May. Is it 1, 2, 3 for these guys? What do you think? And just your analysis sort of on the big three of this year's draft, right? We're not saying they're the biggest three ever, but for this year, they're kind of the big three.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, firstly, I do think it'll be these guys. I mean, and it's a unique threesome. I mean, Caleb is an immensely gifted kid. When you watch this kid play, the ball comes out fast. He's very accurate when he's got his feet planted and he knows where he's going with the ball. Smart kid. There's no off-field concerns about this kid getting in trouble or doing anything you're not happy about. He can do everything you want physically. I think the big concern for me is when I watch film of this kid, firstly, he charts out very well. And I have a system and he charts out extremely well. But when I watch him, he turns down some of the easy throws. And while I get that sometimes you want to make the big play, and that's great at USC, great at Michigan to be able to do that. When you get to the NFL level, turning down big throws can be a major risk because these defensive coordinators, they know how to stop the big stuff generally from happening. So when they're giving up short stuff, that's because they're trying to protect the big stuff. And when you see that in the NFL, you got to get rid of it, make the short play, get that 7 to 10 yard completion. He overlooks those at times. I think that could be something that turns into a problem. Jaden's a unique guy because there's a little bit of Lamar Jackson there in terms of just rare athletic traits. He can throw the ball very well. I don't know about his feel and comfort level in the pocket. When Lamar came out, he was very poised in the pocket for a great athlete who made plays with his feet. He was remarkably situated in the pocket. He felt pressure. He would slide. He didn't always jump. Jaden tends to be a guy who jumps a little bit. I'm not sure if he's got that comfort level in the pocket. And when he does run with the ball, he gets me a little scared because he's a little bit sort of not even worried about how badly he gets hit. He's just going to run and take shots. So I like him. I'm a little concerned about the injury factor and his presence within the pocket. Drake May to me, of these three, is the scariest of the three because I see it. I get big kid, looks apart, big arm. But when I watch him, he does not do enough to make me think this guy is a guy I feel confident is going to be a starter. Now, does he have a chance at it? 100%. I'm not going to shoot a kid and say, hey, this kid's in the first round, no chance of being a starter. But I don't see anything when I watch this kid that says, hey, he's special. You have to take me early. I see a kid that's got good arm, good size, better athlete than he gets credit for, but not consistent enough. Misses a lot of throws he should make. To me, he's not a guy to jump out and take in the first round.
Of all these quarterbacks, situation is going to make the biggest difference for me into how they do long term. Which of the Chicago, Washington, or New England is the best situation for one of these guys to go to?
Ooh, that's a great question. You know, I actually like the Chicago situation a lot because I think what they've done a great job of, and give GM Poles, assistant GM Ian Cunningham, and their head coach Matt Eberflus credit is they've realized, hey, Justin Fields wasn't the guy, but we're not just throwing everything under the bus because Justin's gone. We're going to keep trying to build this team. So they've done a lot of work. They've taken offensive linemen high in the draft. They acquired Keenan Allen. They've done what they can to build a strong roster around whatever quarterback they're going to bring in, which you all think it's going to be Caleb Williams. So Caleb's not walking into a team that's barren in terms of talent. So if you're going to go somewhere, I think it's a great spot to be in. They have been bad at quarterback for a few years. So it's an opportunity also. He doesn't have to come in and be great. He just has to come in, show that there's potential, behind a good young team, and I think that the future is bright. Whereas Washington, I get a little bit nervous of where they're going to be in terms of have they started to build that team? Is it going in the right direction? I'm not sure. So I think Williams is going to the best situation of those guys in the top few picks.
Was there some talk? Am I crazy? But like a few months ago, handful of months ago, where people are like, I don't know if Caleb's that excited about being in Chicago and being with the Bears. And it seems like that's fizzled a little bit. Maybe that's just stuff that gets drum up right in the early days of the draft process to try to get people moving. What's your take on that, Russ?
Well, firstly, I mean, there's no doubt there are kids that don't want to go to teams they end up with. It's just the way it is.
I know. The Giants won 2 Super Bowls because Eli Manning said no to the Chargers.
Exactly.
It was amazing.
Exactly. It's going to happen. But in the end, I think most of these kids are smart enough, especially a quarterback that's been through what this young man's been through in terms of being at USC, being the center of attention. He understands, hey, I'm going to go to the Bears. It's a great franchise historically. They've got some great people there. I mentioned their GM, assistant GM, head coach. They also have a great president in Kevin Warren. So it's going to be run well. There's not going to be a lot of craziness in the building. So I think he's like, you know what? I met with these people. It's a historic franchise. I feel comfortable. I think a lot of it is young guys are like, oh, I don't want to go to a bad team initially. I don't think it's so much about the city. I think a lot of guys that are used to winning don't want to go to a team with the first or second pick because they don't want to lose.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard when you've lost some of these guys come in with 4 losses in college and they're going to a team that won 4 games last year. I mean, that's a big stunning change for you in terms of how you deal with that mentally. So I don't think it's a personal thing against the Bears. I just think do I really want to play for a losing team? And I think once he got to know people, he feels more comfortable.
I was a Packers fan in the 70s and 80s. I understand that well.
I've been a Packers fan with 3 back-to-back Hall of Fame quarterbacks, so I don't know that well at all, and I'll keep continuing not knowing that.
Can you tell me, though, who's that third one?
Yeah,
I know about 2 of them. I must have missed the third one yet.
All you need is love. All you need is love. That's all you need. I can sing it for you if you want me to.
I think somebody else sang it really well once, so I think we'll leave it there.
My question to you is, of these top 3 quarterbacks, which one do you think would benefit the most from doing a Jordan Love or an Aaron Rodgers and sitting for a few years before he gets a chance to start?
I think Jaden would. I think
really?
When you watch Jaden, he's electric, but that pocket, that comfort level in the pocket is inconsistent. And that's something you can get him 3 preseason games a year, get him a lot of reps in practice, get him on scout team so he can be exposed to blitzes and different things. Yeah. Give him a little bit of time to get used to some of the things he's not used to. Caleb is seeing pretty much what's going to come. I mean, he's played big-time ball for a lot of snaps, and he's comfortable in the pocket. I'm not saying that there aren't some concerns, like I said, about him turning down some easy plays, but I think he's pretty poised within the pocket. He's pretty comfortable. Jaden at times is poised, at times he isn't. That's something. Sometimes give a kid a chance to take a deep breath, take the coaching he's going to get some experience in the preseason. A year or 2 as a backup might be ideal for him.
My question is, Drake May, can you teach him accuracy?
Well, I am not a big believer that you can if a guy has good technique. If a guy has awful technique, yeah, you have a good chance of being able to adjust it. And I will give you guys a great story. I tell people this all the time. I won't name the player because I don't think it's appropriate. But there was a quarterback that was coming out. It was over a decade ago. And when I graded him, his accuracy graded out in the bottom third of quarterbacks I'd charted of all time. I mean, it was really bad. Yeah. Well, and remember, I started in 98 charting these guys.
Yep.
So we're not talking all time,
right?
But my all-time.
Sure. Yeah.
And I'm sitting at the Senior Bowl, and this quarterback is throwing, and every third pass is either in the dirt or over the head of the receiver. And I turned to this guy who I'd worked with in the league, and he was now, I think, either a quarterback coach or a coordinator. I said, hey, what do you do with this guy? And he said, Russ, he said, this guy is the hardest guy for me to feel comfortable with. He said, his lower body mechanics are perfect. He said, his upper body mechanics are nearly perfect. He said, all I can do to make him more accurate is pray. And I'm not taking the guy in the first round if that's all I can do to fix him. So, and the guy played in the league, but accuracy was his downfall. He didn't survive. So it's one of those things. Yes, when you have a Tim Tebow who had the big, long windup and awful footwork, or even Jordan Love when he came in, he was a very upright, like straight-legged thrower. You can fix that and adjust accuracy. But when guys come in and they're fundamentally sound, it's really hard to fix accuracy. And that's the issue that I look at with May is there are times he's set, his footwork is solid, he throws it, and it's way off. And and I'm not saying it's never been done. I'm just saying fixing accuracy when guys' mechanics are good is not easy.
Well, and that's what scares me the most about Drake May. If you look, especially on his crossing routes, his receivers bailed him out a lot. A lot of those were behind. And in the NFL, if you end up making that type of throw, it's 50 yards down the field in the other end zone.
Yep. And that I will say, that's one of those ones where it's important. And this is where the scouts going to the schools is valuable. When you see a quarterback who is throwing crossing routes and regularly is putting it behind them, that's where you have to talk to the offensive coordinator saying, hey, does your system have a rule that says if he sees a hit coming, you want it behind him because you want an incompletion over a hit? So you have to find that out. Because if the coach says, hey, we tell him don't lead a guy into basically a car crash, okay, that's a different story. And that's where the scouts going to the school, finding out that information is so valuable. Now, other schools, they may not care. If you watch some guys, they throw guys into train wrecks all the time, and that's fine. But you need to find that out to make sure you're not saying, hey, I'm killing the kid for something they're telling him to do.
Right.
All right, I got my eyes on the draft. The Bears officially on the clock. The 10-minute countdown to the first pick is now officially underway. And by the way, the commissioner out there with Detroit royalty, Marshall Mathers himself, out there kicking it off. And, of course, a bunch of great Lions, including the greatest Lion of all time, Barry Sanders out there. But then also saw Megatron, a bunch of other guys. So we are officially underway. The card is likely written up, and Caleb Williams is headed that way, but the Bears on the clock now.
I do want to say, and Barry Sanders is great, but for any Lions fans watching, just remember their one playoff game against the Packers in Lambeau, Barry Sanders had 0 yards. I just want to throw that out there.
I think it was actually -1.
Even better. Even better.
Well, there is always that. Interesting, a team missing from the first round this year, those Carolina Panthers. I'm in the great state of North Carolina, and they've sort of mortgaged the farm for last year's pick. And so they're the only team right in the league that doesn't have a first round pick tonight. So everybody else gets to be active and make things
I wouldn't
happen.
be surprised to see the Panthers trade back in, though. It wouldn't surprise me at all. They need a lot of help. And if they can trade in to get a Mims in the first round later on, because I think he is going to fall, they need to protect the quarterback. They just do. He is small. He's 185 pounds soaking wet. He is as smart can be. But if you don't keep him on his feet, then you're in trouble. So it would not surprise me to see Carolina do whatever they have to do to get back in this draft to get themselves left tackle.
Yeah, well said. I'll tell you what, Russ, we've got AC of AC Sports Live, Anthony Cobbs, waiting in the wings. Let's bring Anthony in, say hi to him for a few minutes. We'll bring you back, right?
That
After
sounds
the first pick goes down here in just a matter of moments. And so joining the show now, I assume he's ready. He looked ready to me. I could see him in the virtual green room. We got this hangout spot, but of course, our resident Eagles fan in the Kelly Green tonight, AC of AC Sports Live, the UCLA Bruin, the former New Orleans Saint. What's up, AC?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing tonight?
Doing great. How you
doing? The show
doing?
just got a lot cooler, boys.
Man,
I got a lot cooler.
We can't mess this up like the Justin Jefferson draft, man. We can't mess this up.
What do you mean? It worked out perfect for the Eagles. I don't know what you're talking about.
Your team's sitting back there a little bit, man. They're going to make a move and get themselves up a little bit?
No, I think we can sit tight. Our team is not that bad. I mean, losing.
Bro, it was not good. It was not good.
Losing Jason Kelsey is huge, but he already, pretty much handed it off to a youngster. I want us to grab a top of the line center, the kid out of Oregon, but we need DB help. We need linebacker help, but we're not in dire straits to go up and give up the draft for a guy that we're not sure about. It's not science, guys. It's just speculation and hopes. So, we'll see.
Let me ask you, though, AC, who's going to be around to teach the new center how to cheat on the tush push and put that ball in front of the first yard down marker before he snaps it?
It's called the brotherly shove, by the way.
The brotherly shove will be taught by Lane Johnson. Lane Johnson and Jalen Hurts will give instructions in camp, and they'll get it going.
That's right. Listen, Jim Scarano pumped because he's got an Eagles fan on the screen right now. Good to see you, Chef. Hey, while we wait for this pick, AC, right? UCLA Bruin here. You should see a UCLA Bruin go pretty high tonight. Defensive guy, Latu, outstanding player, a huge motor. But, man, you've sat through the draft. You've waited till the process after it, got a chance to play in the league for a little bit. So, man, what was that experience like for you as we wait for this first pick to come in from the Chicago Bears?
Well, being to a few draft parties and things didn't work out as they planned, I just watched the draft by myself when it was my turn because I knew I had a long shot to be a 5th, 6th, or 7th round pick, and the calls didn't come until after the draft and my phone starts ringing. But, the opportunity was still a blessing, man. It was still a great time in my life just to be wanted by a few teams, to just come into camp and show what I can do. I was only a 1-year starter, so I still had, high hopes of just trying to be, in that arena just for a little while, because I know the lifespan of an NFL player is very short. But just to come off, changing positions in college and, not having a ton of film, but having some good measurables. I had a great pro day, so I had a chance. And then just having a cup of coffee playing for Mike Ditka was an awesome experience. So, I'm thankful, and I'm still a lifelong fan. So let's see what happens with these young guys today.
Let me ask you, AC, before the Bears make this pick here, you being in the league, coming into the league your first year, mentally, what do these players have to be ready for when they're coming into the league for the first time?
I can't imagine, because when I came out, we didn't have access to the world like these young people. I mean, as far as the rookie symposium sounds a whole lot different as far as the warning signs and the pitfalls these kids can get into with all this money and access they have. But we came in and we were wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, and we listened to our vets. I think today's kids are a little bit more independent, and they don't want to hear from the vets as much, and those are the ones who usually struggle. So if I had advice to give to any rookie going in, is find yourself a good veteran, let them take you under their wing, and learn from those who have done it for a long time. I was blessed to play underneath Aeneas Williams when I first came out.
That's
the
awesome.
Arizona Cardinals, and he was my mentor.
That's a pro.
A consummate pro. I mean, the best technique, man of God, all the good stuff you want to know. Not the most physically talented guy. He was 5'10", maybe ran a 4.6 40, but his technique was on point, and he was a man. He was a man's man. So I really think that's really important for young guys to find a mentor.
What do you do if you're like a Caleb Williams, a Jaden Daniels, and you're walking in and you're expected to be the face of the franchise? How do they have to handle it with the veterans, and how do they ingratiate themselves to those guys?
They have to be a team person, man. You can't go in there and be isolated. We had Ricky Williams came to the Saints when I was there, and
that was quite a draft.
It was quite a draft. That's how I made the team. We gave away the entire draft for one player.
Wow.
And he was more aloof, and he was not a team guy. He was a me guy, and I'm different than everybody else. I don't think he really wanted it that way, but it really turned the guys off. So these guys going into the draft this year, they really have to find a way to become part of the team quickly. So Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Drake May, if you're going to be the face immediately, it's going to be some pushback from the vets who have been there for a long time. So they're going to have to find a way to not just make buddy or kiss butt, but they're going to have to find a way to indoctrinate themselves into that locker room. Because you have the locker room divided between offense, defense, black guys, white guys, veterans, rookies, all these different factions. And the quarterback has to find his spot, his place. So, it's really tough. But, when the team buys in because they know you're bought in, it's a lot easier that way.
Boys, we got the pick in. We have Roger Goodell at the podium. We are going to see what the Bears' future looks like here.
It's a big moment.
It is Caleb Williams. It is Caleb Williams. Let me tell you guys, this is why the Bears are the Bears. They draft a quarterback. This kid has bust written all over him. The maturity issues we've had. Russ talked about holding on to the ball too long, and we're going to talk about that again. This is why the Bears suck year after year. I'm a Packers fan. I love seeing the Bears. It
sounds like your bias is showing a little bit.
I love seeing the Bears suck, but man, I once again feel terrible for Bears fans. They do this to them year in and year out. You can't keep making these mistakes. This has mistake written all over it. Bears fans, I'm sorry. This is why the Bears will always still suck.
Let's get Russ back in here to break down the pick. AC, we'll check in with you in a little bit. Good to hang with you for a little bit. Hanging for the night, right?
They did it again.
Oh boy. Well, listen, what is their option here, right? I mean, you think about the way this draft shakes out, what's available. This is the move that everybody pinpoints as what they have to do. And yes, haven't had a franchise quarterback since Sid Luckman all those years ago. Russ, no surprise here, but maybe just your reaction. Cause I mean, Kyle's kind of over the moon about in a bad way about this thing.
He is, and hey, I get it. He's not, when you look at Caleb Williams, is he, when you chart it out, is he the Andrew Luck or the Peyton Manning? No.
Yeah.
But if you are committed and you're saying, hey, we're pretty confident we're going quarterback here, every kid's got some flaws. There's no perfect quarterback that comes into the NFL. This kid does have a lot of the tools to succeed. Now, can he overcome my concern about turning down the easy play and trying to go for the big play? That's something to be seen. But in terms of release quickness, accuracy, ability to avoid sacks, make plays on the move, there's a lot to like there. The accuracy, we talked about that before, how hard is it to improve when we're talking about Drake May? This kid doesn't have to worry about that. This kid is a very accurate thrower. So I get that there are concerns. And I get that you may say, oh, is this kid, where is he mentally? I get it. But remember, Ryan Poles, Ian Cunningham, even Kevin Warren, their president, these are smart people. Trust me, they didn't draft him without not only investing the time interviewing, but they spoke to everybody at USC. And for any Bears fans, if you remember, when they were trying to figure out their offensive coordinator during the offseason, who was one of the people they brought in and interviewed? It was Cliff Kingsbury. Pretty sure it wasn't with the intent of bringing Kingsbury to Chicago. Pretty sure it was, we need to find out, and we're giving you a free trip to Chicago for 3 days. You're going to tell us about Caleb Williams. When they brought in Kingsbury, everybody I knew in the league said, well, they've already decided on Williams because they want to make sure they're getting the right dude. So, yeah, I get there are concerns, but you're talking about a draft with a lot of quarterbacks where there are questions on each guy. I don't have a problem with the pick, but I am not sold that he is the guy because, like I said, that turning down easy plays scares the bejeebers out of me.
Okay, so
go ahead.
Sorry,
Yeah, go ahead. No, please.
So Caleb Williams is off the board. Washington's on the clock right now.
Yep, about
Probably
5
gonna
minutes.
go with Jaden Daniels. I'm concerned, like you are, just about his size.
It's very concerning, especially if they're going to put him out there now. Because think about it, they're not a good team. You don't pick second
But what
overall.
else are they going to do? I mean, what else are they going to do?
Well, let him, just like the Packers did. Obviously, they had better quarterbacks at the time. But why wouldn't you give him a chance, at least initially, till he feels comfortable?
Yeah.
Now, the one thing it's
who else is there? Who else is in Washington with the Commanders right now?
Right now, you're talking about there's Mariota, who's a great guy to have there as a mentor. Jeff Driscoll. I mean, so you have two guys, and the good thing,
heard of them.
Yeah, exactly. The good thing about both of them is they're both guys who can run.
Yeah, and Mariota
they can lend a little bit, sort of that. Hey, Jaden, here's what you do in certain situations. Don't always take it and run. Do this. Here's how you buy time. So the reality is, you're talking about a line where you have guys like Andrew Wiley at right tackle, Cornelius Lucas at left tackle. None of these guys are guys. No, they're not awful. But they're not guys you're going to pay 20, 30 million to because they're spectacular. So if you're not confident in your line this year, let Mariota be the guy. Let Daniel sit. Maybe he gets 2 or 3 series a game. Let him learn. Let him start adjusting and stuff like that. And then in 25, maybe you can add an offensive lineman this year. All of a sudden, you get another offensive lineman next year's draft. That line is better. Daniels has got a year of experience. And remember, they got a new head coach. They got a new GM. Nobody's getting fired this year if they go 3-14. Yeah. They're going to get a second year.
And you got a division that's, I mean, look, the Eagles look like they were world beaters at the start of last season and fell apart. So this thing is, up for grabs to be able to do that. Is there any chance they take May here at 2, or is Daniels the pick here?
I'd be very surprised if they took May, because at least with Daniels, you can see some, at least to me, some physical traits that scream elite. Now, I'm not saying his whole package is, but when you see the blistering ball he can throw, you see his ability to get rid of it fast. You see his ability to change games with his feet. There's something there that says, okay, if we can work with him and he takes the coaching and we do a good job coaching him, he could be special. Whereas May, I don't know if he'll ever be more than just a solid guy.
My
Well, he's
question
going to
is,
win
how
a
much-
Super Bowl. He's going to win a Super Bowl when the Giants move up to 3 and take him here in about 15 minutes. Okay. So just
my question is, how much pressure is the ownership group, new in Washington, going to put on them to play Daniels right away?
You know, I would.
they can't do any worse than what they've been doing in the past, brother. That's
This is
for
true.
damn sure, right?
This is true. The one good thing they really have going for them, at least this is an outsider's perspective. I've never asked Adam, who's their GM, what it's like with this new owner. But the new owner, Josh Harris, is a very analytics businessman. Very
I'm looking at Doug Williams in the war room, guys. I mean, that's exciting.
And if you, as a guy who knows analytics, if that's what he's following, the data says don't rush quarterbacks. And it doesn't mean you never play them early, because some guys do well. But most players benefit from, even if it's half a season, just getting their feet wet. And you don't know that until they're in your building. If you bring in Daniels and within a week or two they have that rookie mini camp and he blows your doors off, you may say, yep, the ball is yours. Go for it. But you may also say, you know what? We think he needs a little time. And there's nothing wrong with either way. You got to do what fits the kid. And I don't think Josh Harris, at least from what I know of him being an analytics-driven, smart businessman, he's not going to force them to do anything.
Kyle, your feed's a little faster than mine, so you get reporting duty, Kyle. All right,
it's my dream come true. That's all I've ever wanted in my life.
Well, look, it looks like it's happening. You take
Roger Goodell's coming up to the podium right now, announcing the pick, and it is Jayden Daniels going to Washington.
So chalk, boys, chalk at 1 and 2, right?
Yep. This has been pretty easy so far.
Now is when it gets interesting, though, because what is New England going to do? They're taking phone calls.
The question is now, because RG3 to me should have been a Hall of Famer. RG3 was the whole package. To me, I thought Indianapolis should have taken him number 1 overall over Andrew Luck, but they couldn't protect him. He didn't slide either. I mean, that's another issue, but it's what Jayden Daniels has as well, but they couldn't protect him. What's Washington? That's why I think he needs to sit. Washington needs to build this offensive line, at least on the back end of this draft, in order to protect Jayden Daniels so he doesn't get hurt.
And I think they will. I think you're talking about a smart organization. They understand what they have to do. They understand this is not a 2024 build. Mm-hmm. This is a 2026 or 7 build. Yeah. That's what you're hoping for with this kid. So I think they're going to be smart. Now, like I said, he may blow their doors off and step in and within literally a month have everything down pat in terms of learning. And they may feel, you know what, we're going to let the kid play. We're just going to tailor what we do offensively so he's not put in risky situations. We're keeping a tight end or back in on every snap to give him protection, because we understand winning this year doesn't matter. It's about keeping him healthy and getting him experience.
Hey, man,
that may work.
That's right. Heisman Trophy winner, good offense with Brian Kelly at LSU. Russ, let's get Big Time back in here. Let's pop Big Time back in to break down just what he's seen on the first 2. Super fan, BT, the big fella, big bro. All right. It's Caleb Williams number 1. It's Jayden Daniels number 2. Chalk early. What are you feeling? What are you thinking here happens with 3?
At 3, well, first of all, no surprises so far. I'm
just waiting for a trade, boys. I'm waiting for a trade right now.
I really believe that this might be a possibility where the fireworks may begin here. Somebody's going to get a little desperate here in just a few minutes here.
If somebody can't get to 3, somebody's going to get desperate and try to get to 4.
I believe that if the Patriots are here, they need a quarterback. It's obvious. The question really is, who really believes in May? That's really the question. If you believe in him, you're taking him right here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even a theory. It's not even nothing. You're going to take him here. Yeah. If you don't believe in him, the phone is ringing right now as we speak. I have no question about that. So me personally, I'm not sold on May. I'm not. Personally.
If you look at Jim, he just got posted up here. It seems the days of rookie quarterbacks sitting are at an end. And I agree. And I think that's the issue you're going to have with Drake May, is that this kid needs to sit. This kid has a lot of accuracy issues. And if he doesn't sit behind a veteran, which the Patriots don't seem to have, he's going to be in trouble.
I'll take it even further than that, Kyle. Listen, you just got through with Matt Jones. You're gonna have just a repeat of what Matt Jones' career was. That's the way I look at it. I don't see nothing spectacular to say May is a franchise changer. And when you're drafting at 3 and you get a quarterback, you're really saying this guy is our life changer. And
it ain't no trade, fellas. The pick is in, right? So that's happening.
I do have to say, before this pick is in, there was a guy with a pig costume on the screen. For Christmas, I want that Commander's pig costume. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Well, that's for the Hogs back in the day.
So this is the first post Belichick draft. This is kind of a big deal as it relates to sort of the future of their franchise and how they're going to go about their business. And my guess is they're going to do it maybe in a way that's different than what Bill would have done. And that is taking Drake May with a 3rd pick. It is that. It is.
But I mean, Bill Belichick took Mac Jones.
I know, but it was like the one outlier on the way he did that.
I actually feel sorry for Drake May if he gets picked by New England, because he's going to be forced in there, and they just don't have the talent around him.
No. Well, and that could be one of those ones where doesn't make it through, right, and then ends up on that second team and then has wild success. This is my theory on Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen ends up leaving Buffalo and ends up winning a Super Bowl with someone else. Quite frankly, I wouldn't mind if he headed down state and got reunited with his old offensive coordinator. You know what I mean? But we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I think it's got to be May here with 3. That pick was in pretty darn quick. What else are they going to do there?
JJ McCarthy?
Woo, that would be.
Watch Marvin Harrison Jr. go right here. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Or Joe Alt. It would also not surprise me to have them take an offensive lineman.
Robert Kraft was in the war room, so he's involved in this draft pick.
It's a high profile.
They don't technically have a GM. Elliot Wolf is the director of scouting. So I guess Robert Kraft is technically the GM. He's pulling a Jerry Jones big time.
Well,
Drake wearing a very sensible gray suit and a Carolina blue tie, which makes sense for him.
Hey,
but one thing about it, though, I think we got to look at it different, kind of like other than Daniels in Washington. Washington they have players. He's going to fit in well. They will give him time to grow.
Well, here we go, big time. We got Roger Goodell coming to the podium for the Patriots pick right now. The pick is in. Man, I love the Patriots logo. I just have to say, it is Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
There it is.
Wow.
There it is.
They believe in him 1,000% for it to be that quick. No question.
I know this is chalk, but man, it surprises me. The Patriots, with how many holes they have, they at least have to have a plan to have somebody start ahead of him.
They do. Guys, we are up against the bottom of the hour commercial break. Let's take one. When we come back, let's get Russ back in here. We'll break down what's happened at 3, and then we'll see, is somebody coming to 4? Is somebody coming to 4 to move up? Quick break. We'll be right back. More from the NGBN NFL Draft Watch Party right after this.
More from the NGBN Draft Watch Party. But first, a word from our sponsors.
Hey NGBN, it's Brian Jonas with Pick Up the 6 Productions. Join us here at Pick Up the 6 as we introduce you to the men and women among us who go above and beyond through service, purpose, and impact. Whether it's travel in the United States or right here from our studios, we can't wait to pick up the 6 with you.
Hey, it's AC of AC Sports Live, an interactive sports talk show where your comments are part of the show. Every show we focus on the sports stories of today, with commentary on sports takes, my 2 cents, which is a reaction to my social media feed, Sports Flicks, where we take a look at sports movies and give a quick review. We have a segment called Mental Reps, where we have words of inspiration to help battle the dark side of men's mental health. And then there's the Tender Love Report. Who's being soft or petty in the world of sports? Streaming live on the NGBN TV network, Roku, Amazon Fire, and other social media platforms. All takes are welcome under one condition. Say it with your chest. I'll see you there.
You're hanging with NGBN, live during the NFL Draft Watch Party.
We are back, and it's chalk with the first 3 pick quarterbacks off the board. Williams, Daniels, May, just going that way. The Arizona Cardinals on the clock. No trade made yet. One last thought on May. Russ, will get your perspective. I got to spend a little bit of time with him doing some NIL video production with the Carolina Tar Heels at Pick Up the Six. He is a great kid. He is a consummate competitor, and he will be driven to perform. And I think what they like, look, he's big. He's like Justin Herbert size. He fits that NFL box to check, right? How that works at that level is there. So Russ, thoughts on May there? And look, clock's ticking on Arizona and nothing's happening yet.
There's no doubt. I mean, to me, it's I get it. I understand you want that quarterback. And at this spot in the draft, you feel you have to get him because when you come back in the second, you're not going to have a guy that's there that you like. I'm just very concerned about, can he be a good enough player to be a starter? I just know from what I saw of him and what I saw of Mac Jones coming out, I thought Mac was a far better prospect than this kid. So to me, at 3, it seems a little like, wow. Now, I do agree with you. Everybody I've spoken to said this is the kid you want as a person to be your guy because he's going to work until he drops. He's going to do everything you ask him. So there's a lot to like there. It's just, can you improve the consistency? That's the big question with this kid. For Arizona, I mean, this could be a wild one.
Not trading. The pick is in, boys. The pick is in. What were you going to say, Dad?
I was just got. Go ahead, Russ.
Oh, go ahead, my man.
This has got to be Marvin Harrison Jr.
Well, if you talk about a big receiver who doesn't have blazing speed, who's going to be dominant, are you talking about Harrison or are you talking about Larry Fitzgerald? So,
That's what I've been saying.
Similarities there. I mean, Marvin's a big, thick body, great ball skill type guy. Doesn't run, is not a blazer by any stretch.
Necklace of the night might go to Marvin Harrison Jr. too, by the way, rocking some sort of medallion. I don't know what's on that. But
I don't know. There's competition there with who is that?
League Neighbors.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's got quite the necklace on as well.
He does. He does.
I mean, Larry Fitzgerald, Hall of Famer, arguably maybe even better than Jerry Rice.
He is the greatest receiver of all time, yes.
Marvin Harrison Jr., from his pedigree, I think you've got to take him. His work ethic has been outstanding, even if he does come from Ohio State.
His dad's the only reason that Kurt Warner's in the Hall of Fame. I mean, come on, guys.
Wait. Excuse me now?
Oh, don't get it started, Russ. We'll be here all night.
Marvin Harrison Sr. is the reason.
I got the wrong person. I'm sorry.
Okay.
He was Peyton Manning. I completely screwed that up.
Larry Fitzgerald is the reason that
Larry Fitzgerald is the reason. That's what I
about
I think Isaac Bruce had a little story. Holt might have something to say about that.
There's a lot of good players. Roger Goodell, boys, is heading to the front of the stage here. The pick is in. No trades yet.
It's got to be Marvin Harrison Jr.
It's got to be.
I mean, dude, the guy is going to be absolutely electric on day one, and they got to have something with that athleticism.
Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr. from the Ohio State University.
It's just chalking, boys. It's chalk through 4.
Well, okay, but here's the question. Now we're going with the Chargers. They're not going to take a quarterback, obviously. I think Harbaugh wants to move back. What happens in the war room right now when the calls come into him?
Well, I mean, I think my guess is they've already got it figured out, which is here's the guys we still want that are there, whether it's a Bowers or an Alt, and they're trying to figure out how far can they drop to ensure they get one of those. Because you'd rather stay where you are and ensure you get one of them than drop too far and all of a sudden you're trying to trade back up to not miss on them. So I think they want an offensive lineman. If I'm betting,
dude, this is crazy because if Minnesota can't get in here and this thing holds and they pick at 5 and they take Dunes, if they take Rome or if they take Alt, which Alt would be an outstanding pick, right?
Yes,
Alt is a perennial all pro day one. That's the pick.
He's
right?
This year's Joe
But
Thomas.
all of a sudden it's like, where's Minnesota? Like nobody's moving here. These guys talking about Minnesota's got to get up to 4, got to get up to 5. And
this has happened before. If we talk, what was it, 6 years ago, there was a draft where they were talking about we're going to have 1,000 trades in the first round and nobody moved. We're seeing the same thing here.
And also remember, Minnesota's GM Kwesi is another analytics-driven guy, very smart guy. He knows the history. And he probably is looking at it saying, hey, we have McCarthy here, if that's the guy they're thinking about. And they probably run the numbers saying, hey, we don't have to go to 5. We may only have to go to 8 or 9.
Yeah.
So they may be sitting back saying, hey, we're willing to roll the dice.
Well, and you know what? From 11 to 8, Atlanta's got 8, right? And Atlanta doesn't need a quarterback. So if you can make that 11 to 8 move, right?
Yep.
You've got some, because right, the Giants aren't going to take the guy. They're going to take Malik Neighbors here at 6, I'm sure. So you're going to have the possibility to do that. Maybe that's where we start to see this move. Hey, at what point does a trade, right? They got 6 minutes on the clock. Where would a trade come in here?
Well, I mean, I'm sure if they're even considering it, they're on the phones with the teams that they've already spoken with leading up to the draft. And they're just trying to finalize it because the Chargers are probably saying, hey, whether it's, I don't know, Bowers, Alt, and maybe the Neighbors kid, and they're saying there's 3 guys, and say Minnesota's calling, say a team in 11, 12, or 13, they're sitting there saying, okay, what are we willing to do? How big a risk are we willing to take to drop 5 spots and hope that one of our 3 gets to us? So they're doing that, and I'm sure if there are teams calling, they're trying to play each one off each other to maybe get an extra second or an extra third thrown in. Because if you're going to move out, you want to squeeze for every cent you can. And the longer it takes for them to turn in the pick, the more confident I feel that they are trying to get out of that pick.
Hey, is it all just a verbal agreement on the phone? And then you got to make the paperwork?
No, you have to fill out a card. Well, I should say fill out a card. Now you send an email on the card.
We're giving you this and you're for that.
Yeah. And both teams have to send it. If only one does, they don't say it's okay. And once both do, there's no backing down. Like if you both send it, then all of a sudden one of the teams you're on the phone with says, all right, we'll throw in the extra first. Yeah, well, life's tough.
Why would Minnesota, though, for example, why would they give up 2 first-round picks for J.J. McCarthy?
I don't think they're going to. I don't think
and I don't mean to interrupt you, Brian. I think
it
really comes down to, as an organization, if you are the Vikings, say, and you as an organization feel, hey, we feel JJ is a frontline starting quarterback, there is no question in our mind. Everything we've done, all the work we've done, he is a starter, which means he's the top of the first-round guy. If you feel he's a starting quarterback, he's the top of the first-round guy, hey, if you got to trade 2 ones to get him, you got to do it. Because as my old friend said, and it's so true, it's really easy to make the playoffs when you have a good quarterback. It's virtually impossible to make the playoffs when you don't have a good quarterback.
So we've went chalk so far.
Yep.
My question is, who is in that green room right now setting up to drop down way farther than they think they were planning on tonight?
That is a great question. You know, let me pull up my little list here, and I'll tell you who I think it's going to be.
I tell you what. While he's pulling that up, I think it's going to be Byron Murphy from Texas. I really think he is going to start to fall. It seems to be an offense-guided draft here, and I think you're going to see some defensive players, especially interior linemen, start to fall down.
I think it's either going to be him, or I do think it could be the Rome Aduze kid from Washington.
Really?
Because until someone jumps up and goes and gets Neighbors, because there's going to be some quarterbacks now, some tackles. As Neighbors starts to slide, Aduze is going to slide too.
That's fair.
So
That's a good
I can see him drop into that 12-15 area when people thought he might go top 10 initially.
Well, there's only 3 minutes left, so they must be talking to somebody.
I would assume they are. I definitely got the impression that this pick was up for grabs, and a lot of people felt this was the pick that could change the first round.
Man.
Because here's your shot to get the 4th quarterback. If you are so definitive in your building that you've got to get the guy.
Under 3 minutes on the clock, man. I mean, this thing is ticking away. They're taking every hot second of it.
Let me
be able to do it.
For this, how many of these conversations were had pre-draft? Like, are these decisions already made and it's just leverage now?
Well, it's a combination. You've made the decision. You've spoken to these teams. You've come to agreement generally. Sometimes on day of, the agreement changes. But a lot of it also comes down to, you may have had these discussions, but when you sit there and it's time to go and you say, gosh, darn, we have 3 guys we like. We have to drop 7 picks for this team that's really willing to make the trade. And there's some waiver. Do you really feel comfortable doing it? Or do you rather stay put and say, we know we're getting one of the guys we want?
Hey, listen, we had to bring the big fella back in because the big time fans are in the chat and they're like, we need the big fella. We need big bro back in here. We need big time in here. What do you think so far, man? Chargers taking their time here.
It's electrifying. I mean, come on now. But you guys are doing an outstanding job covering so far. Really, there are no surprises so far. Everything is going exactly like most mock drafts have went. I think the Chargers may be a little friction, but I don't know if that's going to be.
The pick is in.
I'm saying that one thing about Harbaugh, he loves to run the ball. You got to have a line in order to run the ball. So I don't see I think it'll be that kid from Notre Dame, to be honest with you, about to go in.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, I see you, Commish, Adam Silver.
As well, too. A great pick.
Well, pick is in, right? So once again, man, we're through 5 picks here.
Yeah.
Nobody jumping up. Now I'm starting to get excited because you know what's next. But let's see what happens here with 5.
We're going so far. It's been chalk. What is this going to make some of those teams that are lower in the draft want to move up a little bit? Because there's going to be a lot of talent that's starting to slide down that board.
Oh, yeah. When you start seeing every team is targeted, most draft boards have 13 to 19 guys with first round grades. So if there's a guy you start seeing slip and you're at 27, you start trying to figure out, okay, where is that line and who's the guy we want to go get? And that's when you see teams start calling and saying, hey, maybe we can get to 9 or 10 without having to give up the farm. But still, a lot of teams don't want to give up a lot when you're down low because you have to give up a ton to go from 20s to inside 10.
You guys see what Big Time does, what Doug Brooks does? He's got viewers from Italy watching at 3 a.m. right now. That's how he gets down.
I'm electrifying, man.
You got him in the boot watching you, man.
Baby,
Joe is in the boot right now.
Man, I'm telling you, Joe has been with me for a long time, man. I'm international, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm international, baby. Welcome to NGBN, Joe. Welcome to the NGBN.TV network. Appreciate you coming in on us.
Roma Dunze, Joe Alt, Malik Neighbors. What's happening here, Russ?
I'm hoping it's Brooke Bowers. That's just my if it's me. Because I think a tight end changes everything. It would be a flip of the coin. Alt and him would be the two guys because they've got their left tackle. Alt could be their right tackle, and they have the two.
Boy, Herbert would love Bowers.
Bowers, the special tight end.
Yeah, but he can't block, though, guys. You're talking about needing a tight end.
That's okay.
Russ is a great executive you are. Please tell me why nobody usually drafts a tight end that high. That is mighty high for a tight end.
Why don't they?
I mean, yeah.
Russ, I'm going to cut you guys off real quick because Roger Goodell is at the podium.
Let us know, Kyle. This is my favorite part. Kyle calling the picks. I'm loving this.
The pick, Joe Alt, offensive tackle,
go.
Notre Dame.
It's
wow.
Harbaugh loves to run the ball.
He likes the
ball.
Great call, big time. Oh, goodness.
So, there's no question. Harbaugh is the coach. He's a grinder.
I love this kid. Look at this kid.
Oh, he's special.
He's back there crushing Diet Cokes.
He's special. He's special, man.
The Alt family loves Diet Cokes. If you're watching the broadcast, the Alt family loves Diet Cokes.
So does the Kearney family.
Look at the one. Well, the kid's got the pedigree, guys. Right? This is about as smart a pick as the Chargers can make. Right?
I agree.
This is as good a pick. This might be honestly of all so far. Marvin Harrison Jr. Great. This is a great pick. This just makes sense.
Well, if you just look in the last 5-10 years, while everybody says that passing is taking over, the teams that are winning in the Super Bowls are the teams that are winning the line of scrimmage. So if your O-line and D-line are strong, you got a chance. And my old boss, Coach Vermeil, used to always say, and I believe it to the death, and I might have said it on your show, guys, but if the quarterback's the most important, Cat, then the guys who can knock him out of the game are next, and the guys who can keep him upright are next. So you got to be strong there. So now the Chargers have Bosa and Mack on defense, and they've got Slater and Alt at tackle. They should be good on the O-line, D-line for the next 5-7 years.
For Joe Alt to be compared to Joe Thomas, that's about as high a praise as you can possibly give somebody.
No doubt.
Well, I'm going to sound weird in this one, but man, that guy's got a backside the size of a truck. I mean,
no doubt.
My goodness.
He must work out.
He's special.
He must work out, yeah.
Man, he is hugging. I'm assuming that's his girlfriend, and he is a giant human being. This is big time. I think you hit the nail on the head here, and you too, Russ. This is a great pick for Harbaugh.
Great pick. A foundational pick for the future, and plus he's also great when you break him down. Russ, I'm quite sure you can speak to this better than I can, but he's also excellent in pass coverage, pass protection as well. He will maul you in the run game, and then he can protect his butt off and pass. So, I mean, you get the best of both worlds. You got a very young, great, up-and-coming quarterback that's going to be protected, and then you got a guy who will knock your head off running the ball. So, I mean, it's just the best of both worlds.
Brian, 5 minutes left on the clock here for your boys. You sweating this thing out? What's going to happen here?
It's Malik Neighbors, but I'll be honest, I'm a weirdo. Part of me is just like, you know what? Just take McCarthy. Get crazy. Let's get crazy. Let's get crazy, man. Let's get crazy. Let's get JJ in there. Let's get nuts. Do something crazy. I mean, look, they did it a few years ago, but like it'll be Neighbors. He's outstanding. Daniel better be healthy to throw him the football, or they better address it later. I mean, they're going to have to do something there, but
no trades again. The pick is in.
Here we go.
They're making a pick.
I'm going to just throw this in. Bowers would look real good on this pick, Brian.
He would.
You just want him to do that because you want the Giants to get a tight end and not one of the top wide receivers.
I'm scared because Waller is still there too.
Waller's still.
Oh my God, man.
Well, listen, we know a thing or two about having pretty flashy LSU wide receivers.
It's true.
Now the other one flashed it and then fizzled. So hopefully, if they get this young man here, Malik Neighbors, he'll flash it and it'll hold a little bit longer than the way
did he fizzle or did his knee fizzle?
Well, it was a lot of issues. They all went on a cruise or on a boat or something and took their shirts off and wore jeans, and it was never right since that moment on.
Well,
that's pretty much what happened. I'm going to be quiet for a minute here. You guys go. I'm going to just watch this happen, all right?
The GM of the Jets, Aaron Rodgers, is hoping that Bowers is still there for him.
You're right.
For sure.
No doubt about that.
For sure.
Makes his life a lot easier.
Personally, I could care less about what the Giants do here, to be honest with you. But you know,
there's McCarthy on screen. They just showed McCarthy. He's not on his phone. He's not on his phone.
Rubio asking when the next long snapper is going to happen here, and Rubio, I would take him right now. I'm just saying that would be my pick as a respect.
Everybody knows the Giants are yeah.
Hey, we took one in the 4th round when I was at the Browns.
Oh wow.
Wow.
A long
hey, as a Giants fan would know, a long snapper is very, very important in this league.
Yeah. We took Ryan Pontbriand from TCU. Yeah. In the 4th round.
They're zooming in on the stage right now in Detroit. We have Roger Goodell walking to the podium. I tell you what, for a guy that just had back surgery, he is walking real well.
Hey, I just got a text from my buddy that I host the Circle of Trust show with, Jamie Roseborough. It says Russ is great. He's killing it.
Oh, he's outstanding.
Great work, Russ. Yeah, you are, man. Pigskin Professor. Pigskin Professor is
all right. The pick is Malik Neighbors from the New York Giants.
They had to do it. They had to do it.
Going LSU again. This is a great pick for you guys. You're giving Daniel Jones some help here, Brian. You got to be excited.
I feel good. You're making me feel better because I want something great. But this kid is outstanding, right? Home run hitter, can do it all over the field. Big time player. And if it is, look, DJ will be back. But even if they get another quarterback and they figure that thing out, you got to have weapons. They have not been able to really press the field.
It's true.
We've seen that. And Saquon's gone, and we better be doing something.
Well, hey, that's where Daniel Jones is great. He's great at flinging it down the field, and now he has a big old target to hit. I think this is going to turn just for you. I'm going to say this is going to turn them into a Super Bowl contender.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
I'm lying, but I'm going to say it just for you.
My question is, how far is JJ McCarthy going to slide now?
Well, what is it? All right, catch me up to speed. Sitting at 7 is Tennessee. Their lineman's gone now. Now there's other linemen that they could go get.
I don't know if you take another lineman this high. There's no home run hitters like Joe.
Well, Atlanta's not going at 8 unless somebody's moving up into the 8 hole for McCarthy. Yeah, now
I don't know. I've heard things about Atlanta, and Russ, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I've heard Kirk Cousins is getting older there. It wouldn't surprise me to take a JJ McCarthy at 8 to sit behind Kirk
like
Cousins.
A good neighbor. Malik is there. Let's go, baby.
I don't know if they take him here. I could see in the 2nd round. Atlanta could go that way. I will say I think Tennessee's going with the Penn State tackle here. That's just my guess.
But he's got tiny hands.
You don't need big.
He's got Walker Jr. hands. He's got Kenny Pickett hands, man.
Tackle. And actually, you only need arms that are longer than 30.
Hold on a minute. Joe.
First round grade, though, man.
Joe has the best comment of the year.
Joe,
no doubt.
I know you're in Italy. Maybe you're not too far from Vatican City. Maybe you took counsel with the Pope. Don't bring the maker into this one to try to save my team. That's good. It's too good.
He's trying to give you a chance.
Well, listen.
Hey, everybody in the chat, if you don't mind, everybody hit the like button for it real quick.
Please.
Smash it about 20 times. It ain't gonna take me about.
Hey, like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you get to enjoy this show as much as we enjoy making it.
So, Russ, do you think
hit that heart button? Hit that heart button if you're on YouTube.
So, Russ, do you think anybody's trying to trade with Tennessee to move up and grab McCarthy?
In all honesty, at this point, if McCarthy hasn't gone, at this point, I think teams are probably taking a deep breath saying he's going to keep falling. So, because if someone was going to go,
maybe it's Las Vegas.
Could be Vegas, could be Minnesota, one of those teams waiting on him.
Can we see that draft order real quick? I know we got 5 guys here, but that would answer a lot of the questions for us.
Yeah, we sure can. We definitely sure can. There it is.
Watch the Bears.
Look at it, right? Tennessee, Atlanta, Chicago,
Denver right? Is good. Denver's
well, Minnesota might get their wish, and McCarthy might just be sitting at 11. They can just scoop him right there.
He's going. JJ is going at either 11 or they just got Zach Wilson with Denver, so that's not it. It's Minnesota.
Minnesota. What happens if Penix goes before McCarthy?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Right? You're talking about another elite quarterback. There are a lot of people that really like that kid.
Look at Daboll. Daboll looks so happy. Bro, you better not screw this up, Brian.
Joe, you're not just playing.
He'll be really happy if he's sitting in the same spot next year.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh
man.
We'll see. Well, the time's still ticking on the Titans here. Could we see Russ, do you think we could see a trade here now that their offensive tackle's gone?
I mean, it's definitely possible. I mean, they have a lot of needs. This is not a particularly good team. I mean, I think they are a long ways away. So, yeah, I could definitely see them saying, hey, what's more important, taking a kid here or we trade and maybe we get an extra 2 and maybe a pick next year? So, yeah, I could 100% see them doing it. But I will say, you look at what they did. They got the big lineman from Northwestern last year.
Yeah.
They've got a lot of holes. If you get a lineman here, you got 2 guys for the future you can build around.
What you feel about Mims here, Russ? Mims is a great pick.
He is. I like him. I don't like him as much as the kid from Penn State. That's I love the kid from Penn State just because it's hard to find cats with rare feet who can bend their knees so well and who can absorb and hold their ground. And he's got some unique characteristics to him, the kid from Penn State. He's a little odd looking at times when you watch him block, but man, he is he's a lot like the kid the Chargers took 2 years ago, the Slater.
Yeah.
The athletic kid that's a little bit undersized. He reminds me a lot of the Penn State kid. Just a rare freak athlete that can pretty much do whatever he wants out on the edge.
Yeah, just because you have Bucky Badger on camera, you notice we're not talking about any Wisconsin guys right now.
I don't think we're going to be talking about any Wisconsin guys.
No, Bo Callahan's not in this draft.
Where's Aaron Gibson when you need him?
In other great news, the Carolina Hurricanes are up 3-1 on the on the Islanders right now.
Yep, let's end that Islanders season now.
Beat it.
I want a hockey team in Milwaukee. Bring the Islanders to Milwaukee. We already lost out on the Coyotes.
That sounds good. Send them to you.
I tell you what we are going to do. Let's get this pick. We'll get quick analysis. We're up against 9:00, right? Got to take a commercial break, top of the hour. And we got to get AC back in to give us a little analysis as to what he's seeing. So let's get this Titans pick in. Let's break it down. Let's be prepared to go to a quick commercial after that. We got to take a quick little break here, but let's see what Tennessee does here.
It's going to be interesting here. I think that offensive lineman's still definitely on the table. I just don't see. I mean, could we see a wide receiver here? Is this where Roma Dunze goes?
Dude, Roma Dunze is
I don't
a great
know.
player.
With Trayvon Burks, Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins. I mean,
Calvin Ridley's in his 30s now, though, and he has not looked good the last couple of years.
I don't know. Those 3 guys there, I think you're hard pressed on a bad team to say we're going to use a first-round pick on another receiver. When you have those 3 guys lining up, when your offensive line is a dumpster fire. I think you got to. To me, you got to go O-line or maybe pick up somebody on that D-line that can help Simmons. You have some guys like Sebastian Day and McClendon who are okay, but get another guy in there, get a corner, maybe Bowers. He could help Will Levis here. A guy that can catch that.
We get it, Russ. You love Brock Bowers. Everybody,
everybody. Now, he's not Pitts. Pitts is the best I've ever graded.
Pitts is great.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, and for people to say that Bowers is the best tight end prospect in history, that's a bit of a stretch.
I've not heard that from scouts I've spoken to. I've heard people saying he's in probably the top 5 or 7. Most people that I've spoken to ever agree that Pitts is the best they've ever graded coming out. Mind you, most people also, other than one person, told me Trent Richardson was the best running back they ever graded coming out, and Clearly, that didn't work out so
That
well.
didn't work out well.
At one point, somebody said Tony Mandrich was the greatest offensive tackle coming out too, and that didn't work out either.
Especially when you think the other 4 guys in that top 5 all went to the Hall of Fame.
I guess I did this to myself, didn't I?
Stop
My bad.
reminding me of that draft.
Hey, just remember that was the year I was born, and so the Packers made their last mistake right before I was born. Just saying.
Last
Like one other one.
I have something to do with this. I must. We got Reggie White shortly after. It's just they're like, Kyle is alive. We have to be a good team now.
It's time to turn the corner.
St. Vince talked to
St. Vince talked to the big guy upstairs and said, I like this kid. We got to make sure the Packers start winning.
St. Vince was a great man. And I'll tell you that much. Fun story real quick as we wait for this pick to come in. My grandparents, my mother's parents, bought Vince Lombardi's house from him in Oradell, New Jersey.
That's awesome.
Wow, there you go.
How about that for a story, right?
That is
cool. Jim and Sue Margaret Lepis brought Vincent Lombardi's house from him in Oradell.
That's
New Jersey.
amazing.
So
did he leave anything good behind?
Well, all I know is I've sat on the same throne as the greatest coach to ever do it.
There you
it
go.
really makes me wonder about the parents not changing out the toilet, but that's a whole different
Well,
story.
you're not going to get rid of Vince Lombardi's toilet? Are you kidding me? You don't get rid
We
of the
have
toilet
Roger
like that.
Goodell, guys, at
here we
the
go.
stage saying his little thing.
Saying
his little thing.
Saying his little speech here before
he
the
is
pick.
kind of gingerly getting out there, isn't he?
Yeah.
J.C. Latham, offensive tackle, Alabama for the Tennessee Titans.
Well, we had the right position. We just didn't have the right
That's-
name.
That seems surprising.
Yeah, Mims and the guy that Russ is talking about were graded higher. Well, on most people's mock drafts, though.
But
So
I've
Latham
heard
is good. Latham is good though.
He is.
I've heard Mims going to Green Bay.
I hope not. He can't run block.
I mean, they're going to take Green Bay's going to take defense. Let's be honest, because they always take defense, at least under Gutekunst.
All right, let's get a quick break.
They generally do.
We got more to talk about. Look, we're only 7 picks in to this first round, and we're just cranking away. We're making our way through it. We'll take a quick commercial break. We're going to bring AC back in here because the Falcons are up. There's a defensive lineman from the great UCLA that some talk about maybe this kid potentially going there. So quick break. We'll be right back. More to come.
More from the Ngbn Draft Watch Party. But first, a word from our sponsors. Welcome to Family Farms, where our culinary journey is woven with passion, dedication, and a commitment to crafting the finest bacon-wrapped chicken, a timeless delicacy that has tantalized the taste buds since 1974. At Family Farms, we're more than just a traditional name. We've evolved into purveyors of gourmet delights. Join us on this flavorful adventure, where every bite tells a story of tradition, quality, and the enduring spirit of Family Farms.
1 week after launching our exclusive sneak peek, NGBN TV was live for 3 days of continuous coverage from Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas.
NGBN TV is live from Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58.
The one-of-a-kind streaming TV network for men in their 40s, 50s, and 60s was the conversation for the big game about men's mental health. In the world of athletes, celebrities, and influencers, we're on notice. But we're just getting started with new partnerships announced like the Team Nike 3-on-3 Championship and new platforms available to download the NGBN TV app. So, what are you waiting for? Download the app today from your favorite streaming device or check us out at ngbn.tv. This is NGBN TV.
You're hanging with NGBN, live during the NFL Draft Watch Party.
All right, we're back NGBN TV watching the NFL Draft. We got a full house here, man. We're going 6 deep across the screen. I absolutely love it. The fellas hanging out. It's an offensive lineman from Roll Tide, Alabama, going to the Tennessee Titans, and now it's the Atlanta Falcons, who didn't seem to waste a lot of time there.
Pick's already in.
Yeah, pick is in. What do you think happens here? AC, good to see you again, big bro. What's up?
You know, I mean, I could see it being pass rusher here if you're asking that. Sorry, AC, didn't mean to cut you off there.
Yeah, who do you like? Who do you like there, Russ?
I mean, Latu makes a lot of sense here. They with their scheme, they want a guy that can play off the edge. He can be in a 2-point or 3-point stance. This is a kid that plays with that motor. We always like to joke he's a kid that plays with his head. Looks like his hair's on fire.
Mhm.
He is all out every snap. He's got good hand use, good violent, strong hand use. I think he fits what they do. I think they need help on defense, so they need that pass rusher. They also need a corner.
Yeah,
So
but Russ, Latu, sorry to cut you off, but Latu medically retired in college due to an injury. Doesn't that scare teams away?
Well, the statement of him medically retiring isn't what scares you. What scares you is what do the doctors say when they look at his body? What do they tell you is going to happen with this kid? If your doctors and medical people say, hey, we don't have to worry about it, then it's not a big deal. But if they say, yeah, the reason he medically retired because he might have arthritis in the knee or a bad hip already, yeah, that terrifies you. But if your guys clear him, hey, you're not going to worry about it at this point. So a lot of it really comes down to what the medical people in your building. Because remember, way back when, you guys maybe not remember it, when the Jets had the first pick and everybody assumed they were taking Anthony Munoz, and they passed on Munoz. They took Johnny Lamb Jones because their doctors felt that his one knee, which was already bone on bone, would cause Anthony to have a short career. Well, they might have been wrong on that because Anthony played for about 15 years and may well be the greatest offensive tackle who ever walked. So different teams' medical groups are going to have different opinions on players.
AC,
So
are you?
it may not scare people off.
Sorry, Russ. AC, are you surprised there hasn't been any trade so far tonight?
I'm surprised there haven't been any trades and there haven't been any defensive players. But that just kind of goes to show what the NFL is now. It's an offensive league. Got to score. Since you can't hit hard, I don't think Latu is in any kind of danger because he can't use his head in today's game. So I think just being a good hands player that's very violent with his hands and arms, well, he'll be very successful in the style that he plays. But at some point or another, guys going to have to start picking up some cornerbacks and some edge rushers because these offenses are going to be scoring 45 points a game if we don't have any defense.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
All right, guys, we have Roger Goodell walking to the stage here, announcing the Atlanta Falcons pick. Another great logo. I don't know if there's a bad logo in the NFL, honestly. The pick is Michael Penix Jr. from Washington.
What? Wow.
Whoa!
Wow.
Wow.
There's your shock of the night.
I mean, I love this kid, but that is crazy.
Wow.
Russ, what do you have to say about this?
I'm definitely stunned. I mean, they give all that guaranteed money to Kirk Cousins, and now you're going to draft this guy. So they're going to sit him for 2 years, maybe 3.
Well, that's not a bad spot for the kid for sure.
No.
Right? Like,
Yeah,
great
it's a
for
great
him.
spot for the kid with the
Great
2
spot.
ACLs and everything. But
Whoa,
you're gonna pay him to basically play in year 3.
You like that, Kirk Cousins? You like that?
It's a bold move.
Let's throw this in, Russ. Let's throw this in.
That's a dirty bird right there.
Kirk is coming off an Achilles.
Yep, he is, no doubt.
Let's throw that in. Don't forget about that.
Little insurance policy, man.
There you go.
Insurance, and also gives
You
you.
saw Rodgers go down on the 4th damn play of the season.
Aaron
What are you
Rodgers
gonna
is
do, right?
texting Kirk Cousins right now going, I know how you feel, man. I know how you feel.
Wow.
Yep, and it's always better to draft a quarterback when you have one,
Good for
rather
Penix.
than be chasing the quarterback.
Listen, kid played outstanding, right? Penix played outstanding for Washington, lit the season on fire. I mean, other than the start of that championship game was not good, right? But I mean, boy, he looked the part, big time throws. I mean, he's a good athlete. So
He chewed Texas
makes
up.
some sense, but holy cow.
So big time, this must mean, and every team evaluates players differently, but Atlanta must really have given him high grades.
Oh,
They may have given him high grades, but there's also something else, and I hate to keep going back to it. They see Kirk Cousins as well. So they're watching him, the way he's moving, and is he right? And I'm saying that, I mean, he's coming off an Achilles, and we all know you got to drop back, you got to plant, you got to do all that, and then responding even if you make it through practice or whatever. How much swelling is in that Achilles? He's never had this much this much movement since his surgery. And I don't know, but I guarantee you they know something. And I'm not saying it's based off that, but they know something. That's all.
Bro, Vikings about to get JJ McCarthy at 11. Vikings,
I think that could happen.
All right. Hey, remind me, Russ and guys, who's in the receiver room? Who's in the receiver room in Chicago right now?
Sheesh.
In Chicago, well, you got obviously Keenan Allen.
Okay.
You got DJ Moore.
DJ Moore.
I'm thinking we seeing 2 Washington Huskies go 8 and 9 here.
Good.
This could be a Brock Bowers
here.
This could be an offensive lineman too.
Next, Michael Vick. Hey, I agree with that. This
picks
kid
in for
is
the Bears.
really good.
Rome Odunze.
AC, I do have a question for you since you've been in this position before. JJ McCarthy keeps falling. What has to be going through JJ McCarthy's head as he's projected to go possibly 4 overall, and now he is just falling down this list?
I blame the media for putting him up there in the first place.
Bingo.
Like, I saw him play. He's great. I mean, as far as what Michigan was doing, he was a great game manager. Now, if you want a Brock Purdy type, I'm not sure if he's good as Brock Purdy. We just have to wait and see. But is he a top 10 pick? No. Top 20 pick? No. He's a second rounder.
Hey, I agree with you. I 100% agree.
He'll play 10 years. He'll play 10 years, but he's not a first round pick.
Does this affect him mentally? Like, what's going through his mind? Again, you being through this process, what's going through his head right now?
I've been to a draft party where a person was supposed to go top 15 and didn't get drafted in the first round. It's the most demoralizing, humbling experience. And you really have to either take it as fuel, or you're going to go into a space where you might think, maybe I'm not as good as I thought I was. So hopefully he has a great support system. Hopefully he's more of an Aaron Rodgers type. I'm going to take this and I'm going to show him. But, then again, Aaron Rodgers is graded a lot higher than J.J. McCarthy, I think, as far as skills-wise coming out of college. So it's really important to see what kind of kid. I mean, he's a champion. He's gonna be fine. I believe Harbaugh picks him up at some point.
I can see that. The pick is in. Roger Goodell is at the stage. Bears making the pick. It is Rome Odunze from Washington going to the Chicago Bears.
Great pick.
They have given him some weapons
that can grow together.
Yeah.
Wow.
Great pick.
Now, AC, I have another question for you because you really went through this situation. Going into a team, say JJ McCarthy here, right? Say he falls all the way out of the first round. That means you had every single team pass on you, and now you're going to a team that didn't think you were good enough to go in the first round, even though you were projected to, but they thought you were okay later on. How do you handle that headspace?
He has to call up Jalen Hurts and ask him how he got through it. And then you ask Deshaun Jackson, how'd you get through it? When you heard all the great news and then you don't get drafted as such, what bad news did you hear about me? And if I can handle that and I can show you guys I'm more than you guys thought I was. But second round picks aren't, it's not a terrible place to be. You get time to grow. The franchise is not counting on you to play right now. And it's actually a really good spot to be for a quarterback, especially, or a skill guy. But the media pumping him up and Harbaugh saying he might be the best quarterback in the draft, that probably been more detrimental than him not getting drafted in the first round by someone saying that's something that's not true.
I have to cut you off right now because Minnesota
moved
now
into
has
10.
the 10th overall pick.
JJ.
Yeah. Wow. I put on this Jets. I put on Jets for this pick because I got.
Yeah, but the Jets aren't taking. The Jets aren't taking McCarthy there. Minnesota was at 11. What?
They're still at 11. No, they're okay. That just updated.
Well, you got to remember, they're probably sitting there saying, "Well, Penix is gone, so the Raiders aren't going to sit back, or another team that wants a quarterback.
Somebody could move up there.
We got to pay a fourth rounder to jump a spot, or a third.
So that's
rounder.
what you're thinking, Russ. You're thinking they could stay at 11 and get McCarthy, or if they move up a couple spots, they move up a spot.
One spot, and it guarantees you get them.
And done deal.
Yep, we did that in Cleveland one year.
They're not moving up to take Bowers. They're not moving up to take Brock Bowers from the Jets.
GMs play poker too, guys. Sometimes they'll make a phony phone call.
Yeah, I think it's McCarthy here. I think his little run ends here and it rolls there. Dude, Bo's going to end up at a team later and make someone very happy.
I got Bo Nix ahead of JJ McCarthy.
I do too.
I think he could be the best of this. I think he's going to make a team extremely happy.
I think Denver takes him if he's still there. I think he will be.
Yeah, I want
still no defensive players, guys. No defensive players.
That's the shocker of the first round to me.
7-on-7.
Yeah, no doubt.
AC,
what happens here?
AC, what with the new rule. You can't do that hip drop. I mean, how much more can they take away from the defense?
I don't know how can you tackle a guy now. I mean, that was my signature tackle, and that's how I taught my son. It's the safest tackle for a defensive guy is to grab and fall.
Yeah.
But now you're gonna have to do it to the side, maybe, or just get dragged for 5 yards.
Yep. Yeah, it'd be really difficult. It's going to change. It's going to teach guys are going to have to be retrained on tackling.
I think that's going to last a year. I mean, at some point, you have to play football here.
Yeah.
Guys, how good can the Bears be this year?
Not good.
Not good.
Caleb Williams is their starting quarterback.
Still
guys.
needs a
Not
little.
forget.
They still need a running back. They still need a running back.
Defense
They
is
got Swift.
good.
They need to grab the rest of the draft, all linemen.
Boy, and their division is just. I mean, that's a fight, dude. That's
It
such a
is.
fight.
That's a tough division.
Oh, I didn't notice you changed into a Jets t-shirt there.
Yeah. So, okay, hold on. Not just Jets.
Still a Rodgers guy. Still a Rodgers guy. Okay.
All day.
And it's green, so you're good enough. Okay.
Don't worry. I'll change back. And I went off camera to change, so nobody had to watch that discussion. So we're good.
Wow.
So,
Oh, man.
so what do you see?
Picks in for Minnesota. Let's see
Picks in.
here in a minute.
Russ, you got the Jets coming up right after this. Bowers or a lineman?
Bowers.
I mean, they need both. They're a bad team. They just gave up on the tackle that they tried.
How
to
do you
make
really
the tackle
feel,
for
Russ?
3 years. If it's me, I love Bowers, you know that, but I'd probably take a lineman. I mean, let's be reality. They have a geriatric old man at quarterback who's coming off an Achilles. He ain't going to avoid any sacks. He was already the last 3 years not playing the great football he played early in his career. He was still playing solid, but not elite. So get him a blocker.
Let's not forget, though, Russ, they picked up my guy. They got Tyron Smith coming off a second-team All-Pro.
Yep, who's been hurt pretty much every year of his career.
And also keep in mind, Rodgers don't have one more year left. They're trying to win the Super Bowl.
They're going to give him
a weapon. They're going to give him a
They
weapon.
have to be all in. Yep.
They're going to give him a weapon.
I don't think they're trying to win a Super Bowl. I think they're just trying to keep their jobs and get a winning record.
Oh.
AC, how hard is it to come off an Achilles injury like Rodgers had?
Well, I actually tore up my patellar tendon, and my doctor said patellar tendon and Achilles are right up there with the two worst injuries to have for a guy who needs his legs. So it's 50-50. And I'm thinking if the Falcons draft Penix Jr., having just paid Cousins, there's something happening in that Achilles that's not as 100% as they would like to hear at this point in time in recovery. Yeah. Some guys come right back. Some guys, it's a wrap. Kind of like, we saw Victor Cruz tear his quad. That was a 50-50. Can he make it back? And he never made it back. So Tony Parker, another guy from the NBA San Antonio Spurs, a thigh tear. Sometimes the doctors get it. Sometimes they don't. But they always say the positive. Oh, surgery went well. Okay.
Rodgers got to listen to Dolphins Mate, okay? Apparently that's the magic cure for an Achilles. I think he's going to be fine.
Or the space capsule like LeBron.
Yeah.
Durant,
whatever it takes.
Kevin Durant had a hard time too, AC, if you remember that, when he came back. And then it took him a whole year to get himself back together.
It's a 2-year recovery. You can try to come back early, but it's in your mind. Kobe came back pretty good, but it hampered him a little bit.
Yeah. Kobe just will himself back to health.
Yeah.
He was built different. Durant should have never left. Well, this is a different topic for another day. Durant should have never left Golden State.
Durant
never left Golden State.
Durant, Harden, and Westbrook should have never left OKC.
All right, they got the camera on the young man. He'd look good in that purple, man. That kid with the eye black and all that, he'd look pretty good in that purple.
Guys, I think I'm getting older because these draft picks start looking younger and younger to me.
He looks super young. No, he does. He looks super young.
I don't think that guy's old enough to buy beer. I mean, he looks like he's 15 years old.
You're getting closer to the 40 age every single second.
Shut your mouth, okay? I don't need to hear that stuff.
Oh, come on over to the dark side, Kyle. It'll be fine.
I don't want to be there. I didn't want to be in the 30s.
The good news is everything starts to fall apart.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's great. No, you just embrace it.
Hey,
AC's gotten better with age, though. AC's gotten better with age.
Cut these grays off, man.
All right. Is it McCarthy? Is it the kid from Michigan?
He was smiling.
Vikings. They moved up that spot. You're not moving up to grab anybody else there. It's got to be that.
It's got to be.
It's a quarterback. We know that. It's a quarterback. The question is which one.
It would be a shock. It would be a shocker if they took Bo Nix off the board here. and let McCarthy sit there. But I can't imagine that's going to happen.
McCarthy had a smile on his face.
Yeah.
I think he's got the call already.
Smiling. It's
I
him.
think you're right. By the way, if you're watching ESPN, how about Booger McFarland's Chicago Bears outfit here? Holy cow. I mean, Boog is all in with the orange and blue.
All right, they're zooming into the stage. There are a lot of people there tonight. That's insane.
My question, next year is in Green Bay. Where are they going to put all these people?
They just do it at Lambeau Field, right?
Lambeau.
Just put
At
it.
Lambeau.
Where else
They're
are they
going
going
to
to
be? They're going to be in front of the stadium.
They'll only
Roger
be
Goodell's
there a
always-
little bit of time.
here
They'll
is-
be there for the
here's-
first pick, and then they'll leave.
Here is the kid we're talking about right now. I mean, it's such a wild card move here, but given the movement, I do like the TAP team coming out there representing Gold Star families. I like seeing that.
Here's the thing I have. JJ McCarthy just reminds me of an AJ McCarron type player. He was just surrounded by so much talent. He only threw 5 passes more than 20 yards last year. He wasn't asked to do anything.
He never has been exposed to real adversity.
No, not once. He had arguably the best offensive lineman. Oh, here is the selection. They're making it now. But he had basically the best offensive lineman in college protecting him, plus a bunch of other guys that are going to be top picks in this upcoming draft.
Yeah. Also helps that you got Blake Corum and Edwards back there running the ball. So, I mean,
Aaron Jones they're ready to win. And with Aaron Jones on that team, they've got a great running back. They've got probably the best wide receiver in the game right now. Minnesota's primed if they can get a quarterback that'll stick, whether it's Darnold this year or if they draft McCarthy, if he really shows up.
All right, the Vikings making the pick right now. The kid's going to announce it here.
Beautiful.
Who is it? JJ McCarthy, quarterback, Michigan.
Exactly.
Must be nice.
Makes a lot of sense. He's a good fit there. And this kid's a good football player. I think he's better than some of the guys who have already gone.
Russ, what are you doing here? You got Sam Darnold there. Is Sam Darnold starting all year, or at some point is JJ McCarthy getting the call?
It's really going to come down to how he steps up when he gets there. And also, I mean, hey, let's not kill Darnold. The kid's a talented kid. And Kevin O'Connell, their coach, is really good at working with quarterbacks to improve. So there's a chance Darnold's going to be the guy. But you don't take McCarthy with the plan on him not being the guy. It's just going to be how quickly he's ready. I think this kid's a really good quarterback. I think he's more ready to step in than a lot of the other guys that are ahead of him here. So I wouldn't be stunned if he ends up winning that starting job.
JJ McCarthy going higher than Tom Brady. JJ McCarthy going higher than Brock Purdy. just think about the great players that have gone later because that one team fell in love with them and others did not. Yeah. Whereas the media and Harbaugh have bolstered this guy's reputation as a great quarterback. And he got to get this type of draft pick.
And Harbaugh is not going to be able to save him this time.
Look how good he looked against Ohio State, though. Oh, man.
They won because our quarterback sucked, okay? That is the only reason they won that game.
It's not
I don't want to hear this.
See, Russ, you see what's happening here, Russ? I'm just holding these guys accountable.
I hear you, Brian. I get it.
These guys accountable. I like the kid's a winner, man. He's a national champion. He plays tough. He played for a quarterback coach. And they've got weapons, dude. They got weapons in Minnesota.
And he beat Ohio State.
Build around it a little bit.
Michigan.
I think he's going to be in today's NFL game with his athleticism. I think he's going to be better than most expect. Now, is he a top 10 pick? I get it, right? I get it. Going to 10 is crazy, but this is the NFL, man. This is what these guys do at this point. They have to do it. Penix just went. I mean, what are the choices here? Minnesota's got to get a quarterback in there. They got to get a future. They got to get something to build around. You bring in an athletic kid who is riding high, having had Jim Harbaugh in his ear for the last few years. And I just think they see a lot of upside. And look, quite frankly, if you're Minnesota, like, do they really have much to lose here, Russ? I guess is my point.
They really don't have a ton to lose because if they don't have a quarterback, they're not going to be winning the next 2 years.
And look at their division. They got to do something.
Yep. And if you're not winning for 2 years, jobs are on the line. Now, we can nitpick and say he had a lot of talent. Like, you know what? Almost all these quarterbacks who have gone so far had a lot of talent. LSU has a lot of talent. Let's not act like they don't. And USC has a lot of talent. There are a lot of scouts that felt this kid was as good or better than a number of these quarterbacks in the draft. This kid's a talented kid. Now, is he a superstar in the waiting and top overall guy? No, but he's better than a lot of other guys who have gone in the first round that have completely flamed out. So I have no problem with them rolling the dice here. You can't win if you don't have a quarterback, and they don't have one right now on the roster.
Let me throw this in real quick, and it's not a big one, but I think it does carry weight, and that is that JJ has played in a lot of big games. So he's not scared of the spotlight at all. That's one thing I will say about my quarterback from Michigan. He's played in a lot of huge, huge games. The spotlight will not make him fall or anything like that. He embraces that stuff. So
yeah, but big time Michigan cheated the last 3 years. So can you
say
really
all you
count
want.
any of that?
You can talk all you want. We the champs, Doc. That's all I know.
There you go.
And he knows how to
say the
handle
same
hard
thing.
coaching. So, I mean, this kid goes from a hard, grinding coach. He's going to be used to that. There's a lot of stuff on the mental side he's ready for. Now, can he do it physically? That's the question.
Yeah.
The mental side, I think this kid's got it all.
Yes,
Let's take a look at that tight end from Georgia, Brock Bowers. Russ, what you like about him, elite athlete at the position, could be a huge impact. Kyle, let's see what your Jets do here.
Listen, it is my Aaron Rodgers, not my Jets here.
My take is this. I think this pick is gonna shed a little more light into just how much Aaron has a say in this.
I agree. Here's Roger Goodell.
Aaron wants Brock Bowers in this.
The pick is in. Oh my goodness, Penn State offensive tackle Fashanu. They went offensive tackle here to protect Aaron Rodgers.
I swore somebody talked about that.
Wow. Yeah, you did.
Russ, you're hitting it.
How much do hands matter for offensive linemen? This kid's got Whopper Jr. hands. He's got 8.5-inch hands. You need big old puppy paws to be an offensive tackle.
You need strong hands. They don't have to be big hands.
Look at the size of this man.
He's a big boy.
Yeah,
those hands look weird on him. I'm just gonna say. It reminds me of those.
Kyle, it's not the size of the hand, bro. Not the size, right?
Spoken like a true small-handed man. Okay.
Around. Can you throw them? Well, you get them hands on you, right? This is a smart pick.
It's very smart.
Jets fans. All right. Look, you want a little flash and all that, but you got to protect that old quarterback.
Yes, sir.
Right? And I think this makes a lot of sense.
Bottom line.
So, AC, when do you think you're going to see the first defensive player come off the board?
Holy cow!
Sheesh. I mean, I'm gonna call Mel Kiper and see if he knows. I have no idea now.
Well, Denver's up next, right? Denver's up next.
Pick is in. They already made. They know who they want. This is Bo Nix, boys. This is Bo Nix all day.
What?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be Nix.
Part of me is holding out hope. I'd love Bo Nix. I'd love him.
Sean Payton likes Bo Nix.
The pick is already in for Denver that fast?
Pick is in. They know who they want, whoever it is.
We're steamrolling now because I was like, we're an hour and a half in and we're only at 11 picks, but now we're starting to get to that mode where, okay, guys are off the board. Now we're just moving, right?
Yep. Oh, there's no doubt. And you also, at this point, the top guys that you're going to trade up for are gone.
Yeah.
So you're really looking at getting down to the 18, 19, where you're going to start seeing teams trying to trade up from the bottom of the first to get a guy who's really slid. Right now, this is where teams they should roll off for the next 6, 7 picks.
Yeah.
Of course, I say that there'll be 4 trades in the next 7 picks, and I'll look like a fool, but they should roll pretty quickly here.
After Vegas, I think you're going to start to see some defensive players start to fly off this board. There is a lot of defensive talent out there. This was not a light draft on defensive players by any means necessary. There is still a lot of talent on the defensive side of the ball ready to come off that board.
I have a question, though. Since Bowers is on the board, I think Bowers is going to slip in somewhere. I just really feel like he's about to slip in.
Well, I know Indianapolis has their fingers crossed.
I
Indianapolis has their
right.
fingers crossed, begging that Brock is still available when they pick there, because he would be a grand slam for them with Anthony Richardson and what they're building there. They got their fingers crossed, like, let him get to us. Let him get to 13, and it's not far away, right? Indy's at 15. Let him get to 15 and see if we can't grab him there, which, by the way, I took in my FanDuel today, took a bet that said Brock would be past 11.5.
Hey.
So we're winning a few bucks there, boys. My top 5 fizzled out pretty quick. That was going to be my big money maker. Didn't happen. JJ4 didn't happen, obviously.
Man, we'll see. The Broncos, though, I really thought the Broncos were going to trade back. There are a lot of holes on that roster right now, so it'll be interesting. I mean, I could see Bo Nix going here for sure. Brock Bowers could be here. I really think, honestly, even though I'm saying Bo Nix, we're about to find out if Sean Payton really believes in Wilson. Because if this is not a quarterback pick, Zach Wilson is your starting quarterback.
I don't know how you can.
I mean,
even if you
didn't believe in Wilson. No.
Well, but you got to remember, at this point, is there a quarterback that realistically is a first-round pick?
Not now.
And if there isn't, you can't just take one just because he's a quarterback.
That's what just happened 5 times already.
Well, but not if people had those grades. I'm just saying, if you as an organization think that Bo Nix is a solid player, who has a chance of being a starter, that's a day 2 pick at best.
Yeah.
So you take the best player here, and you hope you can find a quarterback somewhere along the lines that you fill a spot. You don't want to start reaching just for a quarterback at this point. If you don't have, you better have big grades on him if you're taking him in the first round.
Dad, who you got here? Who they taking? They taking Bo Nix here, or are they taking somebody else?
Honestly, if I'm Denver, I'm looking at Bowers. He seems to be the best talent available right now, or going defense. They've got holes there as well. And there's a ton of talent that's out there from the defensive side of the ball. It's time somebody comes off the board.
The pick is in.
And I would add, don't forget, Sean Payton's a pretty confident guy. I wouldn't be surprised if he thinks he can fix Zach Wilson.
Well, if anybody's going to.
Yep. I mean, certain guys think they can fix guys easily.
Russ, how do you start to fix somebody who's been through so much trauma in their career as Wilson has been so far?
Well, I mean, the first thing you do is look at the fundamentals. Say, okay, what do we have to do technique-wise to work on you? Also, you say, okay, what does he do well? Well, let's tailor the offense. Let's strip some stuff out of what we normally want to do. Let's make this offense focus on his strengths, and let's call games that are going to fit his strengths. As he gains confidence, as he gets back to where you hope he can be a year or 2 down the road, then you can start doing more stuff. But it's about building his confidence, making sure he's learning the playbook, and working on those little technique things that you think have hurt him and caused him to be the player he is. Now, I'm not saying it's easy, and most of the time it doesn't work because teams don't generally cut quarterbacks that they think have any inkling of becoming a player. I mean, the Jets cut this guy or trade him because they feel that even if Aaron gets hurt, this guy can't win.
Right.
They didn't just walk away from him because they got a great deal. They basically gave him away and they're paying his salary. So it's uncommon for a guy like that to turn into something. But Sean's an awfully good coach. I mean, I think maybe the Shanahan kid probably would be able to get more out of him, but not many more coaches going to squeeze more out of a wash-up quarterback and try to turn him into something.
Could Bo Nix go to the 49ers? Could that be a thing?
Could be. Not in the first round. I don't think they'd do it. But in the second or third, because he's a lot like Purdy. Little guy, not a big, thick-bodied kid, athletic kid who can throw on the run. Great character, 6-year player in college, so he's mature. There's a lot of things to like about Bo Nix.
A couple teams down there. Seattle at 16. Got to figure out the long-term future of their quarterback position. Los Angeles Rams at 19 with an aging Matt Stafford to bring some tutelage in.
Brian, we got
a kid like a Bo Nix.
We got Roger Goodell on the stage right now. Broncos
it's up to you, Kyle.
Is in. They are going Bo Nix, Oregon. Oh, wow. From Oregon.
See why we the guy was that Sean Payton
was
quarterback.
Wow.
Never would have guessed that in my life.
Wow.
Sean Payton always have love quarterbacks. Y'all know that.
That is insane. I know I said Bo Nix was going to the Broncos here. It was kind of a tongue-in-cheek comment there. Bo Nix, that is insane.
Now we know who has the cell phone to Sean Payton.
12 picks. 50% of the first 12 picks have been quarterbacks.
That's a wild moment.
We've all watched the drafts, and they're always like 30% correct in these quarterback picks. Like 1 out of 3 makes it, and the other 2 are traded before their first contract is up. So it's crazy to see this many quarterbacks taken.
This is insane.
This is a reach. That's a reach.
Yes. But, I mean, he played 6 years for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at that ball. It's so pretty. I mean, he throws a pretty ball.
Everybody said Jordan Love was a reach. but he got to sit behind and
now he's a Hall of Fame quarterback.
And he got
once he proves himself, then we'll worry about if Jordan Love is a good quarterback.
He's a Hall of Famer. We already know this. We don't have to talk about it anymore.
Let's see him do well again this year and next year, and then we can start talking about that.
God is a Packers fan. We know that now. I think the reality of the situation is that Hallis sold his soul to win the Super Bowl in '85, and his curse is that the Packers just get Hall of Fame quarterback after Hall of Fame quarterback.
Could be. You never know.
Wow.
Man, oh man.
That's definitely a wow. Very surprising. I'd heard a lot of teams not like him.
Yeah, but he had 77% completion percentage at Oregon last year.
He did. Trust me, I'm not killing the kid. There's a lot of good things he did, but I can tell you scouts were very mixed bag on that kid.
Hey, you're looking sick to your stomach over there, man. What are you thinking here?
Sheesh, man. He played 8 years of college.
There you go. There you go, AC. That's what I was about to say. Come on now.
Fellas, let's hit a break. I will tell you this. I said this before. I said a team's going to get Bo Nix. I thought way later, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I said a team's going to get Bo Nix later and be very happy. Didn't think it would be there at 12. We're up against a quick commercial break. Obviously, we got more, right? We're 12 picks in. We got 32 to go here in the first round. You're watching the very first ever watch. We're hanging out. Just guys hanging out, watching the draft together, breaking it down, but a lot of cool perspectives and just consummate professionals here. We'll be back. We've got more picks to go. We're kind of just rolling here. But the shocker of the night, look, Penix going there. Bo Nix at 12 to Denver. We'll be back after a quick break.
More from the NGBN Draft Watch Party. But first, a word from our sponsors.
What's up? My name is Chris Rubio, and I'm the host of The Rubio Method on the NGBN TV network.
Focus up. Long snapping and life are very, very similar.
We have a great show that's going to educate you, inspire you, and most importantly, entertain you. I say most importantly because that's what I really want to do. And we're just kind of going on this journey together. And I'm going to make sure as we go on this journey together, you're going to have a good time while doing it. So check out The Rubio Method on NGBN TV.
I'm AC from LA.
And I'm SG Trilogy.
And together we are
The Collective Podcast.
Catch us weekly on NGBN TV. Out.
You're hanging with NGBN, live during the NFL Draft Watch Party.
All right, Kyle, during the commercial break, catch us up to speed. What happened?
The pick is in. The Raiders take Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia. That is surprising.
Well, and it's one of those deals, right, Russ, where Russ is gone. He popped out for a second, no problem. Where it's okay, a lot of craziness is sort of just happened in front of us, Penix and Nix and all this stuff. Well, here's the best player on the board. Let's go get the best player on the board. And that's what you do. You do with taking Brock Bowers. Yep. Man.
AC, we got the Saints on the clock, man. You were there. What are they taking right now here?
I mean, shoot, I'm not even the biggest Saints fan. They cut me, but
you still got the helmet back there, though, right? You still got the helmet.
Oh yeah, well, shoot, man. I mean, what they always need is offensive line help. So they still have the dynamic skill players. There's always offensive linemen, and since they're not drafting any defensive players this year, let's see. Let's go get an offensive tackle.
Who do you think is going to be the first defensive player to come off the board at this point?
Sheesh.
Big time.
It's going to be Latu
from that edge guy from UCLA.
Latu or Dallas Turner.
Exactly. It's probably going to be Dallas though. Dallas or Latu, like AC just said. It's one of those two.
Or Latu just scares me, man. It was a neck injury.
The kid from Toledo or Kool-Aid McKinstry to sell some tickets, sell some jerseys.
I don't want to rush by this, y'all, but Brock Bowers with Devontae Adams.
It's going to be good.
You're not lying.
That's pretty good.
But who's going to throw him the ball?
Doesn't matter. I can throw that ball.
Anybody?
Hey, they'll be all right. They'll find
be open. I can throw that ball.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Terry, that's a good comment. Terry's right. No defense. This thing's looking like flag football more and more. You can't tackle. We've not seen a single defensive player taken.
Saints going to the line, man.
In these first picks here. I mean, that's wild, man.
Well, and honestly, when they changed that tackling rule, how do people tackle anymore? This is still football.
Yeah.
They don't. I mean, we're seeing what this rule change has impacted here, because it has. I don't know if I've ever seen a draft where 13 picks in, there's been no defensive.
No, it's never happened.
One. I mean, it's not even like get to the quarterback is not even the thing now. Like we draft an edge rusher because he disrupts the offense, but now if he gets there too aggressively, it's a penalty. So
hey, thank you, Golf Life. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. You're right.
What are they trying to have every game be 48 to 45?
Sales tickets.
I'm cool. Yes. I'm fine with that.
I'm not. I like defense.
Big times, Dak Prescott, he'll have 50 points a game.
Well, you almost got it. You almost got that last year. We know we gonna get 30. I mean,
Jordan Love almost got 50.
Exactly. Almost. Yeah. In the first half. Yeah.
Hey, so the Saints just lost a veteran offensive lineman, just retired this week, right? Like one of their leaders of the team. So if you got to start building back around that.
Yeah, but you also got Cam Jordan that's not getting any younger. You're going to have to find somebody in, and if you can get somebody to mentor him, I mean, I think that's going to be get Cam Jordan somebody to mentor. I think that's really going to help in this situation.
I think somebody's trying to move up. They're down to almost 4 minutes left.
Maybe the quarterback from Tulane will go here next. The way that these guys are going off the board, man.
Quarterbacks left.
Kid from Tulane.
Sheesh.
Spencer Rattler coming off now.
Dude, you can miss me on Spencer Rattler. I'll tell you that much.
I have a feeling that later on in the rounds, I think he's going to become a Packer at some point.
Spencer Rattler had the worst body at the combine. There's no way he goes first.
Yeah, but so did Tom Brady. Tom Brady looked like me.
Yeah.
Tom Brady was sixth round.
Yeah, he was 6th round. So
Tom Brady looked like a 45-year-old dad at his combine. I mean, come on.
He looked better than who was that 1 year? Was it last year? The kid from Alabama?
Oh my goodness.
The quarterback from Alabama? What was his name?
Yeah, Mac Jones did not look
Mac Jones
great.
came out looking like Uncle Pete.
Yep. Let's get Russ back in here and get some thoughts on where he thinks the Saints might go. We're falling into some interesting kind of picks here where New Orleans is here, Indy's next, Seattle after that. There are some players that I think Indy had fingers crossed would be there. Seattle, I think, has to have been thinking Penix and Nix would have been available for them in that spot there. Try to keep Penix local and home. That's not reality. Nix up off the board. That's not reality. Russ, thoughts on maybe where New Orleans goes here? And then what's Indy, Seattle kind of waiting in the wings looking like?
Well, I think Bowers would have been a consideration because I think tight end's a big need for them. I think pass rusher and receiver are probably the next two things. So I think whether it's a Latu, the Verse kid from Florida State, one of those two I think could be a consideration. And do they go get a receiver and look at a guy like a Brian Thomas from LSU and go sort of grab that guy? Or do they look at Dallas Turner, the edge kid from Alabama? I mean, I think the Saints need help on that defensive line.
Yeah.
They took a gamble on Chase Young that he's hopefully going to be the player he was 1 year. But you can't count on that. So I think that's their biggest need. I do think they would have loved to have at least considered Bowers here, but obviously that's no longer an option because the Raiders brought him in with their new GM trying to make that offense somewhat workable.
Chase Young's going to figure it out.
Let's get some defense going.
Do you know why, guys? Chase Young is going to figure it out.
Because he played at Ohio State.
Because he's from the Ohio State University.
Oh, my God.
And he doesn't play quarterback, so that means he has a chance of becoming successful.
So, Tim, for our NGBN family, who you guys are new to the network and obviously doing great work, man. Your YouTube channel's killing it. You guys are going to be a great addition. Is this what it's like with him all the time? Is this, this
all day, every day? I swear I dropped him on his head when he was a kid. But
hey, tell us a little bit while we wait. I mean, Pick is in for the Saints. We'll get there in a minute. You guys doing this show, man. This has been a pretty cool experience and a pretty cool journey for you over the last few years.
Yeah, this is a blast. You guys are a lot of fun. We're having a good time for sure.
When we started the show, we thought it was going to last a couple months, whatever. And it just started taking off, and we enjoy doing it. So as long as people are watching and we enjoy it, we're going to keep going on.
Hey, and we are thrilled to be with NGBN. The NGBN does great work. The message is amazing, and we are excited to be a part of it to help men in their 40s, 50s, and 30s, by the way. I am still 30s, so we're including that in there, okay? I'm not there yet.
Hanging on by a thread.
Hey, I'll take that thread. I will take that thread. But it is great to be with NGBN and to be here tonight. So thank you, everybody at this network, for what you do and for allowing us to be a part of it.
You know, there's so many people that make this incredible network that we're all a part of. Tick, we got to give a shout out to Jenna, who's behind the scenes, punching a lot of buttons tonight. Thank you very much. Big shout out, of course, to the whole entire NGBN family. We got guys, gals that are part of our crew that are watching, cheering us on, giving us encouragement. You see them in the chat. Jim, Ruby, all these great, tons of folks, right? And of course, founder and CEO Ian Hill for bringing this vision right together and bringing these independent creators into one place where we can get missionally aligned on this vision of serving and saving men in a lot of different walks of life. And so we're grateful for everybody who helps make this happen for us and to give us a platform like this to come on here and say, you know what, we're going to do something a little different, right? We're going to give you a chance just to hang with us on draft night, be a part of it, get to meet some of the new folks and then meet some of the folks like AC, who's been part of this thing from pretty much day one. Right. And doing amazing things through AC Sports Live, and then bringing guys like Big Time and just what he's doing and what Doug Brooks and his crew are doing is incredible. And then to get to have the Pigskin Professor here tonight, just absolutely breaking things down. Who you got a little, you got a Faucian look to you too, by the way. Right? You guys could be brothers.
Hey, I still remember sitting in the Rams office and all of a sudden someone tapping me on the shoulder. And it was Brent Musburger saying, somebody wanted to see you. And there was Fouts right there.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Hey, guys, Roger Goodell is at the podium. The Saints pick is in. It took them a while, but
come on, defense. Let's go defense.
Put the Saints on auto pick.
Let's go defense.
The pick is in. It is offensive tackle, Oregon State, Talise Fagua. You were right, AC. Yep. Offensive tackle. And by the way, if he's watching this, I butchered your name, and I'm sorry.
Go Beavs. Go Beavs. Go Beavs.
Talise Fagua. Uaga.
That's a big fella right there. That's a good pick.
Big fella
right there. No defensive players still.
Defense optional.
Wow.
I'm gonna call my son right now and tell him we're gonna start going back to offense.
Can you move to tight end? Can you move to tight end?
Moving right back to tight end because nobody from defense is getting drafted with this new.
No, not at all. A lot of talent still on that board. Cooper DeJean was projected to go around now. We had 2 in the top 10 that were projected to be picked, and they're not there. A lot of talent left on this board, and a lot of, in my opinion, reaches in the top 15 picks.
Cooper's going to go first because he can punt return. Because now he gives himself an offensive
a broken leg. He can't run right now.
He healed. Leave him alone.
He's healed.
He's gonna come back.
Put them hands on him, Doug.
No,
which part of his leg broke? What's did the fibula, femur?
Fibula. He broke his fibula. Snapped it in half.
That's the small one, right?
That's they say that's the good one.
That's the good in the break.
Fast, heals back stronger.
Listen, he's a hurt defensive player, so that means the Packers are going to try and draft him at some point.
Exactly.
I like hurt DBs.
It works out never. I'm just saying, ever.
If it takes away anything from his athleticism, he's going to be in the box.
Yeah. This is insane.
Indianapolis is on the board.
How many have we had somebody? So we've had receivers, offensive tackles, and quarterbacks. That's
no
it.
One tight end, right?
And one tight end.
No running backs.
No running backs.
No running backs.
End. Okay, the dude's a glorified wide receiver.
You know what always kills me? Running backs are never drafted in the first round anymore. Last year with Bijan Robinson being an exception, but they at the end of the year, it's the Aaron Joneses that start to dominate and take the good teams over the top. You've got to have a good running back in order to succeed in this league. It's still important.
And that don't show up until after Thanksgiving. So it's gonna come back.
A couple of above average running backs going by committee.
Russ, what's the board look like to you right now as we sit with Indy, Seattle, waiting? What are your thoughts on kind of where we're at?
I mean, obviously, we're all talking about there's a lot of defensive talent sitting there that you would have expected to have gone already. But the fact that this is obviously quarterback heavy and so much talent at the offensive line, you get so much talent at one position, teams definitely tend to say this is the one guy we got to have. So they don't want to wait and pass on a guy.
What's Indy's biggest need?
Here.
You cut out Russ.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry. Yeah. To me, it's offensive tackle, then receiver. So I would be surprised if they didn't take an offensive lineman here, especially like we're talking about. They've got a young quarterback who was hurt last year.
Yeah.
So they want to keep that young kid upright because although they've gotten a lot of sort of time that other teams may not have gotten with the losing they've done since Andrew's gone,
Yep.
there does come a point where the owner is going to say, hey, my patience is running thin. So keeping Richardson upright and getting him to be the player they hope is going to be important. So putting a big boy in front of him when you have an offensive line that, to me, you're talking is marginal at best, especially at the tackle positions, they need to improve that to give themselves a chance. So
you got a
guess.
tackle from Washington. Fatanu's available. You got Mims. You've got the big fella Graham Barton from Duke.
Please
playing a
don't
couple
touch
different
him.
positions.
Please
Maybe
don't
it's the
touch
kid from
Please.
Washington here. Then there's a couple of tackles that are still there that could be available for them if that's the move.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a draft where there's 8 to 10 offensive linemen in the first round that are legitimate guys that you feel can step in and start and contribute early.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes a lot of sense for the Colts, especially knowing Chris Ballard. For years, I've known Chris, and he's a big believer in winning along the trenches. So it wouldn't shock me with the issues they have on that O-line to see him go down that road and say, we're gonna get this line right. Because if we don't, Anthony's not going to stay healthy, and we're all going to be looking for jobs. Because let's not forget, not only has Anthony got to be healthy, but if he's not playing, you have Joe Flacco.
Right.
And Joe did some good things in Cleveland last year, but that was because they have a dang good offensive line.
Right.
Joe can't move anymore. So
It's
to
down
expect him to function behind a bad offensive line, you're in real trouble. Because they need O-line help.
It's down to almost 2 minutes left in this. Do you think this may be a draft situation or a trade?
Well, I'm sure they're getting calls. There's no question
Pick us in.
because there's no one guy that they have to take here. So if there's a team that's targeting one person, they're trying to convince the Colts, hey, trade out. We want to go get this particular guy, drop 3 spots, drop 5 spots. We got a guy. And the Colts may be like, hey, there's 4 tackles left. We're comfortable with any of them. Not even a center or guard.
Pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts. Colts fans are getting pretty excited here. We'll see what happens. Could this be defense? Could this be a wide receiver for Anthony Richardson? Could this be an offensive lineman? I don't know, man. I don't know. I got to assume we're not.
Yeah, my money's on the big kid from Washington. I'm going to go with the lineman out of Washington.
I'm saying a cornerback. I'm saying the kid from Toledo.
You think so?
He's a bold
They just lost Henderson, right? To the Eagles.
They did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
did.
Quinyon Mitchell is who you're talking about, right?
The kid from Toledo.
Quinyon Mitchell can play, man. Yep,
He
can play.
There's no question.
He's a
There's
stud.
no doubt about that.
Russ, while waiting for this pick, how do you judge players that come from smaller schools like Toledo? They didn't see a lot of talent, but they lit it up in the league back then. Is that ever a smart pick to take in the first round?
You just got.
Yeah, I mean, you can't worry about the school they go to. You have to grade the skill set they have. When you look at a corner, I mean, that you always go see the small school kids. Now, Toledo's MAC. It's not small school, but it's not Power 5. You always go see them live. Any kid that's not at a Power 5 that you're giving a high grade to. But you look at him. He's a long kid, long arms. He can run. Can he change directions? How explosive is he? Go and you get into the school. You find out his character. You go to practice. I don't think you're worried too much about it. I understand you're talking D2, D3. I can see being concerned about jumping that kid in the first round, but I'm not worried. If the kid's in the MAC and he's dominating, I feel comfortable. And Big Ben came out of the MAC and he was okay. And there's a ton of guys from the MAC that have been really successful in the NFL.
Roger Goodell on the podium announcing the Indianapolis Colts pick, and it is Laiatu Latu, edge UCLA.
Defense!
There you go.
Defense!
Pick at number 15.
And he's a Bruin.
There
That's
you
what
go.
you want to see.
4 is up, man.
Wow. And here we have the first defensive player is a guy who has injury questions. I know, Russ, you say they do the medical, they do all that type of stuff, but let's not forget this guy medically retired from football due to injury.
Neck injury.
Missed 2 seasons because of a neck injury. Being a Packers fan, listen, I remember when Nick Collins, the greatest safety I have ever seen play the game, just simply got sat on and hurt his neck in a game and never could play again. This is crazy to me.
Okay, firstly, I have to say I'm going to forever question your judgment if you're saying that Nick Collins is better than Ed Reed or Sean Taylor.
I'm saying the greatest player. Okay, Sean Taylor.
Okay. Sean Taylor and Nick
safety, okay?
and Ed Reed were pretty special.
Yes, they were.
But
Nick
regardless,
Collins didn't have a chance. He got hurt.
The medical thing is you really have to trust your people. And Bill Polian said this to my buddy once when they were in draft meetings and they were talking about medical. And Bill Polian said to him, he said, figuring out the medical is way above a scout's pay grade. He said, that's why we have the medical professionals. And trust me, these guys generally know. There was a kid a few years ago, actually came out of University of Wisconsin, went 16th overall, named Erasmus James.
Yep.
And ended up having a very short career.
Yeah.
And he failed over half the physicals coming into the league.
Got it.
Because even though he missed almost no games in college, when they looked at his skeletal frame, most teams felt he would never get to a second contract. And they were right.
They were right.
So it's one of those things where if your medical people are saying, hey, don't worry. It was probably a spinal stenosis thing where Latu, they said, hey, you have a narrowing of the spinal column. Well, there's been a lot more research on that over the last 10 to 15 years where they can identify, is it significant or is it not? And if it is not, it's not a big deal. So my guess is he may have been told by a doctor spinal stenosis. He may have heard, holy smokes, I got to retire. So I'm away. Because parents say, whoa, you could be paralyzed and all that.
Like that.
Then they do more research. People at UCLA did look into it and they say, hey, yeah, it is something that you have to do research, but we've looked at your specific case. It's not an issue. Trust me, UCLA is one of the great medical schools in the country. They wouldn't be putting him out on the field if they had a concern that this kid was going to be getting carted off.
That's fair.
So,
AC, how excited are you to see a Bruin come off the board?
I'm really excited. I just saw him do a hip drop down tackle, so I'm wondering about that.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Get that film out of here.
His style of play, I'm not worried about his injury. He is a hands player. And in today's NFL, it fits perfectly because he will get a lot of slam tackles instead of head, shoulder tackles on the quarterback. Again, he's not going to be a run stopper. He's a pass rusher. Just get to the backfield and make the quarterback run. Even if you don't get to him.
Use that athleticism, get your hands in play and make it.
That's why I say edge rushers and cornerbacks are still going to be very needed in the time where you can't hit hard. The hard-hitting safeties, the hard-hitting linebackers, you're going to have to find a way to be more valuable a different way, and that's getting to the quarterback, making him flustered, and then cornerbacks making a play on the ball in the air. It's a new day, man.
Rubio says, "Don't limit UCLA to just a great medical school." We got.
Hey,
you,
trust
Rubio.
me, I don't. I'm a
Rubio. We need to get you in this show, man. Rubio, get that link. We need Chris Rubio of the Rubio Method, a UCLA Bruin.
Yeah, get me Rubio. I gotta go box.
AC's got to roll and get in the ring. So Rubio, get in here. We need to see you in the studio for a little bit. AC, roll out anytime you have to. We know you got to keep that physical temple straight. We know you got to throw some hands. So it's good hanging with you, bro.
Place the competitive edge somewhere.
AC,
with this bag.
AC, we've got to have you on Sports Talk with Dad at some point here in the near future too.
I would love to come on, guys. I'm glad to meet you guys. Russ, it's been a pleasure, man. Great insight and big time. You know where I'm at.
AC, it was awesome getting to know you. And by the way, you played with two of my buddies at UCLA.
Who was that?
The Jordan brothers.
Oh yeah.
Kevin and Al were good people.
Alan, Kevin. Yep. Still very close with Kevin. That's my guy.
You tell him hi for me when you speak to him.
I will. All
right, guys. All right, AC. Catch you later. Yeah. I'll tell you what. Let's catch a break. Seattle might make the pick while we're on one, but we got a 10 o'clock Eastern time hit coming at us here. So let's get a quick commercial break. We'll come back. We'll see what the Seahawks are going to do. Their quarterback options are gone. So they're going to have to pivot and do something else, right? That is just flat out where we're at.
Unless they want to really surprise us.
Holy cow, Tulane coming at you. We've got some interesting picks coming up too with Jacksonville. Cincinnati's got this is a team that was not that far removed from being in the Super Bowl. Feels like they have a lot of questions. Quick break. We're back with 5 box. We lost AC. He's going to go out and do some boxing. We'll be back in a little bit, though. I'm Brian Jodas. You're watching NGBN TV. We're back with more draft coverage right after this.
More from the NGBN Draft Watch Party. But first, a word from our sponsors. Welcome to Family Farms, where our culinary journey is woven with passion, dedication, and a commitment to crafting the finest bacon-wrapped chicken, a timeless delicacy that has tantalized the taste buds since 1974. At Family Farms, we're more than just a traditional name. We've evolved into purveyors of gourmet delights. Join us on this flavorful adventure, where every bite tells a story of tradition, quality, and the enduring spirit of Family Farms.
1 week after launching our exclusive sneak peek, NGBN TV was live for 3 days of continuous coverage from Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas.
NGBN TV is live from Las Vegas for Super Bowl 58.
The one-of-a-kind streaming TV network for men in their 40s, 50s, and 60s was the conversation for the big game about men's mental health. And the world of athletes, celebrities, and influencers were on notice. But we're just getting started with new partnerships announced like the Team Nike 3-on-3 Championship and new platforms available to download the NGBN TV app. So, what are you waiting for? Download the app today from your favorite streaming device or check us out at ngbn.tv. This is NGBN TV.
You're hanging with NGBN, live during the NFL Draft Watch Party.
Welcome back. It's the NGBN NFL Draft Watch Party. Brian Jodas here with Tim Carney, Kyle Carney, and Russ Landy as we are just hanging, man. We're hanging, watching the draft. I love this comment from Golf Life. Kyle making the picks is hilarious. I love it too. Golf, I'm with you. He gets so excited at every pick.
I'm so excited.
You do not get to make the Packers pick.
That's it.
Dad's laid down the marker.
The law
on that
is
one.
laid. You know, I know it says honor thy father and mother, but come on, man. Come on.
Youthful exuberance, right? Just a young man in his late 30s. You got to love it, fellas. Guys,
late
what?
30s. Okay, I am not even 35 yet. I turned 35 this year.
All right, mid-30s. All right, mid-30s. All right,
you look 39 in 6 months.
Late 30s.
Mid-30s.
We were friends.
Mid-30s.
We were friends. And now
Mid-30s.
you ruined it.
Mid-30s. Take it easy. You'll be all right. Got one defensive player.
Stunning.
15
Stunning that
picks
only one in the first 16.
Right. And well, just, I mean, the way guys, to sort of recap and reset the night a little bit here. Obviously, things are sort of cruising as you expect. And then Penix really just boom. Holy smokes. Here we are. Things are getting wild. And something about, man, these GMs, and maybe it is Russ, just a sign as to kind of, all right, this is where the game is going. This is where these franchises are feeling. I get it. I get it in Atlanta. The more I sit here and think about it, with everything going on with Cousins, with an Achilles, with what you saw happen to Rodgers, I get it, man. And it's like, okay, all right, let's get it. Let's get the kid in here. But then the Knicks thing is crazy. The Knicks thing to me, the Bo Nix thing to me, there is just that's wild.
The thing I think is desperation. Whereas Penix feels like could be a brilliant move if you think about it. Cousins plays 2 or 3 more years.
Yep.
They're winning.
Yep.
He rides off into the sunset.
Yep.
Your guy's been there. He's learned the system. He's ready. He takes over. There's no chasing a quarterback.
That's
All
right.
you have to do is look at Jacksonville and Cleveland. They both spent a decade chasing a quarterback.
Let's do this real quick, Tim, real quick before let's keep rolling. But let's go and bring Rubio in because his Seattle Seahawks are on the board and his UCLA Bruin just got drafted in the NFL. So Rubio, a UCLA Bruin, the preeminent long snapping coach across North America. So Rubio, what's up? How you feeling about the Bruin going? How you feeling about your Seahawks on the board?
Always good to see a Bruin go. He's a phenomenal player, hell of an athlete, extremely athletic kid. Like was listening to AC. Yeah, he's going to be a hands guy. He's not, he's way too light to be a run stopper. Right? What is he? 245, 243. He's almost 6'5", so he's real long, real lanky. But go Bruins! And now I want to see what the Hawks are doing. I'm kind of pissed because I wanted Penix.
Rubio, Seahawks are making the pick right now. Goodell is at the stage.
Kyle's keyed up. Kyle's ready.
I'm excited. This
go
is my
Kyle.
favorite part. All right, who do we got here? Seattle Seahawks. Come on, Roger, talk faster. I'm excited for this.
Getting old.
He's been picked up several times, even though they told him not to. The Seattle Seahawks pick Brian Murphy, the second defensive tackle out of Texas.
Nice.
What a pick. That is a great pick. Wow, Rubio, how are you feeling right now? You got to be excited.
Well, I'm pissed that they didn't get a long snapper, but they don't need one. They've got Chris Stoll, who's fantastic. And I wanted them to get a quarterback, but there's none, like you guys have already said, there's not a lot left, or if any. My thing after that is always go after the fat kids. So I would have liked more defense or offensive side. I prefer offensive line. I say build the team off the fat kids.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, this is a kid, when you look at him and you look at what they need a big, powerful kid. They got Leonard Williams, you got Jerron Reed. They need somebody else at that other end position. This is a powerful, athletic kid. He's going to make that front three in their scheme where they rush guys off the edge and they have that three-man line. This is a good fit.
Yeah.
My buddy worked at Texas, just left to go to another school, and he spoke highly of this kid as a kid that's going to be able to play early, and be an impact guy in the NFL.
He might have just won medallion of the night.
Hold on. Real quick, Brian, not to cut you off, but the Minnesota Vikings just traded up to take the Jacksonville Jaguars pick at 17.
Uh-oh.
And the pick
Vikings
is already in.
Whoa.
Wow.
Minnesota. Okay, Minnesota.
But I do have to ask big time. This was one of the guys you were talking about early on, the Dallas Cowboys take. And how do you feel about Brian Murphy being gone now?
I didn't think Brian was going to be there for us, but he's an outstanding player. And, he fits Pete Carroll's style. Well, I mean, Pete is not there anymore, but I'm saying.
Yeah, that style of defense for them, yep.
Yeah, that he fits that. They're a defensive type team anyway. So he's a great pick. He's a difference maker. He's not easily moved. I think he's going to be a great fit.
He looks the part, dude. Look how big and strong he is in the middle. He's just going to wreak havoc, right?
Yeah, he's
you need that kind of guy.
He's a problem. Can I ask you this question real quick, Russ, since you've been in those rooms? When you're drafting somewhere around 17, 18, and maybe your team is just a little bit lower, maybe 22, 23, how much of a price do you really have to pay to move up maybe 4 or 5 spots?
A lot of it depends on the number of calls they're getting, but there is a table. Jimmy Johnson created the first one. That's sort of out of date now. There is a trade value chart. You're not going to give up and overpay too much, and they're not going to take too little. So the amount is pretty well determined. Like if you're calling and it's 5 picks in the late first round, I think you're talking like a third and maybe a second to jump up. You're not talking about another first.
Roger Goodell is on the podium right now. Minnesota Vikings pick is in. The Minnesota Vikings with the 17th overall pick.
One of those linemen?
They haven't run it yet.
Offensive lineman.
Our announcer is slowing
Wide
the game
receiver is the pick. It looks like who they haven't even announced who this is yet. They haven't put up the name. They put Jacksonville Jaguars selection up here. But they did pick it. It looks like, I think this is a wide receiver here, but they haven't mentioned the name.
Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner. I was completely wrong. The Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, defensive end, Alabama.
Trying to replace Danielle Hunter.
Yep.
Exactly. Great pick.
Good pick.
Rubio, what do you think here with defensive end going to the Minnesota Vikings? They get their quarterback and they get their defensive end late in the draft.
Everyone needs one. You get one and it completely shuts down half the side of the field. I mean, you start to know exactly where you're going to start moving your defensive players, and you know where their offensive players are going to go because they're going to try to avoid them. I mean, it's a great pick. Like I said, I go fat kids right after the quarterback.
Yep. And I think they probably traded up here because they know the Bengals need D-line help.
Yeah.
So there's a good
that's
chance
that move.
You realize
That's
the
that
Bengals might have been sitting there waiting on whether it was this kid or not, but they didn't want to risk that it would be him if they felt the Bengals were growing D-line. So
and with the quarterbacks the Vikings are going to have to face in the NFC North, it's a very wise pick.
100%. You can never go wrong with good defensive linemen. They can only help.
Guys,
Nice win for the Hurricanes, boys. Hometown North Carolina guy here. Nice win for the Hurricanes, 3-2 over the island. For all of our hockey fans also watching the coverage.
So is that 4-1 and it's over?
That's 3-zippy. 3 zippy.
3 zippy. That's fine.
3 zippy right now. About to be a sweet baby.
That sounds
I
good
will
to
say,
me.
guys, Dallas Turner wins suit of the night. That green suit he's
That
got
is
on
quite
is
quite a color, man. That is quite
I love
a
it.
look.
That is
I
officially to
did
me
look
the
his
suit of
whole
the
fit.
night.
His whole fit looks good. He's got cool shoes on. He's got the
I
shades.
got a question for you guys because I'm getting a lot of texts from my Seahawks buddies. They're saying great pick, but do you think we could have waited for him?
Where are you gonna go though? Right? Where are you gonna go? Right, Russ?
Well, it's that, and I bet you they're smart enough too. I'm sure that everybody had been hearing, because especially if the Vikings made this trade, I'm sure the rumor around the league was the Bengals are going D-line.
Yeah.
So if they're sitting there thinking, do we want to trade down? They're thinking, okay, we can trade a spot, but we don't want to trade below Cincy because we don't know who they're taking. So that would be my guess is if this trade hadn't happened, I might have said, yeah, they probably could have.
Brian Murphy is also generational
the Bengals
talent.
are doing this.
Brian Murphy is generational talent here. I mean, you don't wait when you have a kid that is generational talent that is going to anchor your line for years to come.
And you also thought Dallas Turner has got to be a guy that's just going to dominate and be the guy that on the edge of your line for many, many years to come.
Yep, I agree. 100%. And you can't risk it to move a few spots if you believe a team is focusing on one position because you just don't know who they're taking.
And Byron Murphy's only 6'1", 3 clicks. So, he's not being moved. And they'll probably fatten him up a little.
They might. They very well might.
Bigger.
As John Madden used to call them, the big uglies.
Yeah, because 6'1" D tackle is not, obviously not that big.
Nope, it's not. Yeah, it's like a little fire hydrant.
Yeah.
But that's what's even more impressive about Brian Murphy. He is only 6'1", but the fact that he was able to move and disrupt plays the way he was, his athleticism and his motor. When you're talking motor, is just unmatched every single play. And it's not like he played small schools. He had a motor against some of the biggest and best schools in the country.
And the thing is, with him being so stocky too, with him being so stocky, a lot of offensive linemen being taller, they hate going against shorter, stockier, stronger, fatter, thicker kids because you can't move them. It's like trying to move a damn fire hydrant.
Yep. No, the 6'1" that's a perfect size. If you're talking, especially for a power guy. Now, if you want a guy who's going to slip and beat guys, you want a little length, so he's got those longer arms. But if you just want a big, athletic, powerful kid, 6'1" is more than fine inside.
Let's take a look at what these next 3 picks look like, because we're looking at Cincinnati, who's in a very interesting position as a football team, right? In the AFC, right? T. Higgins, very unhappy. They got some things to figure out here. The Rams, right? An aging quarterback that still's got a little bit of a run left under his belt, but no QBs available now. Pittsburgh now has 2 quarterbacks, Russ Wilson and Fields. So that's just an interesting franchise. They rarely miss. Pittsburgh rarely misses, right? They are a professional football team. There's a reason why they've not had a losing season, right? They don't miss. So I'm interested to see, right, what team in the Bengals, it feels like some things going on. I don't know what to make of the Rams these days, and I know that Pittsburgh isn't going to miss. Russ, let's think about what the next 3 kind of picks look like here with these 3 teams coming up.
Well, I'll say the Bengals, I think, are trying to figure out, do we reach a little bit and take a defensive lineman? Because remember, Trey Hendrickson has already come out complaining. They're not going to trade him, but his deal's up a year from now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to either franchise him or pay him big money, and they generally don't pay people money because they're one of the cheaper organizations. So they know there's a good chance Trey is gone a year from now. So I think they're looking at defensive line as their primary thing. Maybe they'll go corner because I think that's their next need. When you look at the Rams, you look at that line, and I hate to say it, but you got Alaric Jackson, their left tackle kid out of Iowa. This is a Canadian kid. Went undrafted coming out of college last year, first year starter in the NFL. Very talented kid, but he's not a frontline elite guy. Their overall line, there's some real questions about. So I think they're going to look at O-line, possibly pass rusher. And the Steelers historically, you just look at over the years, they go O-line, D-line, or pass rusher.
Yep.
That's really what they're doing. And when I say pass rusher, I mean 34 outside linebackers because of their scheme. Those are really the 3 spots they spend first-round picks on. So I'd be stunned if they didn't look at O-line or D-line with their pick.
Bengals pick is in. Let's see what happens there. Rubio, we got to let you go. We will catch you on
Nice meeting you guys.
the Rubio method in decades. See you, bud.
Let me throw this in real quick on the that I didn't notice before. Hello to everybody that is on Twitter. That is on NGBN. I see over 40 people watching us right now. I don't know if you have the capability of commenting. I know you want to. I know you got something to say. I know all of y'all don't agree with what we're saying, but let me tell you this.
And you can tweet right at us, right? Big time.
Yeah.
We put our names right there.
Yeah, tweet us there. Everybody's handle is there.
X us, tweet us, whatever you want to call it.
Do it. Hey, we appreciate you guys for tuning in with us tonight and hanging with us. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We just didn't want to neglect you. Thanks for watching. We got some world-class people here. Russ is killing it tonight. Kyle, Sports Talk with Dad, of course, Brian, the great Brian, is going to work. And whatever you think about me, it don't make no difference. I'm electrifying.
Love you, bro. Love you, bro.
So here's the question: are they going to replace Roger next year with Kyle calling the picks out of the draft?
I think he's got a demo tape to send up.
He's auditioning for a great job right now.
Right.
The only problem is he'll be walking up reading the card and he'll just be like, "Oh my god!"
Too excited. I'm too excited.
Too excited. Yeah.
He'll hand me that card and I'll be like, "No way!"
He'll be like, "Not Ohio State. Sorry, can't pick them."
Yeah, can't do it.
Toss the card. Stupid.
Throw it away.
No one chose it first round. Okay.
Well, here's the thing we have with the Bengals coming up here, guys, is you have who I like to call football Jesus and Joe Burrow, because in my opinion, that kid walks on water. And he's starting to get hurt here. You got to protect this kid.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a lineman here. I think it's got to be.
I see Barton right here.
No, Barton. I think the kid from I'm hot on the kid from Washington. I thought he was going to go a few picks ago.
Well, here's Goodell.
I think the kid from Washington goes here because since he's got to your point, they got to get some protection. They got to make that offense feel good.
But they haven't done it so far.
It is a Marius Mims offensive tackle from Georgia to protect the man I like to call football Jesus. It is time to protect your all-star, all-pro quarterback.
Makes sense.
Great.
Makes sense. Yep, makes sense.
Yep. And especially if you think about it, they have Trent Brown there now. He's another massive human being. Yeah. Great guy to be able to tutor this kid and teach him about, hey, we're not going to win the race as the fastest guy, but we are long and we're giant. Let me teach you some little tricks about being a tackle that's a gigantic human who may not have the feet of a Jonathan Ogden or a Rashawn Slater, but you have the size and the length. Perfect situation to be able to be mentored by a guy like Trent Brown.
All right, here's the question, Russ, with Mims here, because the reason Mims has fallen to this point in the draft is because of his run blocking abilities. He struggled with that. He is the best pass blocker we have in this draft. But when it comes to run blocking, that is his struggle. Is this something that can be taught, or is this something that is going to be hard for him to figure out?
Okay, firstly, run blocking 100% can be taught. I'll give you the line of lines that I can tell you. You guys, well, big timer, you and I may remember this guy. The rest of these young pups may not.
Tim's pretty old.
Tim is too. He just looks young on the camera. But Randy Cross,
Ryan, I appreciate that.
Do not stroke his ego. He is an old man and needs to be told. Okay.
I don't know. The guy in the middle looks a little older than his dad.
There you go.
Well, he's in his late 30s. We all know.
Exactly.
Not late 30s, okay? Mid 30s.
Who are you talking about?
You guys may remember Randy Cross.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Great lineman. He and I worked together at the NFL Today show, and I was just getting started in the scouting business. And I went to him one day and I said, "Hey, Randy," I said, is the reach block the hardest block for an old lineman? And his response was, "You mean of run blocks? Because no run block is as hard as the easiest pass block."
Yeah.
So run blocking is considered easy. The issue when a guy is not a good run blocker is the effort.
Yeah, that's right.
All it takes is effort to be a good run blocker. So if a guy is not given effort, that ain't ever going to change.
Yeah.
Because if I can't get you to be motivated in college when you have a chance to earn big money, then it's probably never going to change. Now, if it's technique, when you're given the effort, I can teach you technique to be a good run blocker all day long. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. And the reality is, I guarantee the Bengals like, hey, just keep Burrow upright. If you miss a few run blocks, it's okay. Just keep that cat healthy. We'll deal with getting some negative runs.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, thinking about what they need there.
Yeah.
To be able to do
You got to keep Burrow upright. And hey, they have Orlando Brown, great tackle, but he's getting up there. And Trent Brown is over 30, and he's been out of shape and missed games with injury, and they got him this year. So here's a young kid. Maybe he doesn't start right away. Maybe he takes a little time. Maybe he takes one of the guard jobs as a rookie, gets settled in, and then in 2025, he becomes one of the starting tackles. But what can you do to keep Joe Burrow, who is not a big kid and has been dinged a number of times?
Yeah.
How do you keep him upright?
Wow. Did I just see the LA Rams have not had a first-round pick?
2016.
2016?
Yep.
Holy cow, they moved a lot of picks around. So
Les Snead is the new Bobby Beathard. Trade away your first-round picks. Just go get football players. I don't care where you get them.
Well, let me look.
Guys, we are talking about Joe Burrow here. where did he start his college
Would
career
you
again?
stop?
You mean where did he finish? Where he actually
Tim,
played?
reach over there. Reach over there, Tim.
Hey, who was the other guy? Wasn't it Justin Fields?
Yeah.
Isn't that another Ohio State guy?
Bears suck, man. That's not Justin Fields' fault. He's going to go to Pittsburgh and light it up.
So what do you think the Rams do here, Russ?
I mean, I would say it's O-line because their O-line needs a lot of help, but I do think they're going to look at corner. I mean, when you look at what they're doing, they're taking a shot on Tre'Davious White, Darius Williams. They're trying to find anybody. So it wouldn't shock me if they went for the kid from Toledo, get somebody with length. They're not afraid of small school guys. Les Snead is a gambling type GM. And I don't mean that as a knock. I just mean he has the courage that he's not afraid of taking the kid from a Toledo in the first round. So I think it's going to be O-line or cornerback here.
Is Quinyon Mitchell that
best? Be something else.
Yeah, is Quinyon Mitchell that best corner on the board?
I think he is. I think as long as you have the courage to say, I'll take a kid from Toledo over a kid from a bigger school. I mean, this is a long kid, long arms. He can run. He's got good hips. He can change directions. He's explosive closing on the ball. There's a lot to like about this kid. And I like those kids, the kids that play corner in a smaller conference, because they have to do everything. You can't get away like you can at a UCLA or a Texas. If you're a great cover guy, you can be like, yeah, I don't play the run. You're in the MAC, you better do everything because scouts are going to hold it against you if you don't.
You know, that's a great point about that. I never thought about it playing at one of those schools. It really is. If you're a first round pick, you are the best player on that team by a long mile. It is all on you.
It's all on you. And we want to see, it's hard because you go in and you watch them and they've played 8 MAC schools. Well, shooting now, they played one receiver who's going to play on Sundays.
Yes.
So you really have to focus and grade his skills. You can't worry about who he's covering. You got to look at the feet and the pedal,
and the break,
and hips
that's right.
like, and all
how
those
he breaks
things.
on the ball, all that stuff. That's right.
And that's why you got to see him live.
Well, you want to see
go
that motor.
practice. You got to see him live because I don't care how much film you watch. If you don't see him live and you don't see that sudden, that go, well, he ain't going to survive in the NFL at corner if he doesn't have a little twitch and go.
All right, guys, here comes Roger Goodell to the stage. The Rams pick is in. He's moving a little bit slower. I think they heard him a little bit with picking him up. But he is going on. Who do the Rams have?
It'll be someone totally I didn't project. That's for sure.
It is Jared versus Edge, Florida State. They are trying to replace Aaron Donald right here.
Makes sense.
It makes sense, but that's a reach in the Russ.
I mean, it's a little bit, but I mean, he's a good pass rusher. I mean, they really don't have anybody. They're playing the Canadian kid, Michael Hecht. He was a defensive tackle of Brown. They got him to lose weight. They played him at outside linebacker in their 34 scheme. They don't really have an established edge guy. So this makes sense. This kid's long. He's linear. He can come off the corner, and they need somebody on the defensive line. So it makes a ton of sense. He's not going to replace Donald. But from an outside perspective, he's a good football player. Ironically, I had my needs as O-line pass rusher corner, but I said, it's not going to be a pass rusher. It's going to be the O-line or a corner. And, of course, it's the pass rusher.
The pass rusher. Yeah. That's how it goes every single time.
Yep. That's why I don't get to make the announcements of the picks. That's why I have Kyle.
You'd be upset. Damn, I got it wrong.
This is great. This is a great pick. This is what I was talking about earlier. All these offensive players being picked, so much defensive talent.
That's right. This is a kid that years ago could have gone way earlier in the evening.
Now I don't know this. I don't know this, Russ, but he's a stand-up guy. I mean, he likes to stand up. He doesn't necessarily always like to be in a stance. Is this something the Rams like to play that they're going to work with, or?
Yeah, they like it. They put their wide guys out and they let them come off the edge. And and knowing them, I mean, I have a lot of friends that work at the Rams.
He just sacked a quarterback through a lineman in that highlight.
Yeah,
This guy's legit.
He's a legitimate guy. He's long, which they like. They're big on long guys. They don't like short dudes on their offensive or defensive line. So he fits what they want. And they got a good coaching staff. This kid will be a good player. I mean, if Michael Heck can play outside linebacker after being an interior defense lineman at Brown, then this kid should have no problem bumping Heck off, making him the backup, and this kid will take that starting job.
Big time. We got the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. Mike Tomlin doesn't really miss as a head coach. Interesting move, man, bringing both of those quarterbacks in. I mean, when you break it down, you can make sense of you getting those guys on nickels on the dime, really, right? I mean, really good deals to bring both of those guys in. So what are your thoughts here? I know you're a huge Steelers fan, being a Cowboys guy, right? you could care less what the Steelers do here, but thoughts on Tomlin in this?
I'm not, I have to be professional. This is one of the teams I can't stand without a doubt. But
sure, we get it.
Mike Tomlin is my fraternity brother, so I'll do it for that one. So you got to make up your mind when the transition is going to happen. This is the way I'm looking at it. Russ, how really long are you going to stick with him? And then at the same time,
you're saying Russ Wilson. You're saying Russ Wilson, right?
Yes. Yeah. And then let's make sure that in the event that he is not good or you're transitioning from him to next year, let's make sure that we got Justin Fields some weapons. So I'm looking at it from the standpoint that if we're going to roll with Justin Fields at some point, it's got to happen eventually. Let's go ahead and give him some weapons while we got these high picks.
Yep.
So that's what I'm looking for.
So maybe Brian Thomas Jr. still on the board out of LSU.
That would be a great pick. Great pick.
Some linemen available. Some big linemen available.
Yeah, there's a lot of linemen available left.
I mean, they have George Pickens, though. George Pickens is still a very underrated player. I mean, he did all he could with having, again, a guy I like to call Whopper Jr. hands throwing him the ball. Like, he did the best he could. I think he is set to have a big year. I don't know if wide receiver is that big of a need for the Steelers.
But why not stack the deck? Most teams have a number one and another number one.
That's true.
Really good ones. Not a number one and then a solid two. A lot of teams like Philly have a 1A and another 1A. You know, so let's stack the deck.
Charles, I still go with their history of O-line and D-line. That's what they do. And also, let's remember, they didn't pick up Fields' option. They're not going to pick up. So this year, he's got to prove it.
Yeah.
He's got to show them he can be the guy for the future, or a year from now, he won't be there. So I don't think they're going to they're going to go towards, hey, we have to build for Justin Fields.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, guys.
Let's win.
Yeah, you're right. They got to get to winning. We just saw Charles Schultz talk about Graham Barton, obviously the lineman out of Duke. Let's plan a little bit here because we're hoping that, obviously big time's hoping he gets to the Cowboys. But Charles Schultz is the host of the Edge of Greatness, part of the NGBN family here. Let's get the Steelers pick. And then Charles was able to catch up with Dwayne Carter, who played defensive tackle at Duke, projected to be later in the draft, 3rd, 4th, maybe 5th round. But Charles had the chance to train Dwayne. So here's what we'll do. Let's watch the Steelers pick come in. Let's break it down a little bit. And then let's check in with Charles Schultz as he got to check in with Dwayne Carter. So we'll watch the Steelers. Jenna, let's get that interview ready to roll. So after we break down the Steelers pick, we can then check in with our man Charles Schultz, who talks to Dwayne Carter, who played defensive tackle across from Graham Barton for all of last season, right? And for part of their careers at Duke. So we'll see what the Steelers do here. Listen, this is one of the most professionally run franchises in the NFL, right? And I used to, quite frankly, I used to be able to say that about my team, and then it hasn't been that. So you look at the Steelers as one of those teams that, right, Tim, they always they keep plugging away. Mike Tomlin's not had a losing season.
No, and they're not going to go out. I don't think anyways. I don't think they're going to go for a wide receiver. I think they're going to pack in the line either on the offense or defense. It's just the way they roll. They take care of the guys up front first, and then they'll go in later on in the draft to pick up some kind of a weapon that they can give to Russell Wilson.
Well, and here's the thing too. Let's not forget, guys. If it wasn't for such bad quarterback play last year, the Steelers, they had a winning record with a quarterback that threw only 6 touchdowns all year, which seems impossible in the NFL today. They now have 2 quarterbacks ready to roll. This pick could put them into Super Bowl conversation next year.
Well, and I think SG Trilogy's point is good. I gotta think, like or dislike Russ Wilson. My hunch is he walks into Pittsburgh, I gotta think, with a lot of humility. Things haven't been going well, right? Your best hope here, Russ, for your future and sort of for your legacy is to be a bridge and train. So I think, SG, you're right. I think it's train Justin Fields up. And I think Russ Wilson can get that. And quite frankly, I mean, I think the Steelers are like, dude, we got these guys as steals.
I think Russ is right. The history of the Steelers, I think Russ hit the nail on that. I'm sorry I said that. I think they're going O-line. And that kid from Washington is still.
He's there. He's there.
There. Well, here it is, guys. Roger Goodell on the podium right now, getting ready to make the Steelers pick. Could this be an offensive lineman? Could this be a defensive player?
It'll be a quarterback. Come on.
Yeah, there you go.
Kid from Washington. I'm saying the kid from Washington.
It's either a kid from Washington. Could it be Barton here? Could it be the cornerback from Tulane to really stack up that defense with TJ Watt? He's announcing somebody, so I don't have any pick yet.
It's coming.
We're waiting. We're waiting for you.
They're doing the Walter Payton Man of the Year right now. What a great award, by the way. I'm so happy they started that. The Walter Payton Man of the Year award is just an outstanding thing the NFL has done.
Yep.
Oh, didn't that used to be the Piccolo Award, or did
I don't know.
I don't know if it was that.
All right, Cameron Hayward, Walter Payton Man of the Year, making the pick for the Steelers right now. The pick is in. The Pittsburgh Steelers select.
We don't know yet.
We don't know yet. It hasn't turned yet.
No, I think he's making
a speech.
I think he's making a speech of some kind because he is the man of the year.
He is.
He might even get to make the pick.
He is going to make the pick here.
He's rocking a Miami Dolphins teal suit as well. It's a bold move for a big fella. This guy, if you've seen this guy's story, right? This Ironhead Haywood's son.
Yep.
Yeah.
We had Hayward at the Rams. We had Ironhead at the Rams.
God, Ironhead.
Did you really?
You did not want him hitting you. He would tackle you. He had the football. He would
Pittsburgh
tackle
Steelers select guard from Washington, Troy Fontenot.
No, that's a great pick.
Big time with the call on this one.
That's a great pick there, BT.
Smart pick. It's a very smart pick. And Russ opened my eyes up back again. That is what the Steelers do. And it kind of covers you both. It protects Russell Wilson now, since he likes to get out of the pocket a lot. And then Justin does the same thing. So you get a lineman there that's going to be there for about, good 18 years, injury free.
Smart pick. Yep. Well, we're seeing some offensive linemen go off the board. One that is still out there is Duke offensive lineman Graham Barton. Our own Charles Schultz from the Edge of Greatness got to train Dwayne Carter, who played against Graham every day in practice. So let's catch up with Charles Schultz as he gets to talk to future NFL draft pick Dwayne Carter.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with three-time captain, Duke defensive tackle Dwayne Carter. Dwayne, thank you so much for taking time to join us today. I know you've got a really busy weekend. Appreciate it always. So I feel like it's appropriate to start with congratulations. First and foremost on the engagement. Secondly, on some dreams coming true this weekend.
Yeah.
What I want to know is, how are you managing the emotions and the excitement and the buildup of all of these things coming to culmination here this weekend?
Yeah, no, 100%. That's a good question. It's been an eventful last couple of days, really last couple of months, honestly. And I kind of use that same mentality I did going into this past season, just taking it day by day, so you don't really miss any moments. I use be where your feet are. It's been like my motto for this whole past year and a half, and because I knew things were just gonna happen really fast. I wasn't gonna really have a lot of time to do a lot of different things, so time management, everything was really important and key for me. So, I mean, that's really where it is, man. Just keeping that same mentality.
So what's something that surprised you about the draft process?
honestly, like you hear about the business side of things, right? Everybody's like, "Oh, it's a business." Like, don't forget, like the end of the day, it's still a job. Like all that stuff. You're still playing football, but it's a job. So to hear that repeated, right, and actually get the experience, somewhat of the business side, the interviews, the amount of preparation you do. It's not just you making sure you're staying strong, staying in shape, good at your drills and stuff. The interview preps, different conversations, and the mental games as well. Learning how to carry yourself, uh, having to learn what different GMs and head coaches and everything looks like. And everybody says it's only 32, but that's a lot of people and that's a lot of personnel. And a lot of times, like in the different space that I was in, like you never know who you're talking to. So you always had to be, basically kind of walking on eggshells in a sense, trying to make sure you're right when the time comes. So it was pretty cool.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. So one of the things that interests me as a three-time captain at Duke, and I know you're a big team guy. You've always been a big team guy. And I know a number of your teammates and friends are actually looking for an opportunity to get drafted this weekend. How have you been supporting them and them supporting you throughout this entire process?
Yeah, so it's been cool, man, because it was funny because we went all our separate ways, right? So I didn't train with anybody in the same space, except for like the last couple of weeks. I went back to school after pro day, and I got to work out with our strength coach again. I was training with Graham Barton and some other guys, but being away from them, it's cool. We kind of get to call each other and figure out, like, all right, what are you doing here? Like, what's similar to school? Do you feel like it's actually helping you? Do you think this is beneficial to you? How's your day work? How's your day run? And then kind of leads back to the business aspect again. Like, it's football from time to a certain time, and the rest of the day is yours. So, like, I don't have school anymore. I graduated, which isn't the same. Like, I know Graham's still in school. My boy Jacob Monk, actually my roommate, he was up in Cleveland training, and he's been in North Carolina his whole life. So I got to give him a little bit of inside scoop on the Ohio lifestyle, and swayed him a little bit towards Ohio. But I mean, it's just been cool being able to like share experiences. It's a similar experience, but it's not the same. And I think that's the coolest thing.
Yeah. So talk to me a little bit about how you're planning to celebrate this weekend. What's on your docket?
Yeah, so just sitting at home watching the draft with my family, of course, and then Saturday, have a little get together, little party. I say a little get together. We'll see how little it stays. But it'll be cool, man. Being around back hometown, being around people I grew up with, old teammates, friends, coaches, teachers, family. It's gonna be a good celebration, and hopefully, whoever picks me up, it'll be a good fit. So I'm excited wherever I go.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. So talk to me. I got one more question here I want to dive into. Tell me about the mental approach that you're taking, knowing that it's a long process, it's a long 3 days, and as of right now, it's not showing that you're projecting in the first day, right? So how are you approaching the day by day and the mindset of staying where you need to be?
Yeah, so I'm a big question answer. So, talking to people who went through it before, try to advise, find some dude, go play golf, go do this or whatever. But I just came to terms with that's not me. Like, I'm going to be in front of the TV. It's like I'm just going to sit there and watch it. And it doesn't matter what day, what round, whatever. Like, I'm going to be watching it all the way through, probably until I get picked. So I'm sitting there just continually watching. And, when I get that call, I get that call. But as far as mentally, I'm in a good space, and I'm at the sports space now. Like I feel like I've earned an opportunity. All the hay's in the barn. I put in the work, resume wise. I mean, it speaks for itself, and I think I interviewed very well, and that's been a lot of feedback for me too. So, we'll just see. It's only a matter of time now.
I do have one more follow-up question actually is what have you heard about what happens next? As far as once you get your name called, do you have a sense for what's the process following that?
Yes, I mean, all I know is they say it's a blur and it's a long ride. That's what I just talking to rookies from last year. They say it feels like this year never ends. So essentially, draft and then rookie minicamps usually I think a week or 2 weeks after the draft. So then you're there with your team, and that kind of blends with OTA. So you get to meet the full team, and then they put you through the rookie. I guess I call it like a rookie symposium. So that's like your gambling education, financial literacy, basically learning how to be an NFL player, and what's expected of you as a rookie. And each team does it different, but I'm assuming it's like similar throughout each organization of what it faces, and then you get maybe I think they said you might get a couple weeks before camp. to have a little break, but after that, you roll at the end of July and it's go time. You back playing ball again.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a little bit of a whirlwind. I knew we were going to be having this conversation after we had a talk your freshman year. Do you remember what you said to me?
I said a lot of things.
It was right after you got done with camp, and I asked how things were going, and you told me, "Man, I'm getting my butt kicked, and I love it."
Oh yeah,
and
I do remember that year.
I knew right then that we'd be having this conversation because you had the mindset to say, "I'm just going to get better each and every day," and I love that conversation. I tell people about it all the time, and so I just wanted to share that with you today as you're heading into this weekend to see it all come full circle for you. I'm proud of you, man. I'm excited for you. I can't wait to see where you end up. I do have one request. If Baltimore or Pittsburgh calls, that red button is just right there. Go ahead and hit that and wait for no, I'm just playing, man. I got you wherever you end up, my man. So thank you for taking time and joining me today, man. Good luck. I appreciate you. I'm excited to see where you end up, my man.
My God, I appreciate it, Coach. Always.
Absolutely. Back to you guys.
Man, outstanding. What a great conversation to see that young man. He's got a great head on him, right? He's going to go later, right? Third, fourth round, but he's just got a great perspective. And we inch closer to the possibility of Doug Brooks's Dallas Cowboys taking his teammate Graham Barton still on the board. While we were gone, Kyle, would you like to fill us in as to who the Miami Dolphins picked?
The Miami Dolphins select from Penn State edge rusher Chop Robinson.
There you go.
There you go. Great pick.
A lot of defensive departures for the Finns. A lot of holes to be filled on the defensive side of the football. Russ, tell us a little bit about Chop Robinson and the Nittany Lion headed down to South Beach.
Well, firstly, it makes perfect sense. If you just look at the fact that Jalen Phillips is coming off, and we talked about Achilles injuries earlier, he's coming off that Achilles injury, and he's the best pass rusher they have down there in Miami. You get another guy that fits that mold. Undersized guy, 250, 55. He's got a little bit of twitch. He's got athleticism. He can change directions. Perfect guy to have. It gives you a guy while Phillips works his way back to full speed. Once Phillips gets there, hopefully by midseason, then you have two edge guys. And your defense all of a sudden takes a big jump. Then you add in Bradley Chubb, who's still sort of there and doing his thing, even though he's probably the older vet there. Now you got three guys, rush the passer. It's the hardest thing you can to find other than quarterbacks is pass rushers. So
check out this question. Check out this question from Trilogy. Biggest steal so far. I like this question.
Well, Kyle would say Bo Nix.
I agree. Bo Nix is the biggest steal of this draft so far. 100% agree.
Can we say that the 5th overall pick in Alt might have been the biggest steal?
Well, you know what I was going to say.
Quarterbacks went ahead of him.
Where he went with the way things played out. You're going to look back in 10 years and Joe Alt will be a perennial Pro Bowler.
I'm just going to give you a text to give you an idea of how wacky this business is. A scout for a team just texted me and said, so the Patriots they made one of their coaches who was there under Bill, their head coach, and their assistant GM, who I like, Elliot, a great dude. They made him their GM, and he was there under Bill. So everything's the same in terms of a lot of people are there that were not there, and they take a quarterback that their team did not have as the guy that you would take in the first 2 rounds.
Oh, no.
He said, boy. So was it Bill, or is just the system finally broken there?
Oh, wow.
Or do you think Robert Kraft stepped in and said, we need to get a quarterback?
I believe.
I don't think so. Robert does not, from what I've been told, he does not get involved in who to pick. That's at least what I've heard.
Okay. Big time, what do you think? You think the Vikings have had the night?
I think, well, obviously with the trade up, you get JJ and then you get one of the best defensive players. I think they won so far, but I'm getting scared right now because Philadelphia is up, and I got a feeling when you just lost Kelsey to retirement.
And you saw that kid could play center.
Yeah, I got a feeling. I got a feeling right here.
Oh boy! All right. Well, this is a big.
They can stab me right here. I got a feeling they're gonna take my guy.
I gotta say, Verse is probably the biggest steal. He was projected for quite a long time, going 8 to Atlanta.
Yeah,
and he falls back that far. That's a steal.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they're gonna love him. Just what we've seen from him, that kid's motor, the way he plays and gets to the quarterback. I think they're gonna enjoy his style for sure.
Well, one thing I'll add that hasn't really been brought up because Philly's on the clock and it's never talked about in the press, But if you talk to all the teams in the NFL, they will 100% tell you that Philly is the most analytics evaluation-driven team in the league.
That's Howie Roseman, right?
Howie Roseman, their whole staff. And I'm not saying they do a bad job, but analytics plays a huge part. That's why they chose Jalen.
Look at all these guys in the dark suits.
Andre Dillard was a highly regarded guy
in
analytics. So was Jalen Hurts. So I would bet this will be a guy who has great analytics, and it may not be a guy we're even thinking is a guy that we should be taking here. This might be a guy that comes out and is on a lot of lists as second or third round, just like Andre Dillard, just like Jalen Reagor, just like Hurts, as a guy that they like significantly more than a lot of teams because their draft board looks dramatically different than most because of that reliance on analytics.
How are the corners in Philly? Like, is Quinyon Mitchell fit here?
He would fit 100%. I mean, they have Bradbury, who they're hoping has a breakback year. They were able to re-pick up Gardner Johnson, and they have Darius Slay. So they've got good corners. It's not a dire need. They definitely are a team that tends to go explosive athletes, and they really don't look at O-line early. They tend to take O-line. I shouldn't say early. They don't take him in the first round. They'll take him in the second because they feel they have the best O-line development coach in the league. And he's done a great job when you look at some of the guys. They haven't taken an O-lineman in the first round since 2013.
That's got to make you feel good, Doug Brooks.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
I just hope that Philly knows what we want, and they and like I said,
Joe, they're picking where they're supposed to be. They're in their spot where they started.
Kelsey is gone.
All right, pick is in, guys.
Oh,
Eagles pick is in. Only 2 trades, both by the Vikings so far. Definitely not what we thought was going to happen. This has been pretty steady on the draft picks. We're going to see here the dreaded Eagles big time. Who are they going with?
I believe they might go corner right here, though. That kid from Toledo, that and Slay, I believe, is gone, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
Yeah, so they need cornerback play. I wouldn't be surprised if that's it. But man.
They need to remember when you start a season 10-1, you don't finish 11-7.
Exactly.
I'm surprised.
My wife's entire family's from Philadelphia. I mean, they're diehard Eagles fans. She's even converted my kids to be Eagles fans. It's terrible, guys. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible.
My wife tried to make my kids Bears fans, and I wouldn't allow it. It helped that they've been terrible for the last few years.
Sure does.
Roger is talking a lot tonight.
You know Roger loves it.
Roger better take that Tylenol arthritis pill and sit down.
All right, so give you another text I just got. Now, this will pump me up.
All right.
I texted my buddy because their team didn't take the Bowers kid. They took somebody else.
Oh, hold on, Russ. Hold on. Here's the pick.
All right.
The Eagles pick is in. The Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback.
There you go, Brian. You nailed it.
Nailed it big time. We nailed it, bro. Me and Big Time nailed that one.
Nice. Well done, guys.
What were you going to say, Russ?
No, I was going to say I texted him just saying, hey, is it just me that I like Bowers? I said, did you like him? And his response was, no, I freaking loved him.
Yeah.
Best player in the draft.
Raiders are gonna be happy with it. They'll be happy with him.
Yeah, you could consider that a steal too.
We might have to ship a Brock Bowers jersey over to the Landy household.
Yeah, I might have to read. Well, the good thing is I know Telesco for years. I'm sure I could get one from him pretty easily.
There you go.
All right. I do have a question.
Yep.
So Chop Robinson's going to Miami. Miami is the party capital of the U.S. in some cases. When a guy goes down there and he's young and he's got money for the first time, how does he avoid just falling into those traps?
Well, a lot of that is you try to find that out ahead of time. Is this a kid that's even going to venture down that road? And if he is, you better have a system set up to protect him. Now, a lot of these guys don't. You'd be surprised. Some of these guys are so like milk and cookies, like their whole life, this has been their goal. They're not going to do anything that steps out of line. Other guys are complete, like, I mean, we all know the names, the Manziels, the people like that who went sideways. But it really comes down to research. And this is something I can know as much as I can about the players from watching them, but I'm not going to the school visit, so I don't know the intricate character detail. But there have been a lot of kids that you think on the outside are party guys and crazy. and you talk to them, and they're like, nah, this kid's in his room every night. He's got the steady girlfriend for 3 years. He doesn't even party. His biggest thing is having a beer with the team after a win. I mean, like, when you find these things out, then you don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But I will say, one of my mentors in the business, Charlie Army, one of the smartest guys I ever dealt with, who also fired me because he's an awful human being. Charlie had a lot of great things. I learned more from him than anybody else. But one of the things Charlie said is, he said, we can do all the research we want. We can talk to as many people as we want, interview the kid as much as we want. But most likely, when we draft them, the check we hand them for a signing bonus will be more money than their family has had in the history of its existence.
It's a big deal.
So there is no way to 100% predict how they're going to handle getting $2 or $3 million handed to them as a 20-year-old kid.
You could also be a douchebag like Johnny Manziel, whose family had money and he got that check and didn't know how to operate either.
Yep.
Sure.
I mean, hey, everybody likes to rip Ryan Leaf. I guarantee you, if at 21 you handed me $14 million, there's a good chance I'd be dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it sounds like AC pretty excited about that Quinyon Mitchell pick. So Birds fans feeling good about that one. What does Jacksonville need? Cornerback, defensive lineman, maybe offensive line, but what's Jacksonville in need of here with the pick coming in?
I mean, I think you nail it with corner. I do think there's going to be consideration for an offensive lineman. They took a right tackle in the first round last year, but their left tackle, Cam Robinson's been hurt, has struggled to play consistently. They're paying him a ton of money. They've tried to upgrade with Brandon Scherf and Mitch Morse on the inside. They traded for Ezra Cleveland. An offensive tackle wouldn't be a crazy pick here, but I think corner is their primary objective.
Okay, so there's a good kid out of Alabama still available. This Iowa kid is hanging.
He is.
Your first-round pick?
He is a first-rounder, and let's also remember that when their GM and Trent Baalke was in San Fran, he was famous for drafting injured guys. Everybody used to rip Trent for he would take 2 or 3 guys that were coming off significant injuries every year. So this would be the perfect spot for that kid to go. Mind you, I will also say this is a team that has Trevor Lawrence, and his backup is as good as him and Mac Jones.
Well, let me ask you something about Trevor Lawrence.
Well, that's hold on. Them be fighting words in Jacksonville down there. Wow.
I'm not saying he's taking the job, but I think he's a legitimate starter.
Wow.
Is this a make or break year for Trevor Lawrence?
It's a big year. There's no question. They had that breakout year 2 years ago when they came back and beat the Chargers. This past year, a lot of ups and downs. It's pointed in the right direction. But they've got to figure it out. I mean, because he has not shown the consistency you want for the guy that goes number 1 overall and a guy that there were a lot of people said was the best quarterback prospect in the last 20 years. So to me, it's a big year. I love the fact that they are not afraid, because to me, part of why they brought Mac Jones in, not that they think Mac is going to take his job. That's just me being a crazy person. But I think what they wanted to do is I think they wanted to challenge Trevor to say, hey, how's your mental?
Yeah.
Are you there? Are you going to handle this? Because he's going to have to step up and be the guy now. There's somebody there. So he's going to have to handle that mental side of it. And I think this is their way of sort of figuring out, is this the guy long-term, or are we ready to have to go find another quarterback?
Well, now's the time to find out, right?
Yep. 100%.
I got a feeling they lost Calvin Ridley. So, you know, there's a spot there for wide receiver.
There's no doubt. They've got some pretty good ones, though.
Yeah, but Brian Thomas would take them to another level.
He would help them. There is no doubt about that.
On the board, too. Well, the pick is in. Roger Goodell at the podium announcing the pick. Jaguars fan. The pick is in. It is Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver.
Big time is in the zone.
Time. Okay, I am taking you to Vegas. That is what is happening. You have called like 5 of these picks.
Man, if you're going to find out if Trevor is the guy, then you need to make sure that you give him what he needs, because you can't do a proper evaluation if he don't have at least a true number 1 or a very solid number 2. You just lost Calvin Ridley. You got to replace that. That's an excellent pick by Jacksonville.
Big time. Let me ask you this. Cowboys are up. Can we take a quick break and then hand it over to you? We got time to do that?
Bring it on.
Quick break. When we come back, it's the big time show.
Yeah,
because the Cowboys are on the clock. Quick break.
Ladies and gentlemen.
We'll be right back. Woo!
More from the NGBN Draft Watch Party. But first, a word from our sponsors.
Ladies and gentlemen, you got to come on with me every Monday night at 7 p.m. Central, Saturday, 3 o'clock Central for the one and the only, the Big Time Show. Yes, sir. It is going to be crazy.
Hello and welcome to the Edge of Greatness. My name is Charles Schultz and I'm excited to have you here. Come join me each week as we dive into what it truly means to unlock your full potential. Many experts like to claim that if you do this one thing or you do that one thing, that you'll find greatness. It's all about discipline. It's all about resilience. It's all about habits. I'm from a different school of thought. It has been my experience that greatness requires a more holistic approach. It's not just one thing, but 7 things working in harmony to create the full potential that you have. What are those 7 things? Purpose, mindset, resilience, commitment, discipline, courage, and people. Come join me each week to discover how each of these pillars plays an integral part in your success and discovering who you are meant to be. Hope to see you there.
You're hanging with Ngbn, live during the NFL Draft Watch Party.
"23 picks down, and number 24 is on the board, the Dallas Cowboys." And so we hand the broadcast over to the doctor himself, Douglas Brooks. Big time. Sir, the floor is yours. How about them Cowboys?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what the whole world come to see. Everybody want to talk about the Cowboys. Trust me, the ratings are up right now all over because it's going to lead off on ESPN. They're going to say who the Cowboys pick. Fox going to say who the Cowboys. Nobody don't care about the Jacksonville Jaguars. They care about the Dallas Cowboys. Nobody don't care about no. Everybody knows this. It will lead off with that. Now that we got it, the whole draft has fell into the Cowboys' hand what they want. They go several ways. I love Brian Thomas just to give Dak a toy, but since he's gone, Graham Barton is there, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, good God.
You've been talking about him all night.
Been talking about him all night. He's right there. You got 10. I mean, he's probably going to be a 10-year starter. He is an animal. He can play tackle. He can play center. This is the guy that we need. It is no question about that. Now, if they go wide receiver, the kid from Texas is still there, Worthy, I'm not going to be mad. But the smart pick would be Mr. Barton. We will welcome him with open arms. We need him badly.
I'd be mad if I were you if they were Worthy.
Worthy would be a great pick. I would take.
He's just a speed guy, man. He doesn't even run a route. He just runs down the field to catch the ball.
But remember what AC said. You got to have to score now because nobody tackling. Yeah. Give me a weapon that can go. Now look at my guys. If y'all see the TV, this is what's killing me right here. See, watch how they leaning over and sit down and all that kind of stuff. Jerry, get the clock. Shouldn't take this long. Stop entertaining calls. Make the smart pick. You done ruined my offseason by not getting anybody. We didn't.
You had to revert to the leather helmet. That's how.
We didn't even get new cheerleaders. We ain't signed nobody. we didn't sign nobody. Nobody. No new parking lot attendants. No concession stand workers. Let's start this rest of this offseason. All right. Graham Barton is a guy, you got 10 years at least, barring injury. He can play offensive tackle or center. We got holes at both of those positions. It is too obvious what needs to be done here. So that's my pick. I'm not going to be mad unless it's just a horrible pick. And the way this clock is going down, it make you wonder, are they entertaining calls right now?
35 seconds left, man.
See what I'm saying?
Maybe they'll miss their pick.
So Cowboy fans, let's just That's just Jerry trying to play poker. You know, he always got to have the drama. He loves the ratings and all this kind of stuff. Let it be let it be him. Now, the only thing I will say about the draft is this. We do not have a 4th round pick when we gave up the picks to get Trey Lance. We gave up a 4th round pick. So, you know, obviously we wouldn't mind having that back, but you can get that other ways, man. Terry, my brother in here, he already knows. These Cowboy fans you seeing, they already know what we need to do. It needs to be Graham Barton right here. I would be very excited and happy if that happens. No
Dallas trades pick to Detroit.
Wow.
They have traded the pick to the Detroit Lions.
And the Lions are doing this to get ahead of Green Bay, so I think Cooper Tujan comes off the board at this point.
Wow.
See this. Now I'm upset.
That's all the way back to 29.
Let me see what we have here. Where's Detroit picking?
29.
29.
29.
Okay, so we're still in the first round. My only question is, what else did you get for it? And I bet you they're figuring whoever they have their eyes on is going to be there at 29. That's the only thing I can think.
There'll be a running back there. They'll be able to take one.
What did you say, Russ? I'm sorry.
There'll be a running back at 29. They can take him.
Who do you think?
Not in the first round. Not Jonathan. The best 2 running backs are Brooks from Texas and the kid from Florida State who stock Rising Benson.
Yeah, something like that. Take the Benson who had very little production.
Not in the first round. Not in the first round. I just want to know what did we get with it. See, I don't need another 4th round pick. If I get thirds, I'm happy. I'm cool with that. But
hey, guys that are watching in the chat, if you're listening and you can find out what the Cowboys get, because big time, I don't know if you can tell in real time.
No,
what the trade was for.
No, I can't.
Make sure you let us know that so we can see what we're doing right there. Russ, we're not hearing you very well right now. Maybe did you take your earbuds out or anything?
Oh no, I got it sort of twisted.
There we
side.
go. There we go.
I had it twisted to the side. So
we need the pigskin professor dialed in properly.
What do you think the Lions are going to do?
Yeah. So what did the Lions do here?
I don't think.
I think the Lions would have loved to have looked at a defensive end here because they want someone to go with Aiden. But without that, I think it's going to be DB or it could be Barton because they need help on the interior line. Because Ragnow and Glasgow keep talking about, are they going to keep playing? Are they going to keep playing? So they both decided to come back this year. But how much longer does that last? And this is obviously, when you look at this roster, this is a deep roster. There are very few holes on this defense and almost none on the offense. So I'd be very surprised if they didn't just pick somebody randomly that fits what they want, not so much a need because they don't have any dire needs.
You got to love when the hometown team hosting the draft is on the clock, right?
Yes.
So
and
obviously
they trade out
and they traded up to be able to get there. So whoever they pick here, I got to think that the hometown fans will go electric.
They're showing.
It's going to be a tough guy, right?
They're showing Terrion Arnold right now, Alabama cornerback. He seems to be pretty happy.
Great pick. Great pick.
It would be a great pick for them.
Yep, and they want tough guys, as we know.
Yeah, but Detroit Lions, let's be honest, their history of drafting corners in the first round has not been good.
I think that green room cam is pretty much giving it away there, Kyle.
I think so. I think this is Terrion Arnold here, which, hey, great corner. But this is the Lions, and they seem to ruin those guys.
Yeah, but you know what? Until 2 years ago, you could have said that about every position for the Lions.
That's fair.
Good.
That
it's
is
been about 30
point.
years since they did anything correct.
Let me throw this in. The Lions got a different culture and a great coach, a great young coach. So
they do.
They do.
They'll bite your kneecap. They don't care.
Yes, they will.
Yeah, there you go, Brian.
Well, this is the Lions' year. You know, the Bears are trying to catch up. The Vikings aren't far behind. The Packers are becoming the Packers again. The Lions.
By the way, they were in that. I mean, that NFC Championship game was theirs for the taking.
Yes, it was
theirs for the taking.
Packers should have been in Detroit.
Yep.
Here it is. Roger Goodell is on the podium.
Yeah, he crying. He crying. So
he is crying. This has got to be Terrion Arnold here, and if it is, this is a great pick for the Detroit Lions because they need that secondary help. Quarterbacks are coming to the NFC North right now. Great receivers are in the NFC North right now. They need to have somebody that can shut these people down.
Yep, I couldn't agree more.
All right, in Detroit, the Detroit Lions making the pick. Roger Goodell's talking to all the high school players in jerseys right now. He is talking.
Are these
all
the
of a
punt,
sudden.
pass, and kick? What are we looking at here?
It looks
Punt,
like
pass and kick. It is. Yep.
Here's the young
flag
lady
championship,
stepping up
there
to
you
make the pick.
And with the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions pick.
Nobody.
The pressure is mounting. Can you stand it, Detroit? They pick Terrion Arnold, cornerback.
Great pick.
Alabama.
Yep. Great pick.
So that means America's real team, the Packers, who are on the clock now, will get Cooper DeJean.
This is my team, guys. We're on the clock. This is a Super Bowl team in the making. Remember, folks, all you need is love. Hall of Fame quarterback number 3, Green Bay Packers coming on the clock. This kid is going to revolutionize Green Bay. This kid is going to make the Packers a Super Bowl champion this year.
This is the same kid you said's got a broken leg, and why are we drafting?
It's not Cooper. If they draft Cooper DeJean right now, I'm walking off this podcast. I mean, I'm done. If we draft another defensive player with a leg injury, I'm done. I quit. It can't be happening.
Well, time will tell here, fellas. Time will tell as you can settle in. I understand if you need to take a moment and just gather yourself. Let's reset what's happened here. We had the Cowboys up at 24, moved back with Detroit, so now they sit at 29. Ideally, their guy's still there. Detroit with a great pick here. Terrion Arnold is going to be an excellent fit there. Immediate need, immediate player. He's on the field day one. And you love to see a kid late in the first round in the green room get to go here too, right? You never want anybody to hang there. So now the question is, so there it is. Packers get 29 and 73, I think is what I just
pick
saw.
up a 3rd round pick to drop 8 spots. That's not
there
bad.
it is right there, right?
Not
Yeah. Drop a few spots. And then, so right, you said, right, didn't have a 4th round pick, Doug Brooks, right? Now they got that. Now they got that.
I don't know. That's 3rd. I think that's 3rd. Am I right?
Yep.
Am I right, Russ?
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Mike G took a little bit of something there with your comment there, Tim.
Yeah, championships, most championships in the country. There's a Packer bar in every single city in the United States. There's a reason they chose the Packers to go to Brazil.
Cowboys gave up 24 and a 7th round pick in 25. Not bad for the Cowboys there.
Yeah,
no,
we had
a really good trade.
We had 2 7th round picks, so that's you just got 1 now. So we got a 3rd. We won't be drafting in the 4th. That second, 3rd round pick will count as the 4th round pick. I'll take it.
Well, let's see what the mighty Green Bay Packers do here.
The pick is in.
Oh, they made that quick. That was fast.
Yeah, they did. They were wasting no time.
Don't do it.
Who don't you want?
Draft an injured player.
Who don't you want?
I don't want Cooper DeJean. I don't want another injured defensive player. It never works out. It's a leg injury on a corner. It's a broken leg. I get it. It depends. Russ, I heard you on our show. I get it. It depends on structure. It depends. Blah, 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 blah. The kid has a broken leg. He couldn't play last year because he broke his leg.
He's the next Jason Sehorn, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
He will recover. He's probably healed.
Don't draft an injured player in the 1st round.
Well,
come on. Hey, Barton, we need a guard. Please don't draft an injured player in the 1st round.
Don't be Barton, please.
Oh, Barton would be so nice right here.
No.
See, now we got the show, guys. Now we got some bartering going on, right?
Yeah,
now you guys are going to barter to see what we can make happen here. Do you want someone else to announce this, Kyle, or are you
I'm going to let him do
emotionally prepared to be able to make this announcement?
Kyle, what you shaking? Kyle, why are you shaking up there, man? Why are you shaking? What's going on? You all right?
I don't want us to draft an injured player. I don't want us to draft a guy who hasn't. And this fictitious 4 point, he ran a 4.42 that nobody saw. If a dog eats a tree, it poops a canoe. Okay, nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. He is hurt, and I don't want to see a hurt player again.
Well, there's a lot. Listen, Kool-Aid's available. Nate Wiggins out of Clemson's available. I mean, there's a lot of corners that are there.
And we still got some great linemen. Jackson Powers Johnson is still there. Barton is still alive. I mean, it's still some players.
I don't know if you guys know, but Bo Nix is off the board. I don't know if you remember that.
I was hoping, what a pick that was. I'm
crazy, dude.
And hey, he would have given the Packers a good quarterback. I mean, hey.
We'll be at a Hall of Famer. All you need is love, Russ. All you need is love.
I hear you.
All you need is love.
Blindness is beautiful.
It is. I keep trying to talk him off the ledge, and it's not working, obviously.
No.
Gotta tell you what's incredible, guys, is we're eyeing hour number 4 here, right? Started the show at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We've just ticked across the 11 o'clock hour here. We're going to take you through. I think we're going to make it through the first round. We've got a hard stop at midnight on the East for station reset at the top of the night. So we're going to roll all the way to midnight. Looks like we can get there, right? With 7 picks to go at the speed in which they're going here. Packers pick is in. The entire Carney family waiting with bated breath. Kyle might rip his shirt off and leave the set depending on what happens. So I'm excited to see what happens there. Tim, you might have to console him, or I don't know, or just let him go at this point. We'll see what they do.
It's up to his wife to deal with him after
that's
that.
Right. That's right.
I did switch out and go with my NFL, my Packers shareholder jersey.
Looking good. Yeah, looking good. And you've got the good karma of the big 3 behind you there, as we can see.
I do.
So that's good stuff there. Yep, absolutely. We'll see what the Packers do here. Pick is in. It's a matter of moments.
Look at the cheeseheads.
I am a part owner, and it means nothing.
Right.
it's a piece of paper.
One
it
of the
means
great
nothing.
scams of all time.
But it's still, hey, it's the greatest memorabilia you can ever buy is stock in the Green Bay Packers.
Right.
But if they were to call me,
that's
they
all
won't.
you need.
We are America's real team.
What I love about
Please don't say that.
Detroit, what I love about the Lions picking there at home with the young man still in the green room is my footage. I'm watching him make his way through the crowd right now.
That's
and
quite
greet all the
cute.
Lions fans, which is pretty cool.
That is awesome.
That's a good way to do it, man. See, this is the beauty of tonight. Look, I know it's a lot, pomp and circumstance, and conflate a big celebration, but it is these guys, right? Like their lives are changing tonight, which is really pretty incredible.
And they're achieving a dream.
That's right. That's
They
right.
are.
Childhood dreams coming true, man.
That's right.
The reality will set in at the mini camps.
Instant millionaires.
But the
Instant
scariest
millionaires.
thing about a dream coming true is that's when you really start to get tested, because now God's going to look at you and say, okay, how do you handle this? I gave you what you asked for. Now what? And that's what these kids need to realize. Oh, Roger Goodell.
Here we go.
He's
all
on
right,
the
Kyle,
podium.
it's all yours.
He's on the podium. Come on, Green Bay. Don't let me down here. Barton, come on, buddies.
Thank you for making him a single screen.
Let's go. Come on. Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle from Arizona.
Great
what are
pick.
you doing?
No, Kyle.
Oh my
No,
God.
Kyle.
Why do the Packers do what the Packers do?
Kyle, that's a great
So
pick.
many good players on the board, and you pick a guy that nobody's ever talked about in the first round.
Kyle, let me tell you something now.
Listen to the voice of reason here, Kyle. Listen to the voice of reason. Listen to Big Bro.
Come on. You know I don't like the Packers. Let me tell you something. You just got a dog on your team. I'm telling you. Now, what you need to do, Kyle, you see how we're going to clip this reaction out of yours. And I want you to go watch his. I mean, if you don't believe me, ask Russ. He'll tell you. Go watch his film, and then you come back, and then you tell us what you think.
He's got 11-inch hands, bro.
Yep.
Doc,
he's more of a true tackle.
He's a dog.
Protection-wise.
Talk me off the ledge, Russ. Please.
Do I like him as much as Barton? No. But are they similar type guys in terms of they're athletic? They can block. I mean, this kid's fine. He'll be a good player for him. And they need O-line help.
And I'm shocked.
Their O-line is marginal.
I'm shocked they didn't go defense on this.
Yeah, but I think they're nervous. I think they know that part of the issues they had this year was when guys got in Love's face, he wasn't as consistent, and their O-line is not a strength.
No, it's not.
Here's a chance to get a big, thick-bodied, 6'5" and change offensive tackle. He'll do a good job for him. And remember, Pac-12, it's throw the ball. They throw the ball 1 million times a game. This kid can pass block. He'll be fine. So there's a lot to like about the pick. I think it's a smart move.
He's a mauler too. Kyle, you gotta go watch him. I'm telling you.
Yep.
And take it from me.
But
take it from me. I'm a Cowboy fan who don't like the Packers.
Yeah, and listen, by the way, I think Graham Barton's about to go to the Buccaneers here at 26.
Oh, no, please.
Bro, I'm not trying to bring you down, but I think Graham Barton's about to go to the Buccaneers here at 26. He's a perfect fit there. They need that. I know, bro. This is my concern when
nobody's ever heard of.
When they moved back.
with what Gutekunst has done the last couple of years, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on this.
No.
Yeah. What do you mean no? Look at the wide receivers he's picked in the last couple of years. You got to give him. He learned from Ted Thompson.
Yeah, he learned from Ted Thompson, who never had a good first round. How many first round picks worked out for Ted Thompson, huh?
Can we hold on? Ladies and gentlemen, the next episode of the Sports
we're catching some insight.
Yeah. Catching some insight. This is going to be incredible, y'all.
Oh, this has been going on for 25 years. We've been rehearsing this show. This is just normal conversation for us.
I think you're looking at. I think Big Time summed it up. All right, man, we're good. You're good here.
Yeah,
you're picking it. You're picking at 25. I mean, like, you got a good offensive lineman. I think you're going to be in good shape.
I love
now,
how
let's
this became
see
a support group for me all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
well, I mean, I was a little worried about you. I thought you were going to run out.
I knew what it
Run
was.
out.
That's a great pick, Kyle. I'm telling you, man.
Hey, if he is the next Hall of Famer, I will 100%.
Well, I don't think Russ said that. I didn't hear Russ say Hall of Fame.
I didn't say Hall of Famer. He'll be.
He said you got a good player. He said you got a good player.
Offensive line.
Good smart pick.
You had a guy Barton sitting there. Like, Russ, why is Barton falling? This guy played every.
I think this is about the spot. 24 to the Cowboys or 26 to the Bucks. This is about the spot. You need to hope he gets through here big time to be available, because I think this is the spot for the big fella here.
I'm begging.
And let me ask you guys this: is there a chance somebody in these last few, say a Packers or Dallas, makes a move to trade back up to get another pick at the end of the first round?
Well, there's no doubt a team may try to trade up into the bottom 5 picks. I think it's more likely to be a team that's picking in the top 10 in the second round, because a team at the bottom of the first really doesn't want to drop 30 picks.
No.
To the bottom of the second.
Right.
But if they could drop 6 or 8 and pick up maybe a third, that's where you get the value. So, I mean, hey, I like Barton. Like I said, I like him more, but let's also be realistic. Part of the reason they talked about him at center is he's not as long and he's more of a little bit of a square build guy. So he might fit better at center. Packers might have felt, hey, we really want a guy who's more of a tackle only guy.
Yep.
We don't want a guy who's we may have to work with to consider as a tackle.
Okay, let me ask you this, Russ.
Okay.
Was this guy anywhere on your board as a first round pick?
No, but neither is Barton.
Yeah.
I mean Barton's in that same
second
20
round,
to 40
second
range.
round. Yeah, second
It was
round.
only about 13 to 14 when I did my book and we did the scouting for the media. We would have anywhere from 13 to 17. The most we ever had was 19 players of first round grades.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what most teams are like.
Yeah.
So when you get around pick 20, you're hoping you have 1 or 2 picks left of those elite guys. Yeah. This might have been the last guy they had a first round grade on.
Yeah. In other words, you got a lot of first team All-Americans who have second and possibly even third round grades.
Yeah, tons of them. There are even All-Americans that aren't getting drafted.
Exactly. So
look,
this kid's a good football player. I would not be freaking out over them taking him here. He's a good football player. The reality is some of them are going to fail. O-line has a lower failure rate in the first round than most positions.
Well, and they lost Bakhtiari. They have to replace somebody long-term at left tackle.
Yep.
This may be the guy.
100%.
Should I order a Malik Neighbors jersey tonight?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, cool. All right. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that while you guys sort out the rest of this first round.
Yeah, exactly, right?
I'm going to start gearing up. I'm starting to get excited.
Kyle,
impressed.
Your smile gone, Kyle. Come on, baby. I'm telling you now. Once you watch his highlights, you're going to see what I'm talking about.
All you need is love.
All
you need is
love. And you want to protect him, right?
All you need is love.
Yeah,
you got to protect him with
exactly.
With
he's a dog.
Different person. We had Barton on the clock. This guy was.
They didn't take the guy with a broken leg. You should be happy.
I know.
Yeah, you know what? In positive news, you did not take the guy with the broken.
Did not take the guy with the broken.
So you got to feel good about that.
No, at least this guy's healthy, and he has 11-inch hands, which is exciting.
10 and 7/8, but yeah, pretty close.
Yeah, it's close enough.
That'll work.
Here comes the Bucks.
Oh man, the pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I lived in Tampa for over 10 years. Could never, ever even begin to like the Buccaneers at all.
I get
Tampa
it.
Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center for Duke.
There you go.
Sorry, big time. Sorry, big time.
Oh, this is a great pick for Tampa.
Great pick. Great pick.
Yeah, it is a great pick, and I had that one circle for Tampa. The two spots Graham could go was you in there, and then moving out, it pretty much solidified that deal there.
See, and for them, he's probably playing inside.
Yes.
So if you think about it, for them, he's inside. Green Bay may have had him as a guard center.
Yeah.
So that may have been why they didn't consider him.
Didn't Tampa all-pro center or guard retire? I believe that was it.
Yeah, they had the one guy left. Yep.
Yardage.
Can't remember his name. Yep.
Yardage left.
All right. My focus now shifts to my other guy, which is Jackson Powers Johnson at center.
Arizona's on the clock.
Pick is in already.
Don't
We're
do it
moving now. All right, Russ. What does Arizona need now with the guys left on the board? Right, they got their wide receiver in Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yep.
What do they need now?
I mean, do they need? They need a tackle.
They need a tackle.
Maybe you look at the kid from Oklahoma,
who's still there.
the Guyton kid. He's an intriguing kid. They need a pass rusher and they need a corner. Could Kool-Aid McKiskey be a guy that they consider here? Could the kid from Missouri be a guy they look at? Nate Wiggins, the corner from Clemson.
Clemson, yep.
He's a tall, linear kid, real thin, but he can run. Do they take the broken leg kid that Kyle likes so much?
Cooper DeJean?
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's offensive tackle, pass rusher, and corner.
Let me ask
3 spots.
Russ, let me ask you. Cooper DeJean, or DeJean, depending on how he's pronouncing it, was the number one guy on Kuiper's board. How often has Kuiper been right, wrong?
I mean, Kuiper's okay. Firstly, as a person, you may never come across a better human being than Mel.
Yep.
I've heard that.
Literally is
big fan.
Salt of the earth. Like when
All
I
right,
got
guys,
into
hold on. The Cardinals pick Darius Robinson, edge from Missouri.
Oh, the edge.
There you go.
Yeah.
Great.
There you go.
Nobody ain't talking
pass
about him in a
rusher.
while. Yes, sir. Good pick.
Makes sense.
Yes.
And hopefully they're going to get this thing right. I mean, it'd be nice, even though their owners are schmuck and they're cheap.
Yeah.
It would be nice to see them finally win.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the Buccaneers, that was a Todd Bowles type pick.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yep.
It was.
Yep.
This kid from Missouri is really good. He was talking about picking earlier.
Yeah. Yep, he's a legitimate football player. There,
his suit is killing it too.
Yeah,
well, his suit come across the main.
I mean, let's be honest. Booger McFarland set the tone for worst suit, so you can't
100%,
really
100%, 100%, 100%, 100% about that, no doubt. All right, so that moves that young man there. The Buffalo Bills are another one of those teams. Well, you better get to winning, Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
You better get to figuring something out. Yep, you've been knocking on the door.
Watch Xavier Worthy go right here. They need a wide receiver.
I was going to say they need a wide receiver, right?
Yeah, wide receiver and corner are the 2 big spots I think for them. So Worthy would be a perfect fit right here.
Yeah.
You know, last year I predicted Buffalo would not make the playoffs. They got in the end. Their window is so tight right now.
It is. Yep.
A year, maybe 2, if they're lucky with Allen.
I'm going to tell you secretively, I actually wanted the Giants not to draft a quarterback, deal with this year, Josh get pissed and leave Buffalo and roll on. I'm serious, and roll on downstate. All right. Well, you know what? We have a year with Daniel Jones or whatever, right? Deal with it. Get some weapons. Cause then if they lose again, then it's Allen next. I want out. Cool, man. Come on down. Come on down the great state of New York. Let's go. You can see things like that happening, right? And these quarterbacks, these players, and a guy like that, close, can't win, rolls off. We'll see.
Well, that's been a big change in the NFL lately where quarterbacks, if you had a quarterback, like you signed him forever, he was with your team forever. And we're seeing a lot more quarterbacks move than I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Well, it's that cap number.
Yeah.
I mean, it gets so expensive. That's why Rodgers is a different situation with the Packers. I mean, that he was great. I think he would have liked to retire from there, but the money got to be too much and the ego was starting to write checks his body couldn't cash.
That's right. That's right. Buffalo's got about 2 minutes left on the clock. Let's, you guys want to roll through this one or you want to take a quick break? Because we got to have Big Time needed a break. We need him back when Dallas picks.
Let's take the break.
Let's take a quick commercial, Jenna. Let's roll a commercial. When we get back, we'll see what Buffalo did, and then we'll tee up them Cowboys.
More from the NGBN Draft Watch Party. But first, a word from our sponsors.
Ladies and gentlemen, you got to come on with me every Monday night at 7 p.m. Central, Saturday, 3 o'clock Central for the one and the only, the Big Time Show. Yes, sir. It is going to be crazy.
You cannot count Babe Ruth's pitching stats. Dead ball era stats do not count.
Art Starr could have played in any era of football. Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers would have been destroyed if he played in the 60s or 70s. Say that to me one more time.
I am saying that with 3 months training, I could face a former 45-year-old plus major league pitcher
like Kerry Wood.
Kerry Wood would be a perfect example in this situation. That with 3 months training, 8 hours a day, nothing but practicing hitting, if I am given 100 straight fastballs, I could get one hit.
You're hanging with NGBN, live during the NFL Draft Watch Party.
Kyle, not only could you get a hit, I think you could hit one out.
Oh,
Kerry Wood, listen to me. 45, he said 100.
100 straight.
You're going to see 100 pitches from stinky old no disrespect to Kerry
Okay,
Wood.
that's my all-time favorite player, so let's be careful
but
with
my
Kerry
point
Wood.
is, he's going to throw you 100 balls. You couldn't get a hold of one?
No.
I'm saying.
No.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the caveat. He throws one at my head, I'm done.
Well, that's true.
here's
what I'm saying.
Chin music once, I'm out.
Here's what I'm saying, Kyle. I believe in you. That's what I'm saying is I
Not
believe in you.
a prayer.
Bro, he's 45.
He's 45.
This kid's 35. This kid's mid-30s. He's in the prime of his life.
KC is at 28.
Got
They
this.
traded up.
Whoa.
Kerry Wood was a professional pitcher.
KC just moved into Buffalo's spot.
Right,
Yep.
just
All right.
traded.
Kansas
Look at
City
them.
just moved into Buffalo. KC must have somebody they love there. What's a need for the Super Bowl
Wide
champs?
receiver,
Russ?
man. Wide receiver.
Receiver, corner, offensive line.
Okay.
Those are probably your big three, especially receiver. Rashid Rice, probably going to wonder if he's going to be around.
Yep.
Yeah.
Offensive line and corner is a definite issue.
While we wait for the Chiefs pick, because we then will have Doug Brooks big time rollback in for the Dallas Cowboys. Here's what the night has looked like so far. Number 1, Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams. Commanders, Jaden Daniels. Patriots, Drake May. Cardinals, Marvin Harrison Jr. Chalk. Great pick by the Chargers at 5 with Joe Alt.
Yeah.
Malik Neighbors to the New York Giants. And then things start to get a little interesting. J.C. Latham to the Titans offensive tackle. And then the big move of the night at 8, Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons. You see Roma Dunze. Makes sense to the Bears. And then again, another big move of the night. Minnesota Vikings taking J.J. McCarthy at 10. It's Fashanu, offensive tackle to the Jets. And then really the surprise of the first round, even given everything and knowing what their needs are, it's Bo Nix to the Denver Broncos at the 12. And then the rest of the first round sort of happens from there to bring us to the point where we are right now. And man, that Nix one had the entire studio sort of up in arms. Wow, that was wild. But, just crazy stuff happens, man. Crazy stuff happens.
Hey, that's why I tell everybody, everybody's draft board is different. It's impossible to know what value different teams put on different players.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be 5 or 6.
And I think Sean Payton is the wild card of that pick. Sean Payton is, you know what? I'm Sean Payton. Give me Zach. Give me Zach Wilson.
Short, white
you know what? I'm Sean. Give me these two guys. I'm going to roll with these two guys.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to run the option. Just, you know what? Like, they're going to be running RPOs, and he's going to have these two guys pushing each other, see what they can do there.
Let's not forget also that Minnesota traded back and got Dallas, the kid, the edge rusher as well.
Yep.
I think they're the winner
up for Dallas. They traded from 23 to
that was
17.
huge. That was huge. Big trade.
My question is Atlanta seen something with Kirk Cousins and his recovery they just don't like?
It's got to be an insurance. It's got to be an insurance. And listen, even if Cousins was healthy, you still think his age, how long, right? Yeah, we need a good backup. This kid at this point where we can grab him, let's do it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a little bit of Rodgers and Love. There's a little bit of that there,
Yeah.
saying, "Hey, this guy's
Fair.
38. He's coming off an injury. Even if he plays well the next 2 years, we don't want to be chasing a quarterback."
Well, I think
They
there's
think
something
they're going to
to
be
it.
winning, right?
If you look at quarterbacks in the NFL that got to sit, they're all pro quarterbacks for the most part. There's something to sitting a quarterback for a little bit.
There is 100% value in them sitting. And just think about it. If they win the next 2 years, 10, 12 games with Cousins, the odds of them having a chance at a quarterback like this in the draft are slim.
Right.
That's right.
So they're sitting there saying, hey, we can get Penix right here.
Let's
We got
do
a
it.
chance, and we feel we're going to be in the playoff race the next 2
No
3
drop
years.
off. No
And
drop.
then Cousins leaves and Penix takes the job. Boom.
Everybody crucified Gutekunst for drafting Jordan Love.
Not
when they
me.
did.
Not
Okay.
me. And I didn't like Love as a player, but I still thought it was a smart move.
Well, and it turned out to be exactly that. He got to sit for 3 years, and now he's come in, and while he didn't look good in the middle of the season, some kind of a switch was flipped.
Yep.
In the last 9 games,
He
he
looked good.
like a world
He
beater.
looked really good.
Yep.
Like a Hall of Famer, would you say?
No,
He just looked really good.
The Hall of Fame, but that's the one. See that jersey behind me? That's the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's
true.
the Hall of
That
Fame.
is very, very true.
All right, let's see what the Chiefs do here, fellas. Super Bowl champs moving up a little bit. They got to have a guy there that they know and love. Makes it an easy decision for them to roll up.
Got to
into
be
the
worthy
28th
here.
spot.
I'll be shocked if it's not worthy.
Yeah, it's got worthy written all over.
They need
run
receivers
fast,
so
guys.
bad.
You're not a big Kadarius Toney fan?
I am a
don't think the
huge
Chiefs are.
Kadarius Toney fan, but
The Kansas
still
City
need
Chiefs
receivers.
pick Xavier Worthy, Texas wide
There you go.
receiver.
Nailed
There
it,
you go.
fellas. Nailed it,
Okay.
fellas.
Answer me this. Buffalo needed him just as badly as Kansas City did. Why wouldn't Buffalo take him?
Depending on where they are in that second round, if you ask me. Because
Yeah, I don't know.
receivers there. You
That
still
one just makes no sense. They're giving Allen nothing to work with right now.
exactly. And don't forget, not only they lost Diggs, but they lost oh my God, what's Gabe Davis as well.
I know. I can't wait for Kyle Allen to force a trade and come to the Giants next year. That's going to be outstanding. This is going to be amazing.
Kyle
I'm telling you
Allen
guys,
forces a
it's-
trade to the Giants. I don't think you'll be particularly happy. Maybe
Josh
Josh
Allen.
Allen.
Josh
Oh, Josh Allen. Josh
Kyle
Allen. Josh
I
Allen.
think
Josh
you're going
Allen.
to be a little upset.
Josh Allen.
that he
Josh
got a
Allen.
third
Hey,
string.
man, Kyle Allen's cool. Josh
Big
Allen.
time.
Josh Allen.
Cowboys
Pick
pick
is
is
in.
in.
Oh,
Here's
yeah,
the thing that worries me.
Well, here we
about
go. All
Worthy,
right, hold
though.
on. This is big time.
JPJ.
It's big time's time. Cowboys
it's
pick is
fine.
in. Let
This
Big
is
Time
easy.
do his thing.
This is easy. Jackson Powers Johnson. It has to be him. It's no question. It's no question.
Watch him
Big
trade back
DJ.
again.
No trade back.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Chance to get a running back. That's what I'm thinking.
I would take him, but I think we can get a running back. That's not an issue.
No
we
doubt.
can't get good offensive linemen. Jackson Powers Johnson is a good lineman. This is an easy pick. It fell into the Cowboys' way. They still gonna get their guy. Plus, pick up another pick in the third round. You got to make this pick. It has to be Johnson. No
All
question.
in. All in.
All in on it. I'm
All
all
in.
in on it. Anything else, I'm gonna throw this tat at this screen right here.
You're going to go with Kyle and sort of freak
You gonna
out.
go Kyle on us?
Y'all think, I'm gonna do worse than Kyle. I can't stand it. Yeah, you got to give me. You got to give me
I mean,
my
maybe take a quarterback so that you have somebody to be there when Dak is done.
This is where Spencer Rattler's going to go.
Oh no!
Oh, dude, that would be.
I would just say, hey man, I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. For having me. I can't take no more, man.
That
It's
would
just
be
a hard
great.
off season.
We'll see what the Dallas
would love to
Cowboys
see
do
that.
here.
Interesting. So what? I mean, what's the Cowboys' biggest need here? Like what?
We
What is
got holes
something-
everywhere. We lost a lot of depth.
O-line, corner.
O-line.
Yes, everywhere. We're good. I mean, we lost a lot of depth. We lost Tony Pollard. That's a starter. Tyron Smith is gone. He's a starter. We lost our center. He was a starter. So it is what it is. So I mean, you can't go wrong, but you got to make the right pick here. We
All right,
need
big time. He's coming to the stage. You want me to call the pick, or you got this one?
You call it. You call
All
it.
right. All right.
I'm gonna give you
We
a
got a
real
minute,
life
so-
reaction.
Now that's a hat. I'll give the Cowboys credit on that.
All right. Yeah, Kevin Cobb saying Cowboys take defense
coach
here.
wrong, but hey, defense is all right too, but we need old line.
I could see Cooper DeJean going to Dallas here.
Oh gosh.
Nobody wants a kid from Iowa. Come on.
Nobody wants a kid with a broken leg.
He doesn't have a broken leg anymore.
Give me my
Listen,
old
I
line.
broke my foot and I still feel it. Okay,
Yeah, that was your
once you break your
foot.
bone.
He said that was-
Legs heal stronger. Here we go.
Roger Goodell on the stage, coming to the end here. Come on now.
Here we are.
The Cowboys take Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle, Oklahoma.
I'll take him. I forgot about Guyton. That's a good one. Good one.
There you go.
He's interchangeable. He can play right or left tackle. We need left tackle. This answers the question of what we're gonna do with Tyler Smith.
Wow.
Gonna keep him at guard. That's a great pick. I'll take it.
Another mountain of a man, too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's huge.
I'll take it.
Humongous.
Good pick. Great pick. Great pick. I'll take it.
Gotta be happy with that. Cowboys doing what
this
they've
guy,
always
he
done,
is
which is build a
massive.
great offensive
Great,
line.
great pick. Great pick. No complaints here. Let's go.
All right. Big time's good.
I have no problem.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the crowd up right quick, really.
Nice.
Yeah, let's
There
go.
you
Let's
go.
go. Let's go. I'll take it.
All right.
Three picks to go. 3 picks to go in the first round. So we're starting to wind this thing down. Baltimore, San Francisco, and then the Buffalo Bills.
Exactly.
The Super Bowl champion Buffalo Bills picking 32nd. All right, man. I like it big time. I'm waiting to see what your crowd thinks.
Oh, yeah.
They're
Well,
gonna be
if y'all in here, Terry, talk to me. All big time the people that are here, if y'all ain't snoring by now, go.
Listen, we got, by the way, we got to thank the fan. I mean, listen, our whole production crew, everybody at NGBN, we love you and we thank you. But man, we have had a steady group here that's been hanging with us for the duration of this thing. So good on you guys. I think we got something here, guys, a way in which we can rally around these marquee events and hang out and talk about what we're seeing here and just put our own spin on it. Been a ton of fun to be able to hang with you as we begin to kind of round this first round out. See what happens here with Baltimore, San Francisco, and Buffalo back at 32 now. But the Dallas Cowboys taking that big, massive offensive lineman, and all he's got to do is pack up his bags from Norman, head south, go across the Red River, get on down to DFW in Arlington, and make a home for himself.
Yeah.
So my question is, we did the who had the best night. Who do you think's had the worst night so far, Russ?
Patriots?
Yeah.
One pick, and it's Drake May in
Yeah,
a situation that just not a lot. It seems like the bloom is fading on the rosette real fast.
That one to me is really scary. It's not that he can't be okay, but it just at
Bad
3,
situation.
yeah,
Got a defensive
3,
head coach.
Yep, that one scares me. Trying to think other ones that jump out as bad.
Big time. Are the Cowboys wearing a white helmet this year? I just saw it on the draft.
They've been known to rock that white helmet.
They do that on Thanksgiving when they wear that Rush.
That's right. I forgot they.
I'll be honest with you. The Cowboys in the blue and white, they look pretty legit.
They do.
They look.
By the way, the Packers are supposed to announce new uniforms today, I thought.
New uniforms. You had the same uniforms for the last 100 years.
Yeah, we got new ones
coming out with a new alternate and maybe another throwback.
So those will be hanging behind Kyle next time he does a show?
Probably.
Right.
Yeah, you can count on that. I need my love jersey. I don't have a love jersey yet, so I got to get that.
I want to throw in on that question. I believe the dad asked. I want to say that Atlanta might fall in that category too. Because, well, is Penix really worth the 8th pick in the draft? I mean, come on now.
He was my top quarterback coming into this draft. He really was. Yeah, I think if anyone's going to be a star, it's going to be Penix Jr. as long as he stay healthy.
He's going to have to if Cousins is not right and he has to step in, he does have pressure to and get it done now.
He does.
To be honest with you guys, I mean, you kind of look at the board here and everybody's got, I mean, this as it should in the first round.
Yep.
Everyone's got met needs they had. And I like Drake May and I want him to succeed. But when you look at him, you're like, oh, that was the 3rd overall pick. And everybody else, I'm looking at it. I'm like, boy, you got to love LA at 13 getting Bowers. You got to like the Saints getting a really big offensive lineman at 14 when one of their leaders just retired. it's hard to look at other teams and be like, well, they had a bad. I mean, it's one pick in the first round. And you got multiple teams that had 2 picks. Arizona walks away with a great defensive end and the best receiver in the draft. Cardinals have a hell of a night.
Yeah, they did. It's all a question if Kyler Murray can actually play quarterback.
Yeah, I'm not a believer. I'm not
not
a believer.
either.
I'm not a believer. Just the eye test doesn't work for me.
Here we go.
All right, let's see what the Ravens do here.
The Ravens.
What for the Ravens, Russ?
For the Ravens, you're talking corner, edge,
here it
pass
is.
rusher.
Nate Wiggins, cornerback
There you
from
go. See that,
Clemson.
That's a nice pick.
Nailed
Yep.
it.
Russ,
Long
you are
kid
better.
that can run.
You are better than any of the guys on the big screen.
God, that's my point, right? NGBN family. What an we got the professor here who's just been spitting it all night. This guy knows what he's talking about. What a great addition to the team.
Well, remember, I have the advantage. Most of the guys on TV, and don't get me wrong, I love Mel. Like I said, best dude you'll ever come across. He's never sat in a draft room. He has no idea how a board is built.
That's right.
And you have guys like Matt Miller. Forget not being in the room. He's never even scouted.
Yeah.
He's just a dingbat.
Yeah.
So,
Tell us how you really feel, Russ. Tell us how you really feel.
Russ,
well, listen, we're nearing midnight on the East. No
Yeah,
holds
exactly.
bar in the last 20 minutes of
That's
the
right.
show here.
Yep.
San Francisco 49ers now up. We've got 2 picks to go. Why do I see Carolina at 33? Is
First
that
pick
for
in the second round.
That's for tomorrow,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
That's
that's
tomorrow's
tomorrow,
pick. Of,
yeah.
Okay, I'm just looking at the coverage.
They're
I
just
see
back
that
up.
there. So 2 to roll here. Hey, exciting for the Panthers fans, though. You get in the game tomorrow, guys. You get in the game.
There's a lot of good players still
Oh,
left
dude,
on
there's
this board.
Tons.
there better be at the top of the second round.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some great players available.
I think the Packers are at 41.
Yeah.
And then they've got several picks coming in quick succession. There's still a lot of time where we could see a lot of trades in the second round, even if somebody really has a high grade on somebody.
Top few picks of the second round are always where there are trades because draft ends, you have your meeting, and you have one. If you have 1 or 2 guys still sitting there and you're 10 picks away, you go up and get that pick. The top 2 picks in the second round should get an additional second rounder in a trade.
So tomorrow looks like Carolina, New England, Arizona, Washington, and the Chargers are your first 5 picks of the day to start round 2. So Panthers get on the board. Patriots got some questions to decide what they're going to do there. Boy, Arizona again, man, 2 picks in the first round and an early second rounder. Cardinals are setting themselves up for having a nice start to this draft here.
Yep.
Yes.
I wouldn't be shocked if Carolina trades down 3 or 4 picks because they need picks.
They need picks.
And they didn't have a first rounder. So if they can pick up a third to drop 5 picks, all of a sudden they at least get another pick because, man, they are hurt.
Well, and the Panthers sit there at 39. So they have 2 picks in the first 7 of the second round. So they could hold there. They could have something later. Boy, Washington's got a couple of early picks tomorrow to get this thing kicked off. Your Packers are right back at 41. Yep. So there's some interesting points and some really good players. Eagles got a couple picks in the second round. Cowboys got a pick there. So it'll be an exciting day with a lot of good players. And this is where a lot of those GMs and scouts really start earning their keep, right? Because now you're talking about making some pretty knowledgeable decisions in these picks.
Russ, I got a question for you on this one real quick because we have Arizona, right? And they've really killed it today in the draft. For me, and Brian said it too, Kyler Murray to me is not the answer at quarterback. I just don't believe in him at all. What was your grade on Kyler Murray, and what do you think of him?
You know, I like Kyler. I don't love him. I had him the number 1 quarterback, a good second round pick when he came out. I didn't think there were any first round quarterbacks his year. The biggest question is how much does he love football? Because this was a kid who took a big signing bonus to play baseball, had to return the money. He throws a beautiful ball.
Yep.
He's got a live arm. He's a phenomenal athlete. I think he can be a solid to good starter. I don't think he'll ever be special. It infuriates me that he does the Manziel thing, which is he'll, instead of avoiding and stepping up, he will turn his back and run out the back of the pocket.
Whole other way, whole other direction.
Disaster waiting
with the ball here.
Yeah, it's and just the
and
fact,
he's 5'4".
Yeah, he's 5'9", and there's only one ever that's under 6 feet that's been good in my lifetime.
Yeah, Drew Brees, bro.
He was 6 foot even. He doesn't count.
Exactly. Number 9.
So which one was it then, Russ?
What's his name? Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson.
5'10" and 5'8".
There you go.
Yeah.
And he's legitimate.
From Wisconsin Badgers, by the way.
Yep.
And the NC State Wolfpack.
Yep,
And the
exactly.
NC State Wolfpack.
No, he was a Wisconsin Badger.
Hey, I want to see Murray, but I will say the fact that they felt it necessary and then they had to rescind it about putting thing in about working.
Yeah.
That's petrifying.
Well, they're making moves to then build a team around that.
No doubt.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talent on that team.
Yep.
So I'm hopeful because he is a talented kid. I'm not 100% in like I was when he came out, but there's still something there. You don't throw him away yet.
So
we see you, Jamie Roseborough. You're hopeful for your Panthers. New era begins tomorrow for the guys from Charlotte.
Russ, do the guys go home after the first round, or do they stay there and set up day 2?
They'll stay for about 30 minutes. They'll make sure they've got their board clean. The executives, like the GM and a few guys, may stay an hour, but they'll basically say, all right, we got all this. Because remember, the draft tomorrow still doesn't start at the beginning. It's in the evening.
Yeah, so they've
you
got
go
time.
home.
They've got time.
You don't need to go crazy. You're all in there by 9 in the morning, 8 in the morning tomorrow.
Yeah.
You'll meet. Okay, is there anything we want to do? Do we want to try to trade up? And it's sort of a chill night. It's not so crazy.
Another question for you, Russ. How much has this changed? Because when you would have started scouting, the first round and first through third were all together, and then the rest of them were on the next day. How much?
Well, when I first got
Saturdays,
it was all on one day.
Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then it switched to 2 days and now to 3. I mean, the biggest difference is you see less mistakes at the top of the second and the top of the fourth now.
You just have more time.
Because you have more time. You don't panic and make a pick. At the end of the first round, you can reshuffle your board. You can look and say, hey, you know what? We don't want to reach on this kid. You can have double checks on discussing guys, as opposed to as soon as that first round ends, go right into those top picks in the second round. So, and a better chance for you also to go trade for guys at the tops of those rounds because you know who's left. You can spend the night thinking about what's our value. Are we willing to go from 50 to 34 to get the guy we want? Because he's the only guy we have at the top 20 grade left.
That's fair. 49ers.
That is a heavy price.
The 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver from Florida. Wide receiver for the 49ers.
Well, remember now there's a big rumor going out that they're trying to get rid of IU.
That's fair.
And I even saw Debo name also.
Really?
I saw it today. So they says that they were openly trying to trade either one.
You got to assume with them going receiver in the first round, they strongly believe one of those guys is not going to be on their team.
Probably IU.
Yep, could be. Could be. No doubt. It's smart. If it's for a year from now, it's a great draft pick because you're planning for the future.
Yeah.
Drafting ahead.
I mean, look at what Green Bay did a couple of years ago. They drafted how many wide receivers? They got Jaden Reed in the second round. They were all productive in the first year, which surprised me.
Yep, 100%.
Well, except for Christian Watson. He's still waiting to be.
We should have traded him for Jonathan Taylor when we had the chance, man.
We had his brother up in Montreal with us. So
did you?
Did you really?
Yeah, Trey Watson, a linebacker.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, gents, 1 to go here, man. The Buffalo Bills moved back a few spots.
I want to do this again tomorrow night for the second round because I'm interested now.
We might, you know what? You guys,
wait. Buffalo trades the pick to Carolina.
Wow.
Carolina moves up one spot.
The Panthers just moved into the first round?
Panthers have a first round pick.
Don't go to sleep yet, Jamie Roseborough, NGBN.
Clearly, there's somebody they were afraid was going to go. They were afraid someone was going to trade over them and get this guy.
Who do you think is going to be?
That's desperate.
Let's see. Let me look at my little depth chart here.
Yep.
Well, you know what? I'll bet you it's a receiver. They probably saw that receiver go off the board and said, we better go get our guy. Because someone's going to trade up and get the next receiver.
There's a guy, Mr. Leggett from South Carolina, that's there.
He is. That is
a monster. 6'4", kind of around your DK Metcalf. Ran a 4.3 40.
There's also the Mitchell kid out of Texas.
Mitchell from
That's
T,
right.
exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you think they had to give up? A third round, fourth round to move one spot?
Move one spot might be a fourth.
Yeah.
It might be a fourth. Yeah.
Look at that. Surprise of the night. Carolina Panthers back in business in the first round. It also means Buffalo, nada. See you in the second round, Buffalo.
Yep.
Wow.
Buffalo's interesting right now because, like you said, this is their year where they really got to do something, and they do not seem to have a sense of urgency at all right now.
They got the first pick tomorrow.
And look who's there.
Maybe.
What else do they have tomorrow?
Look, they
have 2 picks tomorrow. They're also sitting at pick 60 overall.
Kenyon Coleman from Florida State is there. Leggett, if he doesn't get picked, he's there. So it's still some killers at wide receiver still.
Yep. No
It's
doubt.
a deep wide receiver draft for sure.
But here's my problem. You still have Bryce Young, who's 5'2" and slight build. One good hit, and the kid's going to be out for the season.
He's the number 1 overall pick.
Yep. Trust me, I hear you. He's little guys are scary.
As much as I don't like Ohio State, CJ Stroud should have been that number 1 pick.
Well, if the owner didn't get involved, he won.
I was screaming it. I was saying it all the time. Here we go, Roseboro. I wish you were in the studio, man. You can make this.
All right, it was they got the 32nd overall pick and a 6th round pick. Buffalo received their 2nd round pick and their 5th round pick.
Yeah, so they got 2 picks in the second round,
and they gave up a 6th round pick too. The Buffalo did to move back. They're giving up picks to move back.
Yeah, you got to make it equal. That trade chart, I'm telling you.
Yeah,
they go by that chart like it's like the gods.
What it's worth. Really? That's the Jimmy Johnson chart, right?
You said the Jimmy Johnson chart is kind of went the way of the wind.
Yeah.
What is it now?
I don't know whose name is attached to it. It's a much more in-depth chart because a lot of the analytics people have come in. And the thing is, now it's not one chart. Now each team has their analytics people who have adjusted it.
Really?
So when you call, you'll say, you'll be thinking, all right, with this to us is we'll lose 30 points on this. And the other team's thinking, well, we're going to lose 20. And then you usually be like, all right, if we're both around the same, we'll eat it.
Yeah.
So because each team has different values now. With Jimmy's, everybody went with Jimmy's chart for about 15 years.
And everything out of value. Everything
at a value. And it was all the same because everybody used the same chart. Now everybody has little tweaked, adjusted charts.
Well, it just showed how far ahead Jimmy Johnson was of everybody else at that time.
Hey, Jimmy was a great coach. There is no doubt about it.
Well, he never should have left.
Yeah, Barry Switzer loved it.
Yeah.
Sorry, big time.
He probably wins 5 Super Bowls.
Right. Big time. Is that still Jimmy Johnson's Super Bowl that Switzer won?
No.
No? All right.
It was his players, but when you got a whole off season, off camp, all that kind of stuff,
It was his offense too, and his defense.
Yeah, but he had to manage all that stuff, even though them guys know how to play. So
we could have had Troy Aikman out of that draft, or Barry Sanders, or Deion Sanders.
We couldn't have gotten Troy Aikman. He was the first overall pick. We had the rest of them for sure.
I'm just thinking of everybody in that draft we didn't get.
Final pick, guys. The final pick of the first inaugural NGBN draft watch party is in.
Leggett.
I think you're right on this. I really do.
He's from Carolina. He's from Carolina. He played in South Carolina.
He's right down the road.
Exactly.
Yeah, Charlotte to Columbia is not far. He's right down the road.
It is Xavier Leggett, wide receiver, South Carolina.
Ain't nobody calling picks in real time like big time.
No doubt.
You got like 10 of them right.
I'm getting lucky. You know what I mean? They just call me.
I think it's you being good.
Exactly. Being good is the key part there.
Should have been betting on his picks. We would have made some money tonight.
Yeah, no kidding.
Man,
guys.
Oh, man.
And that is a great pick, too, I mean. Great pick.
It is.
Let me say this, Brian. I know you got to close it out.
We're good. We got 8 minutes. We're gonna roll till we got a hard stop at midnight.
We kind of brushed over it, but man, I'm sick of the Kansas City Chiefs taking on this label that the rich get richer. Once again, Patrick Mahomes gets another toy that you already know is going to work out unless this kid get injured with Worthy going there. Now he gets Tyreek Hill all over again. I'm not saying he's as good as Tyreek. No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that's all they need is just another speed guy. They won the championship last year without the speed.
And this, to
now,
me,
come on, man.
To me, it just proves that Andy Reid,
great coach,
is one of the top 3 coaches of all time.
All time.
Lombardi,
look
cheater.
what Andy Reid's gotten. He's gotten Mahomes. He's gotten Kelsey. He's now gotten Worthy, and he got Taylor Swift. I mean, he just keeps
biggest
bringing
get of
people
all
into the Chiefs.
Well, and they're just they are the gold standard. I mean, they're the 2-time defending Super Bowl champs, right? And to their credit, that's a boss move, right? That is a boss move to go from 32 to that to get another weapon. That's just sophistication, man. That's knowing this. That's having done it enough times. It's being cool in the moment. It'd be like, we're gonna boom, bam, dink and dunk a little bit. Oh, cool. We just won the Super Bowl. Let's add another weapon for Patty Mahomes to sling to, a kid that can come in and be ready to play, having played big time football at Texas, right? I mean, that kid can play.
The last few years have been a masterclass in how to run an organization and how to coach a team.
Unbelievable.
Andy's special.
When there was time, even when they were winning, where it was like, maybe Reed just rolls out, right? Maybe he's done this long enough. Maybe he's getting a little long in the tooth and getting a little tired. Maybe they roll him out and, somebody else Bieniemy gets a chance or something. Reed's like, he just sticks and stays. He eats cheeseburgers and he crushes it.
Yeah.
Something to it.
Stories about him and when he was in Green Bay are legendary. I mean, to hear Chimura talking about it, he's on a local radio station here in town. Reed didn't like him at first, but as soon as he got in his first fight, then Chimura was his best buddy, and they've stayed close ever since. Andy Reid just knows how to coach and get the most out of his people.
Yeah,
he does.
Yep.
Ron Wolf said his biggest regret was not hiring Andy Reid when Mike Holmgren decided.
My biggest regret too.
Yeah.
Let's look at, with the 5 minutes we have left, let's do just a quick recap, fellas, right? And see what we've got here. And I'll run it through it and we'll kind of roll through. Let's do the first 10 picks of the draft. Caleb Williams, number 1 of the Chicago Bears. Jaden Daniels of the Commanders. Drake May to the Patriots. Quarterback. 1, 2, 3. Look, that was the prospects. That's kind of what we thought was going to happen. Good, bad, or indifferent. That's the way it plays out. Arizona Cardinals do exactly what's right. They stay at 4. They get the best receiver in the draft. Marvin Harrison Jr. could be a transformational player. The LA Chargers with new head coach Jim Harbaugh, great quarterback in Justin Herbert, need to get better. They get a great offensive lineman. Perennial All-Pro Joe Alt will be a great fit for them. New York Giants do the right thing and pick an amazing receiver in Malik Neighbors. That's a great pick for them. Tennessee Titans get a lineman. The Atlanta Falcons jump in and get some insurance for their aging, coming off an injured quarterback. Michael Penix Jr. there. It's Rome Odunze. Now the Bears have flashy quarterback, big-time receiver. That's what happens there. Then it's J.J. McCarthy to 10 at Minnesota, which a lot of people thought maybe Minnesota would jump up and get him. They don't have to. Jump up 1 pick to be able to grab him at 10. The Jets then grab Fashanu, the offensive tackle, so they get stronger there to protect Aaron Rodgers. Then it's Bo Nix at 12, which is shocker of the night for the Denver Broncos. Brock Bowers at 13 to the Raiders. I'm going to screw up this guy's name.
Bowers could be the steal of the draft.
It could very well be. Yep.
To think about where that goes. And then Latu rounds out pick number 15 of the Colts. What a first round. Russ, let's have you give us your breakdown. Then, guys, we can all sign off and call it a night here.
I love Bowers. I love Latu. I think Latu's a great fit where he went. I like McCarthy going to Minnesota. I really think he's a good quarterback.
I do too.
O'Connell coaching him, I think he's going to excel. I think he's going to allow them to do what they have to do. I'm biased. I'm a Chargers guy, but I do think Alt will be a good, solid pick for them. So I think he's going to help. But I just can't help but think the Raiders get Bowers. It's a really good pick. They have a young quarterback, obviously, in Aiden. And they'd like to see him develop. I think they're going to have another quarterback that they're going to bring in. I don't know who it's going to be or trade for one. But a guy like Bowers, he makes every quarterback look better. A young quarterback has that instant safety net now. So I just love that pick. And truthfully, I love what KC did late, going and getting a guy that's dynamic. Because now it's not only getting a dynamic guy, but now Andy and Brett Veach have said, hey, Tony, we know you're more talented than any kid on the roster. Everybody in the Chiefs knows how good you are. But now's your chance. You better step up because now you got someone who can run like you.
Yeah.
So Tony's either going to become an adult or he'll be sitting on the bench the whole year, because Tony's a freak of nature talent-wise. I mean, there just aren't many humans in the world who can do what he can do, and that's why they've dealt with his immaturity. So does this spur him to step up, as we all did when we were young and dumb at 21, to become smarter and a little more mature now that he's 24? So I love that pick. I think it's a brilliant move by them to say, hey, we're adding a guy that we think is going to not only upgrade our team, but it's going to make one of the players that we think could be dynamic and sort of almost impact in everything he does, either make him step up or we're going to move on from him. So I like what they did. I hate to say it, because although I have friends that work there, I'm a Chargers guy, so I want to see the Chiefs. I want to see the Raiders. I don't really worry about the Broncos, but I want to see the Chiefs and the Raiders struggle. But god dang, Andy just
did it again.
Just keeps winning.
Coming up next on
That's
NGBN TV, it's AC and Mac, and on the 1585 show. Guys, it's been an absolute blast hanging out with you. The first ever inaugural NGBN NFL Draft Watch Party. We've got Kyle Carney and Tim Carney from Sports Talk with Dad. For Big Time, Doug Brooks of the Big Time Show. For AC of AC Sports Live and Russ Landy, I'm Brian Jodas. This has been an absolute pleasure just hanging with you guys for the first round of the NFL Draft. Hey, we'll see you next year.
See you, everybody.
Next year from Green Bay. Have
That's
a great
right.
night. Have a great night, everybody.
Awesome.
See you guys.